That? Let's go. What are you guys doing? Is our F back? Ah, our F moved from S tier to S tier. Turns out it's pretty good. Yeah, we have to make a bit of system blade skill, I believe. And we'll double check that. Hello Fitty, thanks for the sub. Someone wants to time out someone. Not sure if we have any mods here. But I can do that. Not sure why Wonkas woke up and chose violence today. I did it. Patches in 2 hours, guys. Should be in 2 hours. Until then, we're gonna prepare some twisting blades. And I think it's time to like remove a mule or two as well after that. So let's start to temper. Spent like 2 hours earlier updating the Maxwell guide for twisting blades. Hope you guys like it. Okay, so we do daggers, percent damage, life, counter observation. We want basically counter observation everywhere, but you also potentially want one of them with hard seeker duration. Okay, so I have to make 3 weapons. Let's see what we got. And 1% damage or dot on the crossbow as well, right? Okay. I don't have many crossbows, turns out. This is wound damage. Here's damage over time. Big close roll. Big distance roll. Percent. Okay, pretty nice crowd. Counter up size is the wrong thing, one last chance. Okay, 84 counter observation. Okay, we got a good crossbow, yeah. This works. We can roll the life higher. It's pretty nice. Alright. So we got this covered. This is my druid stuff, right? Yes, so let's put twisting blades here. I think the season could have the increased Uber drop rate. You mean like the event we had? Nah, no way. I mean, Ubers are already really easy to get compared to the past. I don't think they're gonna give us extra drops or something. We already had an event now. And you know, soon it's gonna be like Season 5 PTR and these kind of things, so I want people to have their attention on that. So here's a dagger with crit damage. I think first of all we're gonna vendor this. But all these daggers have wound damage, man. I don't have any daggers. Swords, 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 swords. Everything is swords. Holy. Which I guess I might use for pen shot. So I can try to make better swords or pen shot. It's also rapid fire weapon, maybe. I got this thing here for pen shot, which is very good. Okay, I need to make 2 swords for pen shot, let's do that. And then we're probably just gonna start salvaging the rest here. Here's another rapid fire weapon. I'm not sure if I have those like already set up. So maybe if I get something very good like this. Okay. Thatch. Here's a sword. Thatch. I actually need to find some daggers, man. I have like no daggers. I might have to do some swords or this to make this work. That was a perfect rapid fire roll. F. We're gonna play Sorc today, Polarized Druid. And TB. Yeah, maybe TB tomorrow, we'll see. I mean, maybe the patch will be not on time, and you know, maybe I'll need some time to actually work on the other builds and stuff like that. Let's try this one here. I'm thinking about Anis or Poison Barrage Rogue. Yeah, you can probably do it, and it might be pretty good. But I think it's gonna be noticeably squishier, and probably slightly worse on single target, and probably a bit better in AoE. So that's my expectation there. Okay, the perfect pen shot. Ah, shit. I put... Okay, I put crit on it instead of vulnerable. I had one shot. Okay. I should have done vulnerable there. Maybe I would have hit it. Patch is coming out on a Monday. Yeah, it's very strange, but apparently this is how it works. This one already is tempered with crit damage. In fact, I could use this on Bleed Barb, actually. I can just roll this to strength. What do you got for Flay? I mean, I have the Flay weapons equipped already, right? So I don't really need that. Will I do Bleed Bash? Nah, probably not. Probably gonna play Pure Bash. But we'll see. So I guess let's make this a potential one. Perfect crit roll. Oh wait, rapid fire for this one. Yes, barrage. Barrage. Oh, perfect rapid fire roll. Wow, perfect tempers. That's pretty sick actually. Let's do this. Pen shot, pen shot. Okay. Anything else you wanna do? Here's more pen shot stuff you can do. With one. Pan, Cartex, thanks for the prime, man. Appreciate that. I think Flurry will be good at the buff. I wouldn't call it good, but it's like playable, I guess. Gonna rapid fire. Okay, YOLO, I guess. And Varus damage. My bad, crystal actually going down like hell, yeah. Doing this tempering. Okay, perfect pen shots. Let's try one. 50 one. Okay. That works, I guess. So I should do something with this here. There's another sword. You want only one weapon that has pen shot on it, right? So I think I'll delete this. Do you want any of these bows? These are like bows for Heartseeker, right? I was gonna like salvage these, fuck it. 1 GA bows. I'm not planning to use any of those. Here is something though, this is a potential pen shot weapon. Okay, 32 pen shot, not terrible. I have one, okay. Well, this works. Let's get rid of all these bows, I guess. There's even like double % damage. Is that something like the barrage build, maybe? Here's another one. Same thing. There's more swords. So I might have to go for some swords instead of daggers for now for the TB build. Because I just don't really have TB items. I guess you want card observation everywhere, right? So let's do that. He's a double, actually. Should I try to sell this? Maybe I'll sell it. It's kind of crappy. I also have to make one sword that has Heartseeker duration. Okay, it's count ups. And a perfect ground control, nice. Let's save this. Okay, I need one that has Heartseeker duration. So, let's just like this. We want to hit Heartseeker duration, man. GA damage better than normal dex stats? I mean, usually it doesn't really matter if it's like GA dex or GA life or GA % damage, that kind of like, you know, whatever. So, just get one of them basically. Okay, this is over here, let's do this one. So it's over too. Let's do this one. Sorc is one of the strongest classes right now. Yeah, that's a very hot take, I'd say. The only reason why you can consider Sorc strong right now is because of the Immortal Firebolt build. But I mean, this is based on interaction that will probably not live for another month. Well, another 1.5 months until it gets patched out. And a massive bug with Shatter. So, overall Sorc is kind of weak. There's a pretty shitty Heartseeker duration here, let's try to make it better. Still shitty. And for this we need crowd control again. So Stitch. Why do you want Ancestral Charge on Bleed Twisters? He might not need it actually. But it's nice to have Ancestral Charge. Because it just helps with, like, you know, clearing. You can pull all the monsters with you and stuff. You don't really need it. You can do like something else. So I will probably trade that build soon and then we'll see. Guess Heartseeker duration, but I should roll. Here's a vulnerable dagger. I could try to use this one as well. Pen shot potentially. We have swords right now. I think it could go dagger. There's a pen shot here, it's very good. Pen shot. We got this. I guess we don't need a stagger. Size again. Dude, I almost spent 1,000 crystals here. For this. Kinda crazy. You got the Andariel today, congrats. He's not a vulnerable crossbow, so I could try to make an even better pen shot though. Let's see. Although we have a pretty good one. Sorc, perfect rapid fire. 31 pen shots. Nope. And here is another crit weapon.
Come back if you need work.
So I have rapid fire here, perfect tempers, that's very good. Which means we actually have to make a crit weapon that has card obscuration, right? We don't have a crit weapon with card obscuration right now, so this needs to be the one. I don't have more anyway, so... Minimum roll, great. Also, almost minimum roll. Let's try this again. Last chance. Nope. Okay, so goodbye to these. We save the doubles. And this random bow we sell, we vendor. Let's do this. We can actually delete this mule. Where do we put it now? Just throw it in here, I guess. Yeah, TB is gonna be nice, man. I'm very excited to play it. Patch should be in 1 hour and 47 minutes. Oh, Grey Fox had him. Pink Terrorist Chest, Andariel, Poison Imbuement, and Tesmates can do a new S tier build. I mean, if you drop Terrorist Might and Andariel, then it's a good build. I mean, okay, technically, I guess you could do Twisting Blades with Andariel, because Andariel is so crazy right now that even on a scuffed build, like trying to progress with Twisting Blades, it might be pretty decent. But realistically, if you want to play Andariel, just play the Andariel build and not Twisting Blades. I think it's 3 tempers left. That's 15.5 rapid fire. Is that better than like a perfect temper 1 GA, I wonder? It says 2 GA, so we're gonna get... Oh, it has crit, like lots of crit. And this has Dex Life, which is kinda cool. I could try to YOLO, get higher rapid fire on this. Okay, do we have more pen shot stuff? There's a rapid fire weapon. Okay, what else do we have for TB actually? Do I have TB glove? This can be salvaged, I guess. Here's a TB glove with vulnerable damage. So I think I have to try to temper this to crowd. Nope. Let's delete this. With a glove here. Here's a rapid fire glove. There's more rapid fire stuff, already masterwork partly as well and so on. So I think we're gonna make some... Let's make this like a rogue tab here. I have a lot of stuff to try in the rogue soon. Here's pen shot. I think I have to make a bit of space before I actually do this. Here's a dagger actually and I can use... I didn't actually check my stash for daggers, I only checked my mules. I have a few daggers here. Although this is int. But here's something, here's something. Here's a double. Okay. Okay. Nice. Can work with that. Okay, before I go in this mule, let's make a bit of space there. I'm not doing a new character when you update launcher, so I want to try the actual builds. I didn't manage to stash when you have so many characters. We have lots of copium. Okay, so... just take this stuff out here. So we're gonna do... This is our Druid, and then we do TB. Rapid fire, pen shot. Might have to keep some of these items around here that are actually relevant. There's a percent damage and crit damage dagger. Alright, this could be used for TB. Here's more swords we can break as well. Knife, one. Well, in fact, actually, I could use this for Barb as well. Okay. This could also be something I might not use for pulve or so. I was considering putting the lucky hit chance to make wound on the glove on the pulve. To have like more consistent wound wall up time. Here's also a neck for twisting blades. I also didn't make rings just yet, I believe. I had to double check that. But I should put this one in here. Strength, strength. Dex lucky hit, vuln, shadow imbue. It's not something I actually want to keep, I believe. It has 4 tempers actually. I don't think so. I mean, I can retemper this if you want it. This could be something for a pen shot, for example, let's say. It actually has vuln. The thing is, I'm probably not gonna play this with any imbues. So this means that we will do something like just agility cooldown or so. Or resource generation even might be important for this to work. Thing is, I'm only gonna have one ring, and the other one is gonna be starless. I'll do puncture resource generation. That's probably more what you're looking for. Thanks for subs, by the way. Who's that? Ran Seba. Appreciate that. And Gustavo. Okay, here's some puncture. Let's put this in here. So search pen shot goes to row 3. Anything else in here? Random chests. Yeah, realistically, I don't really see myself using chests like this. But who knows? Here's a Dex sword. Again. Here's percent damage, attack speed, ring. Okay. High marker, by the way. This Andariel's work of traps. Well, poison traps actually do have like a hit chance. So technically it can trigger anything. But it does so very slowly, basically. Okay, here's barrage stuff. Here's vulnerable and Caltops duration. So this would be for pen shot. Let's put it here. Here's rapid fire stuff with double GA. 5 tempers left. Let's put rapid fire there. Okay, we probably keep the barrage stuff here. Here's rapid fire. Here's barrage. Maybe actually it's gonna like keep the entire rogue builds all here in this tab. Without moving anything around. I'm not sure where this was used. Lightning rest. I don't know, let's put it there. And here. So this was rolled, tempered, but not actually like ever used, I believe. It's not imprinted. Kind of same here. So this might be like some leftover stuff here that I can keep around. You're probably not gonna need any helms, because you guys gonna Shaco on every rogue build. Noxious Ice. This would be something for barrage. Maybe TB. Yes, Shadow Imbue stuff. There's like Twisting Blade, Shadow Imbue stuff, which I'm not planning to really play anymore. Umbrus Amulet, Poison Imbuement, Crowd Control. Frigid, so this would be like 4 TB, I guess. Here's another one. Poison Imbue, Frigid, cooldown, movement. Kinda nice. There's a double hit on cooldown. This might be good for my inner side version of this build. Okay, what I got here, Cold Imbue, lasts a +3 cast with vulnerable damage. And lucky hit. Has 2 tempers left. Could try to upgrade this, it has perfect vulnerable temper.
Need something for it?
I think it's something I've actually used for pen shot at the start. Okay, we destroyed it. He has Cold Imbue, last +2 cast, and crit. This will be something for rapid fire. Also, we have only 1 ring for rapid fire because we have Scoundrel's Kiss as well. So we do this here. The Shadow Imbue stuff. 0 tempers. Really good ring, actually. So maybe let's keep it here. Swing as counters, cooldown reduction, 1. Good lucky hit. Can I change this? It's ruined as well. Agility cooldown, 1 lucky hit. 4 tempers left. Kinda good, it actually rolls to crit as well. Yeah, we ruined this one as well. Here's Poison Imbue. With life, low roll on crit. This might be worth saving, although we only need one ring, right? Because they're gonna go starters. So, we'll see. He's a frigid, cold imbue. That's good for rapid fire. Let's put this here. He's a big rapid fire weapon. Very big rapid fire. This has only 20 out of 21.5, 21.9 actually, and then kind of crappy crit damage. It has greater life, greater dex, which is kind of cool. So I think we're gonna try to yodel this one. Or more rapid fire. Nope. Fetch. Okay, he has a shadow imbue. Which is finesse, movement. Oh, I don't think I really need the movement here. I think I rather want crit or something. He has cooldown, also movement. In fact, I think I want the puncture resource generation here on our neck. So I think I'll try the same here.
Father bless. What do you need?
So this. Oh, it was in 2 minutes. Oh no. Let's go. Here's a puncture resource generation, 105. Not terrible. Many emeralds down. Here's barrage, we keep that. Here's barrage. Here's barrage. That's gonna salvage this old helm, I think. So there'll be a chance I'm not gonna use like a normal helm anymore. So there's another rapid fire weapon. This one is ruined. This one has 1 temper left. Has dash, cooldown. This is like for Heartseeker or something. Movement, movement. Not terrible. I have to check the planners again, which kind of stuff we need exactly. Any planner for rapid fire I can take? Yeah, I have a rapid fire planner. We also have a rapid fire guide on Maxwell. I mean, the rapid fire build doesn't really change. Game is not patched yet. I want to see Chain Lightning Sorc pushing 125 to 30. And that's a bit copium. At least by current standards. I mean, after the patch, it sounds like everything's gonna be a bit easier, and then, you know, everyone's gonna go to like 120, 130 or whatever. So that's what I expect currently. Then the top build's like 150 or something. We'll see. My pension build is not the same as on Maxwell. In fact, I've actually not updated my planner yet. I have some idea for a pension build I want to do. I want to try to make a physical victimized pen shot. It's gonna be kind of interesting. I thought it's done? No. Now I have to find what are these drops. Okay. Why not build arrow stones? Yeah, I got a buff in this patch, man. Wow, let's go. Heavy-handed, imposing presence, crit, cooldown. That's a very nice emerald there. Glimmer.
It is done.
Okay, anything here that should not be here. most of the stuff is favorited, so I guess. Okay. It's gonna be nice to sort out stash a little bit now. I saw the 3 GA Flay Helm the other day for 11 billion on softcore. You mean an amulet, I guess. This helm is usually just Chaco, no? Or maybe a Tusk helm on Barbs. Oh, yeah, a lot of stuff here. That we have to put somewhere else, I guess. Play doesn't go on Helm, yeah, it sounds a bit weird. Okay, so let's see what else do we have here. This is Barrage, Barrage. So I'm gonna keep Barrage around in case I want to go and play it again. And this is just a good ring. This might be good for one of these builds. Now, do I want to use this? Chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. I mean, realistically, with a lot of lucky hit extra bonuses, my penchant is gonna have something like 150 or so % lucky hit chance. So basically, every 2 penchants I will proc a vulnerable with this. Which is pretty good, to be honest. But you have only 1 temper left to make it a... It's actually a masterwork, 12 out of 12. Can I establish this? If this doesn't work out, let's do it. You have 1 temper left to get puncture resource. And goodbye. The mats. Okay. Let's keep this character around, I suppose, because it does have leftover items. Not many, though. We also have this here. You can also start sorting out this stash here. So you can temper stuff. Here, this is something I could, for example, temper for my TB rogue here. Frigid and crit is actually all I want. There's like more stuff here. You can like sort more. Scrapped. Yes, it was a very good ring, to be fair. This was a Heartseeker ring. I've tried this for Heartseeker, but I did not like the chance to make enemies vulnerable. And now that it's nerfed, I don't think I'd really go back to it. Okay, this is Shadow Imbue. It has a vulnerable. 0 tempers left. I guess you can also destroy this. That's more stuff. So let's go. The Druid has an empty inventory, right? I only have Windshare saved and I have Pulve built. So I want to save those 2. Yeah, I'll try a bit of Andariel Rogue after the patch goes live to benchmark, to see like what a really good build does. Okay, so it's all ready here. Let me keep these items around here. Okay. Do we have anything else muled here? I think this is my Andariel Sorc currently. Ready to go? No, this is my Frozen Orb Sorc that I've been dismantling. Right. Okay, it also has a bunch of stuff here. And this is my trade character, okay. It's like I just want to trade. Let's see if anything happens. New patch is not live. Okay, that's the only Sorc here. We just have to equip the Andariels and that's it basically. Otherwise we are good to go here. I have 42 elixirs. Actually, how many advantage elixirs do I have? 21. So I have around 10 hours of advantage elixirs. Not the greatest. I'm slowly running out of these. Because basically all my builds run these. Like the rogue builds run this build will run this. At least on the Druid I can try to find some. Because I will run 42 elixirs on the Druid. I wonder how much damage does the Druid gain from having 42 elixir. I think last time I calculated that I go to roughly 64,000 life when I have the elixir. So if I don't have the elixir I have 53,000. So the difference is 10,600 life. Which is roughly 1.33 times base HP. So we get roughly 266% additive damage in overpower from having that life and from fortifying it. And I think I calculated the build has like close to 3000% damage on overpower. So it's actually like roughly 10% stronger overpowers. Which probably for pulverized druid leads to roughly 5+% DPS. Maybe more. Not terrible actually. Do we have more weapons here? Let's go with a pair of Heartseeker for a ranged Andariel's build. No, I just played the same build, just equip Heartseeker. In fact, for Heartseeker enjoyers, I made a Heartseeker version of the Andariel's build, so you can check that out. It's one of the setups in the planner. Ah, we have more stuff. Look at that. So I think first of all we're gonna get rid of all these bows. I'm not really touching any bow. Oh, he's a double though. That's a good one. There's also this. So which crossbow currently is better? We have a really good rapid fire crossbow. And here's a pretty good pen shot crossbow, but we can maybe try this. Oh, first roll, 35. Alright. Come on. Two attempts. One attempt. Ugh, a perfect cutthroat damage roll. Oof. Close one. Okay. Okay, it's more swords. A lot more swords. Is there like any daggers? I used all the daggers, man. Look, there's only swords. Oh man.
Fair trade.
And an entire inventory of mats. Oh no. So I can't really empty this thing. Okay, here's pen shot stuff. This goes here, I guess. Pen shot. This is TB. Weapon. Pen shot. I think this is also what I was supposed to use for pen shot. It's masterwork to 8. It has 39 card observation and a greater vuln. It has greater dex, good vuln, good life, good vuln temper. It has 0 tempers. I think I take the dex instead. Let's see this one.
Raise the father.
Okay, here's our amulet of exploit ranks. Very nice. This is a big TB ring. It only has +5. With attack speed and so on. It has crit life. I'd like to have some crit, okay, but it's fine. Since it's already mastered to 10, I think I'll just take this. Let's delete this one. Yo, Daniel, thanks so much for the donut.
Armed
Appreciate that.
for the light. Payment back, nice.
Maybe I shouldn't have established that ring. I could have tried like a no starters version. But okay. Is a card of duration is a weapon for TB? Card of duration, card of duration, card of duration. Now I needed another weapon that has heart duration, which I actually did not manage to make earlier. Let's try to make that. Rogue TB and X-Files ring. That's not really a thing. Like X-Files on Rogue is not happening. You just don't really trigger it, and even if you do, it doesn't really do that much damage. There's a statch. Now the arrow storm buffs are not enough for any endgame viability. It's very, very far away from being useful in endgame. But it's pretty good, like early game aspects. I actually have them in my leveling guide, for example, on Necro. For TB leveling, even for a melee build, is like go arrow storms if you want to go unlock some powers. But the thing is, most people probably don't even go unlock codex powers anymore, right? Because leveling is so fast and easy. I've done it with one power of this season, which was the Calm Breeze aspect for Druids, for the wind shear. Because it's like a hard to find aspect, and it's very powerful even as a codex version, and this is how the build functions. So I kind of needed to get it from one dungeon. But something like Arrow Storms is not even like required for any build, it's just like nice to have. So you want to go with Acidic. Acidic is useful when you want to be very, very, very tanky. But it's usually a pretty big DPS loss, and not many builds have the luxury to drop like a third or more of the DPS for being tankier. Okay, it's crowd. I think all the non-barbarian classes should get more equipment slots. I don't think they should. I guess I can take this thing. A cool challenge. Well, patch is always 10 AM in Blizzard country, guys. Which is in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Okay, here we have a hard situation and a kind of shitty crowd control. Let's save this for now, I guess. Wait. This one. This is a life per hit, whatever. Can try this. What? Him doing? Check him inventory. I'm trying to make space in my stash. The most efficient way of doing that is tempering your gear. I like 2 full mules of just like rogue weapons, man. It's gonna get rid of all of them. Okay, it's Heartseeker duration, good roll. Goodbye. Can use this one. Another one. Holy shit, wait a minute. Daniel, man. What the hell? Thank you so much. That's a big one. I got a big donation, guys. 10 AM Pacific, exactly, and this is in California. It's in 1 hour 15, as I just said a few times. Is it possible to pin this? Or something? So... I cannot because it's auto-pinned. I can pin like normal messages, I just realized, on YouTube chat. I never tried that so far. I should probably use that feature a bit more. So at least thanks for bringing that to my attention. I mean, there's always a chance that the patch is a bit delayed, guys. But usually they're pretty much on time. So an hour, guys. An hour. Minimum crowd control. Nope. I'm trying to hit Heartseeker duration, guys. I want to have one good Heartseeker duration roll with a damage to ground control. And the funny part is, these are all swords. I have to redo this at some point with daggers. Once I find more daggers. Because I'm not supposed to have swords for TB. It's just what I got here, so that's what I'm doing. Here's another. Here's a crit. Maybe we're gonna try again to do a few of these Heartseeker, not Heartseeker, Rapid Fire swords. Rapid Fire is the only builds where I want to have swords right now. Everything else on Rogue I want to have daggers. Okay, here perfect Heartseeker duration. Nope. I want to try Heartseeker duration on Twisting Blades with Inner Sight. So the idea is that he uses one Heartseeker every 7 seconds to keep up your might buff and your close quarters buff. You have to do at least one shot every 8 seconds anyway for that. And with a bit of Heartseeker duration, you can extend the Heartseeker buff from 4 seconds to roughly 7 seconds. So that, you know, one single Heartseeker shot every 7 seconds is enough to keep up the 50% crit buff and a 16% attack speed buff. So I want to have one weapon with that, basically, with a juicy roll. If I play the Inner Sight version of TB. So I want to try both the combo point and the Inner Sight. I actually recorded a video on this that I will... I think it's not out yet, but I will release soon. But I've also explained this in the Maxwell guide that I've updated. I spent like 2 hours earlier today updating the Maxwell TB guide. So there's lots of new stuff in there. I'm down to 2,000 weight crystals actually. I had almost 4k. Okay, this is vulnerable. And this is a percent damage, let's try this one. It's a double. Let's start with this here. Okay, crowd. Let's do it anyway. Go for the Heartseeker duration. Maybe it's gonna turn out well. 29 minimum roll. 41. Okay, so this one actually turned out well. It's just unfortunately a sword. So we got that. Okay, check this again. So we have a Dex, Vuln, sword there, Vuln, Caltrops. So we could try to retemper this and see if we get something better than that. If we get very lucky. Thanks for us, by the way. Beaten Cheeks and Deltars. So you got a perfect Vuln here. An okay card restoration. Let's beat this one. Not really, I guess. So I guess YOLO. More card restoration.
What do you need?
We have 4 10s. We got card toss, but low. We got cards again, and the same that I started with. Okay, what do we do here? It's the second rapid fire thing. Rapid fire was here, so we have 20 and 105. That's a double greater. We got a perfect rapid fire, perfect crit damage, so this can't be beaten without 2 graders, basically. It's like a perfect sword. So do I want to try to beat this? Get a bit less dex, for example. A bit less dex, and this has a crit damage there. Yeah, if I get perfect rolls, maybe I want to do it. Nope. I think we have saved one of these weapons, right? Card restoration. Heart duration. Okay, so let's get rid of this and this. And here's one more sword. The one sword. Okay, it's Ogre.
The forge is hot. Dark days upon us.
Unfortunately, I can't delete this mule now, because this is still full of stuff. The poison phase helps Soulbrand and Temerity. Technically, yes, but practically, this doesn't solve the issues. So, Temerity is just bug to shit. And Soulbrand, I mean, Soulbrand is actually not a completely terrible item if you can guarantee a permanent barrier uptime. They did not just in top red. Stash space when? Surely in the expansion, guys, right? Surely. Alright. I could actually use this. There's like a few more weapons and stuff I can try to make. First, but I'm doing it at 1 PM. I think we're gonna log into the Andariel Rogue first, just to get a bit of a benchmark for, like, you know, a few runs. Trying to see what is like the new pit scaling. And I think then we're gonna try the Andariel Sorc. Or maybe I just log into the Andariel Sorc directly. We'll see. Plus 500 slots per stash in expansion. Yeah, for sure. He's a nice triple sword. I'm gonna try to sell this. Okay, it's more swords and stuff. It's actually something I'm gonna keep for the Barb. This potentially too. This is already tempered. This is already tempered. This has stacks. Okay, this is my rogue tab. I think this is just something I'm not gonna save. This is something I could save for the Barb. This is Barb. Here's also something I should say for the Barb, actually. Very good. Or maybe sell it. It's a very nice item for Barb, actually. Okay, here's something. Here's something. Got a 3GA Vuln, Dex, and Max Life bow today. Damn. Guts. Guess more Barb. More Barb. Let's have this. 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 Okay, so we're gonna clean this up. What still really needs improvement here? This is very good. I will bet I'd improve this. Should not really waste my mats on like 1GA trying to beat this one, for example. I can beat this, so this is only 39 card of duration. So I can definitely try to make a card of duration sword. Nope. Okay, there's a 42. And nothing. This is a Vuln. Why sounds like a plan and glyph fluidity inside? It's inside to make you wonder why you didn't read the patch notes. Okay guys, I actually have to BRB real quick. 1 second. We'll have to join a meeting for a little bit, unfortunately, so I will try to keep an eye on chat and stuff, but I will also have to listen to this. So this will probably be like half an hour or maybe a bit more. Doing it on my laptop. And put all of us in the call. Yeah, I can't do that, unfortunately. Yo, number 0, thanks for the sub, by the way. Appreciate that. Yeah, Andariel Thorns Barb. Now that's an interesting combo. Andariel Thorns. I have not heard of that. Okay, let me check this out. Okay. I think I'm Rapid Fire this season. Rapid Fire, very good build. I played a bit at the start to do the race. And take down the terminate bosses first and stuff like that. That was really cool. And I want to go back to it actually now that the patch is going live. So I've been preparing some Rapid Fire gear actually. Oh, he's a perfect card observation. Let's go. And F. Okay. Okay, as I said, guys, I have to mute for a little bit, but I will try to at least be around, maybe with lighter stuff. Okay, I will sometimes be able to like mute and talk and stuff, but I will have to listen, guys. So I'll keep an eye on chat though.
Come back if you need work.
Don't ruin all that work. The forge is always hot. That looks worn. I can fix it.
Look.
We're almost done here, guys. Thank you so much for all the stuff, by the way, that's happening. And the donor. Justin. Demo farts, appreciate that. Limposis. Garizel. Rosella. RT earlier with the bits. Thank you so much. See ya, Book. Almost ready, guys. And by the way, I'm not on a Zoom call with hot chicks. Or maybe some of them. But that's not the purpose, at least. Dude, RT steak. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much, dude.
Follow the stars.
Okay, I need to mute again. We're almost done here, so I'm gonna finish this. Alright, is it actually downloading? It is downloading, guys. Look at that. On time, man. Crazy. So it should be just about done here, guys. So, give me like another 1 or 2 minutes or so. I'm also gonna get a drink. Alright, I'm done here, guys. Just let me put back my laptop, and then we continue, guys. Perfect timing. You have to relog, guys. Relog. I got the patch. And if it's not patching for you, you should restart your buildnet maybe or something. Okay, 41k life on our Andariel Sorc. That's actually not that terrible. So we try it. I also have 2,500 nobles that I could do something with if I wanted. Which probably means more ones and whatever. I'm gonna like cautiously spend some. Also not sure how my mana will be. You have 6 mana per second here right now. You also have masterwork stuff. $14 hours, holy shit. I don't know. I enjoy your rest. Also, thank you for the word of account, by the way, Ronnie. I didn't know that was you. Alright. Maybe I'll try something with whenever else. So a few ones, I suppose.
It seems you're very nice, but could be better.
Alright. I gotta start this. Not really masterwork this stuff yet. Let's get it all to 4 at least. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. We have this at 4. %, damage. Okay, I was gonna start with this now. Do I have any glyphs that I still need to double? 21, 18, 21, 21, 21, and 1. Okay, I think I'm gonna try like a 9 dimension and see what happens, guys. So this. Hopefully it works. They're not gonna be happy about this patch, they're gonna nerf this patch. What happened? Ah, I moved to mute message, yes. Okay, here we go. We are no longer muted, guys. Let's go. Hits are a joke now. I mean, just have to recalibrate to what is the new expectation, I guess, right? Yeah, maybe compared to before, it's a joke now. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like trivial or something, right? I guess it's, you just go higher and farm a bit faster materials and stuff. Actually, it seems like it's working pretty well here. Look at that. Just one-tapping entire packs. That's cool. Okay. I just need to get my charge lift to 15, actually. Should turn on some damage numbers, maybe, so we can see this. There's 100 here, so we're kind of cruising. That's good. Let's see if you can see the dot ticks. A few million, at least, with like a single dot tick. As a dot proc. Okay. We're pretty fast.
So then, I stuck the fool with his own blade.
It's a bit 100 plus easier. Yeah, they rebalanced the pits, but I don't know how much yet, so I guess we'll see. Hit 90 boss just melted, you say, without build. I guess I was just farming on the Andariel. So the Andariel I have the benchmark, I was farming like 94s on Andariel. In the pits. Actually, it makes me wonder if like for leveling up your characters, it might be easier now to go into the pit instead of 9 dungeons. as soon as he can. Because he's farming these high level monsters very easily, yeah. It does look cool, man, to play some Chain Lightning Sorc, I gotta say. Love it. I wonder how high I can go on the boss with the ticks. If I can hit like 20 million ticks or so on the boss, I would be kind of happy with that, I think. Maybe more, who knows. It seems like a single Andariel proc already produces like 1-2 million ticks. I just laugh, man. I feel smooth now. I guess I can just quit the ring real quick and see how RF is without actually playing the build properly. And see what happens. The pit goes to 200. Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to do 200 though on a pit. Like they definitely want to keep like some leftovers so that, you know, we can't beat it basically. Okay, let's see. Just Andariel procs. Okay, how are we going? 5 million? 5 million, okay. Not the craziest. Okay, let's do this glyph here. You got to get it to 15, one more run. Because I need to adjust some paragons after that. Andariel is bugged. For me, it's working. There's Andariel Sorc I'm playing. Tested in range, it doesn't proc. There might be something bugged with target dummies. There are certain bugs that is specific to target dummies. Ah, nice. We can run there, man. Look, it's right here. Let's go. We one stuck at a boss at 95 bits. Let's go. Yeah, I can just I can just look at my Andariel's rogue again and see what happens there. We just did a poison RF build. Hey, Wax. So, any news about that? Been pit 100 for 2.5 minutes with bad gear. Yeah, right now this doesn't really tell us much though. We need to like find a new, like, you know, kind of benchmark, right? Like what tiers can we actually do, mount builds. But yeah, 100 in 2.5 minutes of like some kind of weird build is kind of good, man. I guess the numbers will very soon hit like the D3 numbers here in terms of tiers that we're farming. It's kind of interesting. But the answer the current cooldown is horrific, man. Holy. It actually feels like a really nice farming build, man. I like the flow of this Chain Lightning and everything bouncing around. And I would really wish like a real Chain Lightning build would be a thing as well. Too bad it's so weak. Yeah, I'm not gonna pulverize Druid later as well, and then we're gonna do the Andariel rogue and the TB rogue. So that's a lot of stuff we wanna do now. I wonder if they made the pit bosses also have lower HP compared to monsters. That's the thing. Does the Sorc have a cat? I think I have no cat, yeah. Something satisfying about getting 4 Tarasha stacks, I agree. Oh, almost staggered him. Whoa. What? I think I had no barrier. That was a bit surprising. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't need more. Let's do this. Okay, I have 19 exploit, that's fine. I stood in the rock without any barrier up. Okay, do you get anything? This is a dagger. Fuck. I don't want daggers for a Sorc. Is there like 80 Sorc that wants daggers instead of ones? I don't think so, right? So... There's a cooldown, life, offhand. But we could try to temper up. But it's only 6.5 cooldown. Actually, it's just damage everything. I need some Veil Crystals again as well. We're not gonna get enough if I don't do this. We're only 1.5k. I'm not farming much health tide currently. So...
Come, follow the stars.
Okay, so I pit. Wait, there was like a Paragon point or two that I want to respec though. Let me see. Okay, so how do we do this again? There's 2DR, I guess, on bone. Okay.
Well, hello, shining beauty.
You're not seeing me tonight? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be kind of exciting to see what we're gonna do. So, I don't know, let's just start with... We just at 100, right? Let's do 69 and see what happens. On our Sorc here. I mean, on... How much was I farming on Frozen Orb pre-patch? I was farming like 80 or 70 or so, I think. Not very high. I was pushing 100 on this. I don't remember exactly. So if they made like the pit so much easier, I wonder if they also rescale the damage of these monsters. Or if they only have like less HP now and everyone's just gonna die when they go very high tiers. This is what happened in Diablo 3, where it was very easy to reach like, you know, GR 70, GR 90, GR 100, and everyone was just Omega squishy. And everyone just died with shit gear. Pretty sure we're gonna run into the same problem here. Because power creep usually affects damage and not defense. Okay, we're kinda cruising for this, yeah. Should go up. Let's go 80 after this and see what happens. Ah man. So satisfying though, Chain Lightning. I love it. Let's hide the numbers. I wanna see more effects. So the numbers are not like crazy like on Rogue, but that was expected. Just wonder how far we can go with this. I have 4 torture stacks, yeah. I have Andariels for poison. I mean, just the pop torture stack already makes Andariels not even such a terrible option now, just like throw into your build. Maybe not necessarily even build around Andariels entirely. Like this build is entirely built around Andariels, but you probably don't even have to do that to get like something out of it. Because you get a stack and you get like some, you know, maybe 1-2 million dot ticks anyway. On like a decent like 8 build. Something like Frozen Orb could maybe do it. Or the lifesteal is just completely irrelevant on Sorc. There's no reason to have lifesteal. Silence these procs. This guy did not get hit by the Andariels, yeah. What's going on? Look. Okay, boss is not that good here on this build. Scramble also is like the tankiest boss. Can I do double stagger? And that's it. Let's see. No, 2 staggers not enough. Yeah, boss damage is definitely lacking, unfortunately. Seems a bit optimistic here. Early unstable occurrence. Oh, maybe not. Let's get him. Yeah, those 3 staggers. Pit health is lowered, but the damage is not. Yeah, that's what I expected. So I guess he's gonna go to pit 100. You have to have like, you know, crazy defense in order to play. You can try 80 and see. Also, I wanna change one thing, which is this. So I have better ice armor uptime. Like this, we can get 40 perma ice armor. This should make it much safer. And gear is really potato. So I need to also keep that in mind. Like when I masterworked up my Andi rogue, I went up like over 10 tiers or something like that, just on that. And here I have, okay, Andi's is masterworked, but it's just better attack speed. It's kind of like the least impactful item here. This is at 9. And we have 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. We don't even have a passive here. So some like 5 glasscan ranks alone are already like 2-3 tiers, for example. Or more. Maybe more at this point actually. Okay. Size 75. It is bugged, the animation only triggers on enemy, damage still applies around the character. Oh, wait, really? Oh no. Maybe this is why I was not doing too much damage sometimes. Let me try this. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, I see the explosions, and then I walk into a pack. Okay, you're right. It's bugged. That's hilarious. Okay. So the animation is on the enemy, but the explosion is around me. You can see the dots here. Well, that's kind of bad for this. Because I was kind of expecting to play this as a range build, so not as a melee build. I'm not that tanky. Yo, Envy, thanks for this up, man. Yeah, it's a bit scuffed. Now, that doesn't impact my previous boss fight, though. Oh, taking too much damage. This guy's actually hurt quite a lot. Surprisingly much. Now, technically, this Andariel's proc should give me like a lot of ice armor barrier, right? I mean, that's very scuffed though, that the explosions only happen around me. Like, that's not what I wanted, man. I didn't sign up for that. I can try to damage a little bit at least. Let's go play this carefully a bit. Yeah, okay, I think earlier I was actually not hitting Bramble at all with some of my Andariel procs because I was too far away. Like here, this boss dies in 2 staggers basically, and this is 6 tiers higher. It's also a very tanky boss. Almost 2 staggers. Things still need a kitty though. Bit scuffed though playing this in melee. I don't want to play melee range for this. Maybe I wait for a fix. Oh, we start our podcast soon actually, right? In half an hour, I believe. So I guess we're gonna have some first impressions on the patch there as well. By the way. Playing Twisting Blades will be good now. Twisting Blades is gonna be pretty decent, yeah. The damage of Anis didn't get buffed, it's the same as before too. That's kind of funny. It's Xario is here right now on YouTube chat, right? Apparently the damage did not get improved. So the tooltip damage is higher. So the the explosion shows on the enemy, but happens on me invisibly. And the tooltip damage is higher, but the damage done is actually not. Like for real. Oh no, man. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is kind of scuffed. I think my entire test is over for now. I guess we're gonna revisit this when they fix this. Okay, Xario tested this before and after, so same exact damage. Nice. That's hilarious. How did they manage to make the tooltip go up without the damage going up? Like, that is really surprising. Oh man. Okay, thank you, Xario. Good to know. I guess stay tuned for more. Okay, good start to the patch testing, guys. I guess we might go on the Druid for a little bit and see what happens. How about that? Okay, I guess we can keep this thing there. At least scoundrels. Oh, I want to see the scoundrels actually. Okay, let's check that out real quick. Thanks, Tayo. I want to see a scoundrel's kiss and the explosions. There's a thing. Scoundrel's Kiss. So let's see what this does. Stardust is probably just showing the extra stack but not actually adding the damage. Now I wouldn't just assume that everything that they've changed is not in effect. But this Andariel stuff is pretty hilarious. Now a better question is, do new Andariels have the right effect? What if you make a new Andariel? Has anyone tried that? Artsec of Andariel. Yeah, it turns out this is impossible. Because they didn't actually make it spawn on the enemy. Rolling Barb is juiced now. Yeah, Rolling Barb is gonna be pretty good. Okay, let's see what this does. Rapid fire. Man, that's a big explosion actually. Okay, it has a very light spread. You see this? Yo, RT stack again. Thank you. That's the ray tracing on black leather. You really want me to get that skin, huh? Is it in the shop? We've basically sponsored it already, I guess. I don't have ray tracing on even, I believe. Very serious. Okay, anniversary gifts I've claimed. It's like on a rogue, I suppose. It's not here. So that chain lighting good. Yeah, I just tried it. I mean, it's not like top tier or something, but it's playable. I'm just not sure where exactly it fits in with like the rest of the builds currently. Look at that AoE though. Yeah, even shooting down here, I hit this thing. With all arrows. Pretty large. How playable? B or A tier? Yeah, it's hard to say, but the gear is not very great, and it's also bugged. In 2 ways. So, I'd rather wait until they fix their Andariels, because it did not get buffed. It did not get changed, actually. Besides, the visuals now appear in different places. That's the only change that happened to Andariels. Okay, let's try a close range. Oh. Okay, do I hit it? 2, 3, 4. It's 5 numbers, right? It looks like the AoE is large enough to always hit a close target. Look. Looks like 5, right? Yes. It's 3 yellows. I'm looking at 3 yellows, 2 white. Yes. Yes. Now that is really good. I don't have it in the shop artist. I actually checked. Okay, what about we have extra common points? It's the same. For some reason the last explosion just happens way closer, you see this? It's like, and then the last one is here. Is that the same like this? Yeah, the last one is always much closer. Not when you shoot far away though, seems kinda close. Okay, yeah, that seems pretty nice, man. With the extra AoE, that's gonna be very good. So I would be really tempted to try. I actually got my Druid actually. I can just spec into the Poison Barrage build, and instead of Poison Barrage, I guess I can play the Barrage anyway for a little bit for benchmarking, and then gonna try the Rapid Fire with it. Poison Rapid Fire, just like the Poison Barrage. Change Stardust to Scoundrels. I mean, Stardust is a pretty big loss to be fair. It's 50% damage buff, but we have extra ranks here at least. We have 25% buff, so it kind of evens out. It should be comparable. Okay, so Rapid Fire seems very nice now. So this is a project for later. Let's put this here. You're running Poison on Earth right now, you're loving it. Yeah, sounds good. Maybe this is like the new way to do it now. Pull hit for 32 mil. Holy, let's go. Let's check it out. Beautiful Sinner. Male Rouge. You want a male Rouge artistic? Oh no, I'm not sure if I can do that. Alright, so nothing has masterworked yet. Let's do that a little bit. I'd like to hit the close DR here. Yeah, like the core skill ranks. I hit the armor actually, which is not terrible. Yeah, I want to hit the DR. We're not hitting anything.
Not bad.
Of crit. Yeah, I'd like to hit the wound thing. Oh, we did, okay.
Unexpected.
More earth crits. Yeah, how much is my damage versus crowd control bonus right now? 31. It's alright, I guess. Resistances. Oh, fine. 0.4 overcapped. 52k life, no potion. We hit the movement speed on this thing. That's kinda cool. I mean, these are really good boots. I can up them. Let's go for 8. Okay. Alright. I mean, this is all 0GA affixes, so I don't really want to boost it to 8 here. And this is basically 0GA as well. It doesn't even have a great role in damage reduction. So, I need to get a better Insatiable Fury. There's a fast bear, man. We have 177 in town. That's gonna be good. Also, we need to get these wolves here. Like, it's also perfect temper, man. These boots are nuts. Like, this is crazy. I don't really want to have move speed here, and I also don't really want to have the life. The crit is fine. I'd like to have envenom and quick shift optimally. So this is not an amulet I want, really, but okay. We have our armor cap, so I think I might just go for this. When does the core skill upgrade? At rank 7, I guess, right? Yeah, do I want to do that? You have to level some glyphs and stuff, so let's start with that. I guess you can gamble glove here.
It seems a fair bit of magic. It seems your prayers have been answered until
Lucky
next
hit,
time.
well, power. I probably had some pull gloves at some point and I destroyed them. It's just kind of sad to think about.
Came apart nicely.
Okay, pop this. Oh, 62k life. We have our passives unlocked. 9% DR. 12% life. Oh, did it fix this? 20% life. Yes. Every 10th kill. Yes. Yes. Okay. We get spirit here, so I wonder how this is gonna feel. We have metamorphosis here. I did not put evade cooldown reduction. I have no cooldown reduction besides a bit here. So my evade is 9 seconds. And I get minus 1.5 per attack. So after around 5 attacks, maybe 4, I'll reset it. Become unstoppable for 2.5. Okay, let's try it. There's a bunch of glyphs that are not online currently. So these are fine. This is 1. And this is 1, so we need to level those 2. So let's just start with this and see what happens here. Pit just got easier. Pit is so easy. Yeah, it's just, you know, you have to establish a new baseline now. Like your anchor is like, you know, oh, I can kind of farm 70. And now it's just kind of like, oh, I can farm 90. Let's go. It's just like the new baseline. Okay, Tibbet's full attack is working really well, it seems. That's good. 15 million, I see. Kapow. Critting all the time. I think this was not even... 67 million? Okay. With this potato druid. Okay. Let's go. I like it. Basically everything is a crit. Let's see the boss. I mean, it's only an 80, but we can probably just go straight to 100, honestly. It's not really a reason to stay down here, dude. I'm like one-tapping this stuff. No envenom, nothing. Hello. That's a lot of stuff. Thank you. Yes. Patch is live. We're trying it out right now. You wanna see? Here, look. Quickly.
What am I looking at?
I'm fighting a pulverized druid.
Oh,
Oh, that's hot.
yeah.
Oh, thank you. You gonna log in?
I don't have my laptop with me.
You can try on the other one. Yeah. You should try it though when you're back.
Okay, what changed?
Oh, they buffed a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is just way stronger right now.
What about Rogue?
Rogue is also stronger in some builds. Rogue is really good now.
Hi guys, yes, Mimi's here.
Nini, log in. Yeah, that 67 million just like that on a pulverized seems pretty good actually. I need to try this a bit more. Not every time I hit 60 million, but a good hit. Okay, let's go up a bit. I guess bosses might still be the problem here, but I've really tried to optimize around boss damage, so let's see. Nini.
That was a scoundrel's kiss.
You gonna
Scroll up.
I got a scoundrel's kiss on stream. Yeah. Are you a scoundrel?
What's that?
That's a rogue item. That's a new ring for rapid fire.
Oh. So, how's the Rogue now?
Andariel is bugged, yeah. And rogue is pretty powerful. It's probably the second strongest class now, actually.
After what?
After Barb, of course.
Always Barb.
Always Barb.
I was leveled in both a Rogue and a Sorcerer.
OMG, I just heard Andy, it's so much stronger now. Well, the power of placebo, my friends.
Placebo.
Yes.
Who's
They-
down, by the way?
Yeah, they did a, yes. They did an update to Andariel's Visage, which a lot of people were hyped about. So, you know how it works?
Dark.
Andariel, yeah. It's like a poison proc.
Oh, I can do 3.
Yeah, it procs like poison, exactly. And they made it so that now it procs on the enemy instead of on you. So you can play it ranged, basically. However, they made it so only the animation is ranged. The explosion still happens around you, but it's invisible.
You don't see him?
Yeah, I mean, you see the explosion, you see it on the enemy, but the damage appears around you.
Oh.
Yeah. And also they wanted to buff the damage, and they did not buff the damage. So, very good. Nice patch.
People are coughing.
And people are like, man, it feels so much better now. Yeah. Well, the reason why it feels so much better is because they went into the pit, and the pit has become a lot easier.
Still membership, someone says.
I mean, Druid is probably the second weakest class, I guess. Ahead of Sorc, I would say, outside of like Fireball shenanigans. Druid has a bunch of pretty decent builds. There's like 5 builds, like the good thing about Druid is there's like 5 builds on the Druid that are all like pretty competitive with each other, which is kinda cool.
The real question is, are you ever gonna play Necro
Yeah, we'll play Necro. But we have some
after this?
patch testing to do though, so I prepared a few builds I wanna try and all that. So it will take a little bit.
Are you gonna play Minion Pit?
Yeah, I want to play a minion Necro, I want to play a Blight Necro, and I want to play a Bone Spear Necro.
So you're gonna make 3 necros.
Oh, I might only make 1 or 2 and then switch builds, but yeah.
How are they going to make this back easier?
Yeah, who knows. Maybe
It's
in
so nice if you had a wardrobe, like a big brave.
maybe an expansion copium.
I think they could make it like the wardrobe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're already working on that, but it's not ready. 2, 3, 4. Ugh, not enough. Okay.
Why rip for the bolt? Did
Rip
you
for the
remove
bolt.
potion?
They nerfed it, so it's not like completely busted anymore for barbs
Oh,
and
no.
for necro minions. Yeah, you're gonna feel that one.
So much.
Yeah,
Stacking them for my mega big push.
yeah, it's kind of cool. This is like one shot one little guy and then the entire screen explodes. Yeah, I know.
No, it was not working like that for me.
Oh, for minions it was like that actually.
It's using it more with my rogue.
If you're rogue.
Yeah. It felt very weak compared to other times I was leveling with rogue.
Okay, let's try. Okay, this is basically as tanky as it gets. It has a boss. It has a Den Mother boss, and it has 85% barrier. Tier 100. Let's see. They turned off Holy Bolts for Necros. Oh, so it doesn't work at all for Necro minions or what? Wait, it just doesn't work. Period. Oh. What? So apparently Holy Bolt is just turned off entirely. What are you gonna do?
I'm playing with my neck right now.
Time to log into Barb.
I never play Barb and you know.
Yeah, it's time.
No,
Before they nerf it into the ground. Because they surely will.
hope so.
Kappa.
Don't like Barb.
You don't like big muscle men? What about big muscle woman?
Especially them now. Why can't we have a Barb?
A bard?
A Barb.
Yeah. Well, some people are playing bard in chat.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Chad doesn't like me very much. My unpopular opinion.
Yeah, you're very unpopular currently. Yeah, you shouldn't say bad things about barbs.
Why?
If you want to be popular, I mean.
Oh,
Same.
I'm a girl after all. I can be popular. I think.
Whenever. Mm-hmm. Man, those crits feel amazing. Like, actually, the 67 million we saw earlier is actually just a shockwave. Which means I still get, you know, half of that as my original hit as well. So I have 100 million actually if you combine the two. Kinda sick. I love that everything is a crit as well. What's my crit chance? 50. And then plus 11. 17. Yeah, not quite there at 100% crit, but
Holy Ball is disabled for everyone.
yeah.
Because the game to crash.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Is there blue pulse or something? No, a lot of people were saying they just turn it off. So something bugged out, I guess. Unlucky. Good thing is I had zero intention of using Holy Bolts anytime soon, so that's cool. Kapow, 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 kapow. Dude, look at the resource. Dude, I have like infinite resources. It's crazy. I mean, it's because of Spirit on Kill, I guess.
Speak clearly.
Ah,
No, I'm redeeming that.
you redeem? Okay. All boss is not disabled. Okay. Okay, check if Rogue Revivify is bugged without Scoundrel's Kiss. Oh, I did not try without Scoundrel's Kiss. Not that anyone would really use it without Scoundrel's Kiss these days, I guess. Keep shooting 1 or 2 arrows or none when you stop shooting at monsters. That sounds funny. Okay. Can check. Okay.
What happened?
Well, happened.
How?
Yeah. Feels good. That was a tier 100 with 85% barrier.
Where are you going?
I'm going back to the shrine that I just left. There was a shrine there.
Are you very slow or is it me?
That's you.
Seems very slow to me.
It's big steps.
No, my Necro is so fast.
Okay. I mean, when I go in wolf form, I have 183% movement speed. So, I'm pretty close to cap.
Good doggy. Enjoy your foodie.
Thank you. Okay, I gotta say, this feels really good. But now I'm moving back to the land of the heroes. In 1.5 months, actually, roughly. Got a mad wolf's glee. Do we care about this? I don't think so, right? So, boom.
Well struck.
Do we care about this ring? Well, let me check. We have the Druid gear here somewhere, right? So what do we got there? Attack speed, distance, damage over time, will. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna beat these. So there's no other like Druid build I wanna make anymore this season, I believe. So it's gonna be Vinci and Pulse that we're gonna play for the rest of the season on Druid, I think.
Need something for it? Come back if you need work.
Alright, let's do some more. Underroot. We can actually do it. Because we have 2 Dura unlocked as a Druid. What build do I play? Do I have it in build command? I think I might have put it here. Did not actually. Okay, let me put it. Let's be out real quick. So here's Pulf. Again, you can always find the builds as well in the Discord. This is okay, Pulf, Flay, Andariel, Rogue, Heartseeker. So let's do this for now. For YouTube as well in the YouTube description. Okay. I don't tweet about Holy Bolt X are crashing the game, so they disabled that. Great. Let me see it. Oh, we're actually starting the podcast very soon, I just realized. Ah, here, we're seeing some crashes coming from the Holy Bolt in power. But now we're going to disable the power on this. Players can still consume Elixir while it's happening, but we're going to not use these, as they have no power associated. Investigating crashes, we're going to fix ASAP. Ah, patch day stuff, guys. That's what it is. Can you get status guys on any builds? Not really. The thing is, you don't really spend much resources to proc it. You can spend resources with Flurry, but you don't want to cast Flurry like that often to do that, I think. So, it's not worth it, I think. Do we need to refarm Ubers after the patch? No. But I was asking earlier, here's also people mentioning this. Andariel's Visage damage was not increased. So has anyone gotten a new Andariel since the patch and tried if it's also bugged? Okay, let me check in with the guys, yeah. In 2 minutes we're starting. So I guess let's get ready. So the podcast that we're gonna have is Chronix, Mippy, Condis, Boiler, and me. 5 Maxwell dudes. We have 100% from Rogue, Barb, Druid, Necro. And then I'm not the Rogue actually, that's Mippy, so I will probably cover like Sorc and well, everything a little bit, I guess. So that's cool. I mean, I don't want anyone to go and craft an Andariel right now, just to, you know, in case you have not enough leftover sparks or something. Like, maybe someone has found one, maybe someone is crafting one or whatever. So if anyone has gotten a new Andariels, just to check, would be interesting to know. Okay, let's do this. Join call. Hello.
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 Start virtual camera. Wait, you sent for Steam OBS this one.
I guess what I can do. Oh wait, I'm not to push a talk. Sorry.
Settings, click virtual camera. Hang on. Where is
So guys, what I will do, I guess, I want to keep playing. I want to keep grinding because it's patch day and stuff.
There.
So we're gonna be kind of doing this a bit more casually. I'll just keep playing, and we're gonna put the Discord
5 people, it's gonna be a little bit wonky.
Discord thing as an overlay here.
Here.
How does that? So let me see.
virtual camera's on. Hang on.
Maybe can make this work. Let me check. Still pop out, I guess.
I guess then in my scene, I need to use the virtual cam.
Let me just set this up real quick. Copy.
Where is it though? Hang on. Or maybe I have to select it in here.
Oh no, if someone disconnects now, it's gonna actually everything. Oh no.
Okay.
There's Condis. So how are you guys doing, guys?
Trying to set up the video, but other than that,
I'm good so far. How are
Have
you
you ever
Woody?
tried this with the virtual camera on Discord?
no, but it says it's on. But I think I need to restart Discord. Is that a problem?
No, you can do that.
Okay,
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Oh no. I've done a little bit of pit right now, and it's actually crazy how much easier it is.
Yeah, this is what I heard from people as well in chat. So kinda
There we go.
interesting.
Okay, hang on. I need to remove all these labels and then make it full screen.
I guess I'll remove my cam for this, right? So I'll
Yes,
do this.
If you can get rid
Easy
of
clap.
the border as well, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Full screen.
I mean, technically I could just do this, right? When I'm playing in the background. How's that, guys? Should I make it larger
There we go.
when I'm still playing a little bit, I guess?
Nice.
Maybe like this.
But it's oh yeah, it's
What do you guys think?
It's the wrong way around, no BS. Oh well. Doesn't matter.
Something like that. So I can still see the
Okay.
gameplay a little bit. Or I can do this, maybe.
So
Yeah, on the left you can see the names as well, so you can see who's talking.
Condis, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm testing my whirlwind Barb, and he did like 79s, and now I can do. I haven't pushed yet, so my max was 104, and I did it in 3 minutes. So well, I could have.
Yeah, it
it's
seems like
kinda
everyone is
crazy.
going up a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
30 tiers at least for lower ends.
I was easily doing plus 25 for just speed farming. Literally 25 more ranks. Oh wait, that's completely wrong. Maybe you were
That's
Woody for a
crazy.
second here.
Hang on. How do I capture your guys' video cams now? You
I'm
can
just-
if
I
pop
can
up into
give you a
the
tip if
next
you want.
window.
Yeah, like do a pop out of the call
Yeah.
and then use that as, you know, a source basically, as a window capture,
Use that
and then you
as-
can cut it together.
Okay. I have to cut it together, yeah, and then I have to overlay mine over the part where, yeah, I see. Okay. Let's do that.
I can't stack it differently, guys. So this is it. That's the Discord window. I mean, I could like do 5 cutouts for everyone and have like an individual camp for everyone, but I'm not gonna do that now, I guess. So it's gonna go with this. So this will take too long to set up. It's gonna be a relatively short podcast, so we're kind of just chilling a little bit. I need to level some more glyphs, so let's do that while we're here, and then we can go
This
to
one.
I agree.
It's this one.
pit afterwards.
Alright.
Did I open a dungeon? Yeah, let's go. Let's do that.
Make that big. Wait, I can't hear Condis.
Hello?
Probably
Yeah, I couldn't
talking
hear
to
you.
chat, I guess. Boiler,
Yeah.
how are you doing?
I mean, I was talking to my chat, so yeah, no
Okay.
problem.
So
Are you gonna get a
How are
cam
you
from
guys?
Boiler? Face reveal?
No.
Today is not the day.
Ah, shit.
Oh
was
no, I
hoping,
should
yeah.
have told you, Woody.
That's
Wait,
fine.
I'll send you the Druid icon that I'm using that right now.
wait.
Nah, it's fine. I'm just doing the kind of stuff set up with
Okay.
Discord over only. Like, it's fine. You know, I'm playing a little bit meanwhile and stuff. I need to grind. So
Yeah, I have like 100 versions to do in the meantime. Perfect time.
Okay.
yeah.
Chronix, I think you need to cut me again, but
Yeah, I don't know
like,
what you did. Holy. Wait.
Like, this is how
No,
it
you
gives
you
it
are
out to
you are
me.
you are
Hang on,
screaming
hang
then
on.
pop out.
Hang on.
No face reveal feels bad, man.
You need to maybe you need to do 2 scenes. One of the scene needs to be a full screen cam.
Yeah.
And the first one is gonna be what you usually stream.
Okay, but the virtual cam.
Just load us
The
up.
virtual
Allow
cam
me
is then going to take the scene
2 events here.
which you basically are full screen on the cam. This is what the little cogwheel is for.
I am so confused. Hang on.
Click the cock. Click the cock.
Oh god.
Log.
And this is what you get for using Streamlabs OBS. I'll be right back.
Wait, which one?
I agree with
Which
that
one?
actually.
I'm so confused.
Boiler's in chat. That's one of our participants here, guys. Druid guy. Next one.
It only allows me to like it gives the video capture device, but apparently it only takes that from wherever I use the scene.
Yeah,
That's-
and then you
that's-
then you change the scene to be a new scene, which is a full screen cam, basically.
Yeah, that's what I did. Hang on.
It looks like you're streaming your screen though,
Yeah.
with the virtual camera.
No. Look. This is what I do. Let me remove this. Right. This is my cam. Right. I can do that.
Hello?
And then this is what
Oh,
I do
now I
full-
know what you did. Okay, because you don't want to be mirrored. Now I
They
understand.
got teleport over there, man. Look at this.
No, it doesn't. It's
Nest.
not only for
Yeah,
the
it
mirror
says-
because, like,
Oof.
is it possible that you just take the crop from me when I
Yeah,
do
well,
it like this?
I can fix it, but then you need to stop fixing it.
Yeah, hang on. This is what I mean. Like this, right? Fits tight and snugly in the middle.
Yeah, it's
Professional
gonna be not
streamers.
the best
To be fair,
quality
it is kind
of
of
you,
difficult to
but
set
we
this
can
up, I
test.
think, on Streamlabs OBS. So Mippy is using that. I'm using just normal OBS,
Scene.
and it is kind of wonky as far as I know.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that's the problem. I cannot select the scene from there.
Oh,
Fine, I fixed it.
okay.
Like
I fixed
the
it.
virtual cam. You fix it?
Yeah, no problem.
But we
You-
can
you
have
just gotta be a little bit lower
Inception now. Look,
quality
there's
now.
like many.
That's fine. Can you still see it fine?
Yeah, we can definitely see you.
Okay.
Don't worry. Almost not noticeable.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do a quick sound check real quick.
Hello.
Also, chat, let me know if someone is too low or too high. You wanna call names?
Yeah, Woody.
Okay, that's me.
Okay. Maybe please.
Yo, what's up? It's Mippy.
Wonderful. Condis.
Szedł Sasza suchą szosą, same nogi Saszy niosą.
Oh God. I hope that wasn't bad words. And Boiler, please.
How we doing?
Oh, that was barely low. Okay, I think. Can you do it again?
Yeah, of course. What do you need?
Okay. Should be fine. And this is me, 1-2, 1-2.
I think I'm gonna up boiler a little bit, right?
Wonderful.
Are we gonna get cam? Because I don't have cam from Chronix, boiler, or maybe.
I totally forgot to start mine.
Wait, you don't have cam from me?
I
Oh,
see.
no, now
Okay,
it
now
changes
I see
everything.
Chronix now, but I don't see. Maybe I have his screen basically.
Yeah,
maybe-
that's. You need to crop it basically.
No,
That's yeah, because it doesn't seem to like the virtual cam doesn't seem to fully work with Streamlabs, and it just takes whatever cam you have. That's
Poland mentioned. Hog. Okay, I
I'll try
see.
I'll try to change it, but it's fine.
Maybe we can ask Rax. I think he also uses Streamlabs OBS.
Hang on. If I
Maybe
do this, it's gone, right?
Now it's just back to what it was.
Yeah. No sound? Oh, my sound was muted, indeed. On stream. So
Yeah, the problem is if you fix it now, maybe, then I need
it
to
will break for
redo
you.
everything.
yeah. I'll just leave it like that.
Okay, leave it. Scuffed setup today, guys. That's how it is.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's going to take me 2 minutes now with this. Because I need to refix Mippy now, really quick.
High
What
speed
are
is
you
180,
eating,
meter 126 now.
What's for dinner?
Yeah, I guess it calls for another pit leaderboard, huh? Should do that. I've been discussing with the moderators, and we
Okay,
might actually
hear
do
us.
another
Andariel.
leaderboard event.
Can feel damage increase, but Nova bug? Yeah. The Nova bug on a player is super weird.
Yeah, so apparently the damage was not actually increased. It's just a tooltip.
Wait, what?
Yes.
The
So
damage?
Xaria was on my chat earlier. He told me he tested it before, after patch, and it's exactly the same damage. It's just a
no.
tooltip that's higher. It's kinda hilarious. How good is Emerald 12 out of
almost done
12?
now.
Exploit Mana's Fridges. What is
Steps
broke?
Woody and then
That is insanely
ready
good.
to go.
That is like the best Emerald I've seen the entire season. Triple best passives. I mean, what do you mean, how good is it, man? It's
Wonderful.
ridiculous. Yeah, Visage back. I guess they'll do like some update anyway on the Holy Bolt stuff, so I guess they're gonna fix the Andariel as well. Maybe in a few days. So for now, we just play the video game and keep going with what we had. I'd like to try the Andariel Sorc again
And
then.
what happened now? Did someone drop out of the call?
No.
Mippy.
Oh yeah, Mippy is streaming the different scene.
This doesn't work. Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, so the quintuple cam on the top right, guys, is Mippy. So he streams basically his entire Discord scene.
Yeah, maybe you can't.
But he's there too.
You can't stream the game now. That's impossible. And I don't know if he hears us now. Probably doesn't.
Wait, you guys don't hear me?
Now we hear you.
You were muted, yeah.
Where's my thing? Yeah.
But I'm okay. You can hear me now. Okay. I have to get the Discord audio in. That's why I changed the scene to copy.
If you go into the game, then that's not gonna work.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. Sorry for technical difficulties.
Woody is super low quality now for some reason. I don't get why.
Oh, story of my life, man.
Oh, and that's not what I meant. Okay. I understand. I was still cropping in Mippy's weird full Diablo stream Discord stream there. Okay, I'm sorry. Now we almost have it. Now
Okay,
this is a great looking Woody. Now perfect.
Okay, now the people from Discord should be all
You need
level
4
up.
more woodies. I
Right.
can do that actually.
Nice, we got it.
Still hate that the MIPI quality is gonna be very off, but we can't really change that now. Okay, everyone is looking fantastic now. Also the boiler druid icon. Perfect.
Nice.
So there we
Insane,
go.
love it.
We did the sound check, so let's actually start with the Max Roll mid-season update podcast. And thank you guys so much for joining. We have actually a very impactful list of changes, although the patch notes actually seem to be are fairly short. They actually have quite a lot of impact, and I want to go through the changes to quite a lot of builds today. And at the very end, I wanted to also do a really quick rapid fire chat questions section. But first of all, I want to have a brief introduction for the people listening for what you guys are responsible on the D4 Maxroll team, and also what type of other content you create on the various platforms like YouTube, Twitch, and so on. So maybe we start out with Condis here.
Hello, I'm Condis. I'm a Maxroll Barbarian writer, the newest addition to the team. You can see my Flay Barb guide, which is already posted. And that's my first guide there. So if you have any insights to it, I'm welcome, because I'm still learning. And yeah, I'm mainly playing Barb. I'm playing Barb every season. We'll play Barb until my death. I just like bonking stuff. And yeah, my role is that I am a Polish content creator. That's what I'm mostly known for. I'm starting to do more English stuff, like Maxroll here, but I'm still mostly doing it in Polish. But I will, as for the Flay Barb guide, start to do some English content too. So if you are only English speaker, you can still follow me to find more stuff about mostly Barbarian.
Okay, thank you so much. Mippy, you go next.
Hey guys, I'm Mippy. I'm mostly doing real content. I've joined the Maxroll team like I think 2 to 3 months ago now. Was like the beginning or like mid of season 3.
No, 60 dB and 50
I'm
from
mostly found on YouTube
playing
lately, but I do want to stream a little bit more as well. Also, many people might know me from the Sanctuary Discord, where I am the head of Rogue Game Mechanics Specialist. And yeah, I love spreadsheets, testing numbers, crunching builds, and I also love pushing ladders. This is mostly what my build videos are going to be about, like how can I also reach a high ladder push, a high tier in the pit. This is currently what I'm focusing on. And yeah, I'm also writing guides on Maxroll. I have the Patchwork guide this season, and I also did a few of the specialized guides, like the Shadow Step build that did not take off too well, but we also had the Rapid Fire one, and you also saw a few things going around, like Rapid Fire one shot, and yeah, there's more stuff to come. I'm working on a Heartseeker video right now, so definitely a hype build still, and yeah, we're gonna see more of that.
Thank you, Mippy. Next up, Boiler.
Hey, I'm Boiler. I'm one of the Druid class riders over at Maxroll. I ride alongside Moxie and McFluffin. I joined the Maxroll team about a week before launch, and since that time I've kind of gained a lot of responsibility on the Druid side. I'm currently responsible for the Wind Shear, Hurricane, Support, Pulverize, Tornado, and Lightning Storm guides over on Maxroll. So if you've seen any of those, check them out. I do stream maybe about once every other day on average, I would say, kind of as available. And most of my YouTube content to this point has been clears, although I have dipped my toes starting this season in creating actual build guides, formal build guides, going through all aspects of a build for you.
Thank you. And Woody, how about you?
Yes, hello guys. So I'm Woody. I play a lot of Diablo. I'm actually the director of the Diablo franchise on Maxroll, so for those that didn't know that, so basically I am responsible to make sure that everything goes well and have the overall overview of the team and the content that we're writing. Mostly Druid main, sorry, Rogue main. I'm playing Druid right now. So, yeah, so you might remember the Twisting Blades guides, for example, which I've actually just spent 2 hours updating earlier this morning in preparation for the hype patch for Twisting Blades, so there's that. And some other stuff that I've been working on. And, yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to be here, so let's go.
Thank you so much. I think I closed the introduction out by saying I'm Chronix. I'm part of the
Druid
Necromancer guide writer team alongside Macro BioBoy, and that's basically all there is to the Maxroll team. We're trying to force the YouTube channel a little bit more. This is exactly where this is going to be uploaded to as well. So if you guys are interested in more stuff like this, I suggest you subscribe to the Maxroll YouTube as well. Links to all of the content creators that are part of this podcast right now are going to be linked down in the description for people that are watching the VOD on YouTube. And yeah, outside of that, I'm also playing quite a lot of hardcore, trying to push the pit as much as possible, and having quite a lot of fun on stream doing various challenges and yeah, just having a blast. So let's start out with the first topic that we actually have, and this is about the first part of the patch notes where we go about over the Uber uniques that are changed. So, for example, the Andariel's changes, and those have quite a lot of impact for not only the rogues that were mainly using that, but since the change to now it also triggering on the ranged enemies and not triggering from the wearer or the character itself, it's going to impact quite a lot of builds. And I've actually seen Woody's video, which I find extremely interesting, is the chain lightning Andy's rogue. What's the idea behind that, Woody? Can you explain that to us?
It's a Sorc, not a rogue, but...
sorry, did I say Sorc? I'm sorry. I said rogue, I meant Sorc. I'm extremely sorry.
Well, it's just some idea I had, because I've tried to make Andariel's work on other classes. So I think other people have also tried that with various setups, and, you know, basically I was trying to replicate what we can do on Rogue already, where Andariel's is actually a very powerful item and has its own build that is actually like a valid meta, actually S-tier build at this point, I guess. And yeah, I wanted to see, like, you know, my train of thought was, okay, so Sorc is kind of like a low baseline. It's not hard to beat other builds on the Sorc currently. So I was like, okay, even if it's like, you know, even a fraction of the power of what he can do on Rogue, it would still be, you know, somewhat acceptable for Sorc standards. So I tried to make some lightning setup work, if I'm still the currents, chain lightning, and also flaky hit. Sorc has a lot of that anyway. And I actually briefly tried it now till the patch is out. But as we learned, Andariel's was actually neither buffed in damage, nor does it proc on the enemy. So basically the entire patch was a lie for Andariel's. And I will revisit this again when that is fixed. So, but yeah.
Oh, so not only the damage hasn't been adjusted, but it also does not proc on ranged.
Yes. So it's it's just not really working out at all right now, because I was not really expecting to like stand in the middle of a pack and start spamming chain lightnings as a Sorc, so it's not really the way. And we'll see when they fix it. I'll try it more, I guess. It's definitely an intriguing change though, because it definitely opens up, you know, interesting more setups. I think ultimately though, Andariel's will remain a rogue item, and you know, whenever it's going to be good for rogues, and without any major changes for other classes that give like a lot more synergies. Druid has some of those, like the same glyphs that Rogue has, for example. There's like a tracker glyph, there's a Bane glyph. It's the same glyph on the Druid. But I tried it on a Druid and it did not work out at all. So there is like a lot of stuff missing for other classes to really make it good, I think.
Yeah, I would say on the whole, I would say on the whole, Druids don't really scale either poison or lucky hit chance nearly as well as rogues. There's a low but non-zero chance that Wind Shear could maybe utilize Andariel's, assuming it gets fixed in the future, but my hopes aren't high for an Andy's Druid build.
And I'm looking at the Rogue, I think the potential that we have seen from Andariel's is quite strong. It seems like the a good contender for the second best build right now. Obviously, the visual is off, and as Woody said, the damage is also not increased despite it should be so. We'll see how it turns out, because we in GMS we tried to optimize the Andariel's build a little bit, and we calculated it to be damage-wise very close to Heartseeker, especially with the new updates and things that are working with Andariels, such as Deadly Ambush from Rogue, which is not supposed to work with Andariels, or anything that does not crit, but it does. So yeah, that's also something that we are going to look into. And yeah.
How about Barb, Condes? Can you make it work?
Yeah, I mean, I tried. The problem on Barb is that you don't have that much lucky hit chance skills, and you can't scale it that well like Rogues or Sorcs. You can try to go Frenzy, because it hits twice, so it may sound good, but it's not enough. You need way more lucky hits. Well, then can you try Leap? Because Leap has very big base lucky hit chance, but then it's too slow and still not reliable enough. And if you scale Leap, then you need to put a lot of points into making the cooldown lower, because it's possible to leap all the time, but then you need to put a lot of resource into leaping, not into damage and the lucky hit chance. So yeah, it's, as for now, no Andariel Barbs yet.
I'm also really curious how we can actually make use of the lifesteal in the future, especially because right now it's more of like a you're either alive or you're dead situation. You're either full health or you're dead. So I don't really see the lifesteal being like a full-blown defensive stat. It's more of like a just feel-good stat where you are, after a fight, you are definitely going to be at full HP, but it's not really going to save you in one of those crucial moments, at least for now, I think, especially because it has some rather low scaling on the top end, right? It's not a real 2% lifesteal, because when we're hitting for millions, that would be quite a lot in terms of healing. I'm really curious if that is ever going to matter, that stat in
It is actually pretty good, I gotta say. So speaking of the lifesteal in particular, like I've been running a lot of Andariel Rogue in the last like 2 weeks, and I do feel the lifesteal, and it's very nice to just kind of like dot up a pack and run away from it, and like no matter what hits you, you just kind of stay full life as the dot is ticking. So behind you, you have like the 5 pack, and you know, you do like, I don't know, 10 million DPS on each of them. And even if the scaling is low, you're gonna be insta full HP whenever something hits you. So with dots in particular, that's really cool actually. So that's what I noticed. But yeah, it does have some low scaling, but I'm not really worried that even if, as long as we get like 0.1 lifesteal or something, that will still be enough to just kind of top us up like easily anyway on like any serious build in late game. So
yeah, to add to this, especially it is a good thing, because many things that are dangerous for rogues in particular, and rogues are the main users for Andariels, is, for example, things that have like this damage over time component, poison puddles on the ground, scorching affixes from elite packs, and also this was the case in patch 1.4.2, where shadow bosses had certain attacks that dealt damage over time. These are mostly tuned down in 1.4.3, but they were still dangerous to us in the previous patch, so we'll have to see how dangerous they are in the new patch. Very preliminary testing showed that to be a lot lower. And in these situations, a little bit more lifesteal can't hurt. I mean, it's sort of like a mini Undying, and we were running Undying in many rogue builds prior to cutting it for more DPS, because we, well, also have Siphoning Strikes to top us up, but, well, more healing can't hurt.
Yeah, so to elaborate on that real quick, so the reason why dots are so dangerous on rogues is because Dark Shroud only works against hit damage, not against ground effects or dots or something like that. So if you have something on you, then the lifesteal, especially with a dot build that Andariel produces, actually directly counteracts any kind of dot damage you could take, which is very strong.
It kind of makes the rogue very complete, right? So
yeah, basically, like you would think that, okay, right, Andariel doesn't have any defense, there's no life, it's not a Harlequin crest, right? There's no 20% DR, no defensive aspect, nothing, but the lifesteal is actually helpful as long as you don't get one shot. So it does help quite a bit.
Yeah, and also like to add, when you play Andariel, you can play Debilitating Toxins, which is a rogue passive that gives you 15% damage reduction. So you can kind of make up for that, because when you're playing Shaco, you may or may not have poison available to grant you that defense. So it's a nice additional nade. It's not exactly 20%, and you don't get Darkshot ranks like with Shaco, but it does help defensively, and yeah, that's a pretty good thing for sure.
Speaking of defense, when we are looking at Tyrael Smite and Doombringer, how do we look at changes for the damage increase for Tyraels and the damage increase to the Doombringer? Will we see any of these in the Maxroll guides right now? Is anybody going to now go like, okay, I will definitely make use of those, or is the double damage not enough?
I would want to add one thing on top of the topic of Andariel, and
Sure.
Andariel does a very good synergy with Tyrael Smite, because for Tyrael Smite you need to have not the healthy status, but you need to be on full life. So the dots like bleeds on Barb, poisons on Rogue, shadow dots on Necro helps you use all the power of Tyrael Smite. And then speaking of Tyrael Smites, I'm playing right now the Whirlwind Barb with Tyraels, and you have very fun interaction when you spam Whirlwind. Then you just shoots out all the projectiles, and yeah, they deal significant damage, especially for clearing basic monsters. Not like the boss killer type, but especially for Helltides, you have full screen clear build on Barb. Like for the first time, you can just Whirlwind through the Helltide and everything on your screen dies. So yeah, that's very fun.
So it looks like it's definitely going to be more of like a speed farming, outer world farming type of thing for Tyraels, right? Or is anybody else going to be like, yep, I'll take that and make something out of it?
I mean,
probably not going to be the case, right?
Defensively, it's still very good. You can get your res very high.
Yeah, I think both items remain strong defensive options, but Druids can't wield the Doombringer, and they don't really scale Tyraels quite like a Barbarian might, so it's okay. It's not really why you take it.
Yeah, I kind of resonate with that. So I think like Tyrael's Might in particular is like exclusively used offensively for Barbs, because they can actually scale it through stuff like Berserk Ripping and Gushing Wounds, which is like pretty busted currently. Other classes don't have these kind of generic damage increases that could work with such a proc. It's like a unique case, I think, because whenever that is, like, in a scenario where Gushing Wounds is ever, like, getting tuned down, which I guess is very likely, then I don't think that Tyrael's Might will even have the clear capacity at all. Maybe for Helltides, yeah, okay, because the bar is very low. If you can do, like, 1,000,000 damage consistently or something, you're probably fine. But that's about it. So other classes, you can't really have these, like, generic damage buffs. Barbs are kind of unique with that, with Berserking and these other effects. Doombringer, on the other hand, I mean, people always ask me about Doombringer for rogues in particular, and I always say, okay, you can use it. It's like, okay, you know, if you want to be tanky, it has a lot of life, that's cool. I think the buff that Doombringer received to make it a bit of a more rock-based damage item, it's basically a glorified Elemental Surge, if you look at it, right? That's basically what it is. So, yeah, there's no Elemental Surge build currently that I know of that is in any way, like, you know, competitive. And, well, you could maybe make like a slightly stronger version of an Elemental Surge build now. And that's basically how I see it. So I think the damage on Doombringer also doesn't really matter much.
Yeah, especially like the big issue that we have as rogues with Doombringer is we heavily rely on our weapon tempers right now because they are so strong. Either be it like Caltrops durations, which is basically just a free 2x damage increase. And this is something that Doombringer obviously can't do because it can't be tempered. And also to add like to Tyraels, if there was no ranks to Dark Shroud on rogue chests, we would potentially run Tyraels. As long as that exists, not Tyraels for rogues at least.
Is the damage reduction actually more with the Dark Shroud stuff? With the damage to, with the ranks to Dark Shroud?
Yes.
They're going to, okay.
It's just very significantly higher.
Okay, on Sheet just way more. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so next one, actually Starless. I am, as a Necro main and a Bone Spear lover, I always loved Starless guys because it does so many things for me. It gives me a crazy damage multiplier, and it also solves resources basically completely for me. And on top of that, it now stacks to 5. So not only are you spending less resource, but you're also having a 50% damage multiplier now instead of 40. But at least for Necromancers, the problem is with the tempers existing on rings, they are way too valuable for me to pass up on those, even if that means I would potentially receive a 50% damage multiplier. Is there any use case for that on the Druid, for example, Boiler? Or the Starless, I mean?
Yeah, for Starless, I mean, I don't think, because a lot of, basically we can scale on rings close and distant damage contributing to Thunderstruck in many cases. So that, our tempers and really the attack speed that can naturally come on rings are very valuable to us. I think the only use cases that are realistic for Starless, even after the buff, are issues where it's solving resources. So I'm looking at it for Tornado Druid and potentially Boulder Druid as well. I think those are probably the best fits for a Druid. But if you're using it just as a damage multiplier, very often you can get more mileage out of just a legendary ring.
I guess that's always going to be a problem until we see something for the uniques or the uber uniques in that case.
I'm kind of surprised about this, Connex, what you said with Necromancers. Like, what kind of tempers are you missing that are like so valuable that they would outclass the starters, even with something like a Bone Spear?
I love the resource generation, which also helps me quite a lot with just staying at the top of the maximum essence, basically. So you can also say, like, yeah, the 50% resource cost reduction does basically the same, but as long as we are generating enough resource and also get the additional aspect while also having the additional 2 other affixes next to Lucky Hitchets in Bone Spear's case, for example, we can still profit off of that more. So we would have to give up an aspect like, what is the least one that we would give up for that? Maybe Conceited on the Bone Spear, if we're talking about that, Edge Masters. And then it's not really, it's a 22% damage multiplier difference, or 25% damage multiplier difference, depending on which one we're looking at. And giving up the other 2 stats we need, for example, in my case, in Hardcore Max Life, attack speed is quite nice on the new Bone Spear. I don't see Starless guys winning out, because if you have the resource cost reduction, I'm more so interested in generating the resource more than reducing the base to stay at maximum resource, if that makes sense.
I see. Yeah, I think for Rogue we have a similar-ish problem. Like, those builds where Starless guys would be good usually also want ring tempers. For example, Starless guys could be really good in an imbue focus build where you want to keep up the resource and you spam core skills, which are imbuable. And that usually means that you want either plus imbue, like +3 cold imbue, for example, as a ring temper, or you're playing it in the combo point focus build, and there you would want puncture resource generation to be able to sustain a 1-to-1 rotation. That's very technical for those people who don't play Rogue, I guess. But there's a temper that gives you basically 3 combo points instead of 1 combo point when you masterwork it fully and have, I think, 2 masterwork crits on it. And with that, you basically can maintain a tighter rotation of using your basic skill to generate a combo point and then using your core skill to spend the combo points. And in these builds, you usually play imbuements, and there's also the imbuement, the +3 imbuement thing that you could get on the rings, and Starless guys obviously cannot be tempered. And then you have to basically make a judgment call. Okay, is the 50% bonus that we get from Starless guys, which is multiplicative, now better than the plus imbuement charges that you could be getting instead? And there's a few builds where this is the case, and then there's a few builds where it's not the case. Funnily enough, Starless guys is a very good choice in Andariel's Rogue, because you're playing Flurry anyway. And keeping up the 3 seconds is the 3-second buff from Skulls is basically the same thing as keeping up the 3-second attack speed buff you get from Flurry. So in such a build, it is very, very good to play that. And I think Woody is probably experimenting with Starless in Twisting Blades as well, because I remember us talking about it. So yeah, maybe you can get some insight to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, as a general idea, Starless Skies is just very powerful for any very resource-hungry build, right? Any build that wants to spam a skill as much as possible. So we talked about Bone Spear, we talked about... there's like certainly options, for example, on Sorcs as well, where, you know, if you really want to spam, let's say, Ball Lightning all day long, I mean, it's a very resource-hungry build as well. And depending on what you lose and what you gain, especially if you can make use of the resource part of Starless Skies, it is a really good option, no matter what, I think. Because it just adds so much damage as well, which usually outclasses like a generic aspect. So yeah, it comes down to that, and in fact for Twisting Blades I have actually done a rework. There's actually a version of Twisting Blades that I made that is actually an inner sight build. That is maybe not better than the Calm Points version, but maybe close enough for people that, you know, really don't want to play Calm Points and don't want to go for that, because you still have, for example, 2 Tempers available on the other jewelry slots. So you can actually make the Perma Poison Imbue work with something like that on rogues. And I think there's other options on rogue as well. I think it's a pretty fascinating item because we don't have the, you know, infinite amount of imbuements that we usually are used to in Season 4 currently when we have Starless Skies. And you could actually think about actually playing, for example, physical builds on rogue and just not go for any imbuements and just really dive in with, like, you know, 1-to-1 cycles with puncture, with the resource generation, and just like a mega attack speed, and you can sustain your resources with Starless Skies, and I like that. So I've been working on some of those setups and see what will happen with that.
A rogue without imbuement.
Yes,
Yeah.
can you believe it, man?
Yeah, that sounds unusual.
It works. It works. I'm definitely something that I want to try as well in the future. So yeah.
Yeah, there's certainly cool stuff. I really like Starless Skies. It's a very good item. And it works for many builds, so this is also nice. It doesn't have to be necessarily the best choice, but you can kind of like throw it on many builds, and it will just kind of work, and you will feel good. So that's great about it, I think.
Yeah. So I wanna move on to the next topic, and more so to the more class changes, more insights from everyone. Welcome for sure. It's not just Condis speaking when we're talking about Barb, for example, but that's exactly what I want to start out with. You said before, Condis, that you are already working on the Whirlwind Barb, and trying to fit in Tyrael's Might. And where do we see Whirlwind Barb? Can we actually expect not only a Helltide farmer, but also maybe do it very well in the pit, or at least speed farming purposes?
As for today, the highest I tried was 102, that I did in 2 minutes 30 seconds. Definitely boss died way too fast, so it can easily push higher and speed up to 1/10. My gear is 8 out of 12 and still not even good tempers. I believe I have all the tempers necessary, so it's like at the 70% of the power, I would say. But yeah, 1/10 speed in under 3 minutes should be possible. 1/20s with perfected greater affixes, maybe. Yeah, it's really powerful. The Gushing Wounds combo with Berserker Ripping, probably some even bugs there, as it's like Barb. The main issue or the main abuse is that you can temper all the Vuln, all the crit tempers from Rogue on your weapons, and you have 2 two-handers, you have 2 one-handers, and it's getting out of hand really fast. So yeah, I believe you can even go to Uber bosses with this Barb. I did some Uber bosses earlier, and we went 2 Flay Barbs and 2 Bash Barbs, and we insta-faced Duriel. So yeah, their health is very, very low now. So with Whirlwind, I'm gonna talk to Snail because he's the Whirlwind boss on max roll. But yeah, this Whirlwind will make it to the top.
That's actually surprising. to me. Like, of course, gushing wounds, berserk ripping, and stuff like that makes it viable on single target, but I wouldn't have expected that it's doing that well on a boss. Actually, like that surprises me a little bit, to be honest.
I did try Lilith before the patch, and it's doable on my gear, but I wouldn't try it just yet without the masterwork gear and etc. After the patch, everyone can do that.
The question is that like based on just the gushing wounds in action, or is there any hope for, let's say, you know, playing this with unconstrained or something in the future potentially? Is that like, where's the main damage coming from?
The main damage is, of course, the flat damage from Twisters that you scale with Gushing Wounds, you scale out of crit with Grandfather. My build runs on 5 Uber uniques now because I'm playing also with Salik. You want the 4 Uber variant for maximum damage with like heavy-handed cut to the bone amulet. It gives you even way more damage. Like if you would get GA heavy-handed, then it's like way more damage. You have Hemorrhage that multiplies all your Venom damage on your tree, so you get a little bit of vulnerable damage too. And yeah, most damage comes from the Berserker Ripping, Gushing Wounds, Hemorrhage. I believe you can't scale with unconstrained like a normal Barb would. It's the interaction with Grandfather, doubling your crit, then the critting, the bleeding damage is scaled with Hemorrhage. Yeah, it's just multiplier on multiplier on multiplier on multiplier.
Okay, sounds good.
Sounds like a Barb, to be honest. No, but it's like I was on the fence of making a Barb, but Whirlwind is definitely one of the builds that I really enjoy in an ARPG. I just hope that it's not going to be the best build that you can play. I think there should always be a little bit more involved in the best build that you can play than just holding down right click. But I don't know how you guys think about that.
Well, it's funny because you don't hold the right click. You want to get it on the other skill and just spam it, because then you refresh it and you refresh the twisters from the aspect and you refresh the materials. So the gameplay is, I mean,
you're basically stutter stepping with it then, right?
Yeah, it's not good for your hand. I wouldn't recommend playing this build too long. You're gonna
well,
suffer.
I guess realistically people are going to use a macro for that, Monka 2S, so
yeah, I'm not using it, I'm playing it the right way, but for Omega Speeds I'm holding it down. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, I think the main problem. Yeah, the main problem with that is that, you know, either you effectively are forcing people to use a macro if they don't want to break their hands, or but it just like leads to like a bad gameplay experience if you want to do it manually, right? It's just like, okay, this is Whirlwind, you expect to just hold down the button, but the best way to play it is to not hold down the button and to spam the button instead, right? It's just kind of like some probably unintended interaction, in fact, that just allows you to reset the tick or whatever, you know, to start the tick fresh and then get another proc. And this is how it works, right? And this is just kind of stupid, I think. So that's my opinion on that, at least.
Yeah, it's unintended and I want it to be fixed. It shouldn't work this way.
I don't know, I think this season is kind of hard on the hands in general. Heartseeker is definitely, I'm feeling the Heartseeker.
People were crying about the attack speed nerfs on the season start, but imagine that.
Yeah, that would have been...
no.
Wait, why is Heartseeker hard on your hands? What are you doing?
I mean, I need to right click quite. No, that's the thing. When I speed farm, I just tap it. I don't even stutter step a lot. I just hold down my force move button and then tap right click. It's just way better to look at chat that way than play it normally with stutter stepping. It's way better. But yeah, it's like I feel the hand sometimes. I do have to be honest. But it's like, I'm not complaining. I really like these high attack speed builds. I'm having a lot of fun.
Like coming from puncture twisting blades, Heartseeker feels like you have to like click half the buttons. So yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Heartseeker this season, but I'm also glad to play other builds again. So it's like a decent build to play, like fun-wise for me. But I like other builds a bit more in Rogue, I gotta say.
When we are on the topic of rogues, actually, let me quickly pull that forward. Actually, I had this a little bit further down the list, but when we're on the topic of rogues, we talked about twisting blades, and Woody updating the twisting blade guide. I was actually a really heavy twisting blades enjoyer in season 1. I stepped away a little bit from rogue due to the necro duty, so I wasn't really keeping up with that. Is the buff really going to? Is it enough to bring it back to old glory, basically?
Well, I wouldn't really say old glory, because old glory means it was like the Omega build in the entire game, right? That at least on rogue class that everyone was playing, and we're not gonna get there again. But yeah, Twisting Blades is back, I would say. It's like, it's very good. It's not like the best rogue build. It's not like the best build in the game, but I think we ranked it in A tier now. And that is certainly a good ranking to have, I would say. And who knows, maybe there's going to be other updates in the future, right? Maybe there's going to be, you know, some future item that somehow synergizes with it even better, and it's going to be like back on top for a season or something. But if you want to play Twisting Blades, you don't have to feel bad about it, and that's definitely a good change, I guess. The buff is very significant. I've reworked the update. I've reworked the planners, the guide, and everything. And there's like some new tech now with Stardust and the puncture. So cool stuff there, and definitely it's gonna be fun to play.
Yeah, when I was making the planner, like I was making a planner with Twisting Blades today, and I noticed that there's still some, let's say, there's a little bit of anti-synergy between a few things that Twisting Blades wants to do. Because, for example, as I mentioned earlier, the imbue conflicting with Starless, and then also conflicting with puncture resource generation. And it's when you're trying to gear for close quarters combat, then there's only the damage to crowd control temper, but there's no damage to crowd control affix that can roll on items. So you have to go, you have to go like a few suboptimal choices where you just opt for generic damage instead of like with Heartseeker Victimize, you would go for vulnerable damage, but there's no such thing as damage to crowd control, which can innately roll items. So a few things that feel like they're not entirely efficient, and especially like I feel like there's around 6 good glyphs to use, but you would have slots for 7 for Twisting Blades. So there's also a little bit of a thing which it just feels like there's a few rough edges for Twisting Blades, and then also the Twisting Blades temper not being super efficient at what it does. And with like Twisting Blades feels like it's at the point where with a few good buffs, more than what we saw right now, it would be in a very, very good spot.
Yeah, what we need is Twisting Blades returns twice temper, man. Let's go. That'll be
yeah, let's go.
That'll be badass.
Returns twice. Hell yeah, man.
That would be badass, man. Adam, if you're listening.
Yeah, or like a unique that's like basically including Blade Dancer into the base Twisting Blades is already, or like just changing Twisting Blades to include Blade Dancer like in its regular rotation that you don't need the aspect for. Something that would be amazing, like, right?
Yeah. In fact, actually, this is something I've discussed another time on my stream. I would actually really love for a viable alternative to a Blade Dancer playstyle that focuses more on the returning blades. I would actually really love for Blade Dancer to become one of the upgrades of the skill itself. And, you know, it's like one of the options you can choose, or you can do like something like, you know, plus 200% damage to the returning blade or something like that. And then you play with that and no spinny blade. I would actually love that.
Yeah.
Like
similar to Under Blades in Last Epoch, right?
Yeah, something like that, exactly. Where you have like you open up a completely different playstyle with it, right? And this would be amazing, I think.
When I was playing Rogue and Twisting Blades Rogue in Season 0 and Season 1, it was so cool having to think about where are your blades currently positioned and then trying to line up the returning blade portion of the damage. Well, the reward wasn't as crazy after a while, but that was definitely some mental APM that I really enjoyed doing. That was great, in my opinion. I had a blast there. Then for Rogue, I don't know. I love the concept of Flurry, but I feel like its biggest weakness with single target DPS, single target damage in general hasn't really been adjusted so much. Is there hope for Flurry?
Just use Andariel, lol.
Yeah, but that can't be the fix to every build nowadays, or to every rogue build. We need to.
You definitely need some single targets. That's
like Flurry has a lot of conceptual issues, and it's like I think the damage increase right now is kind of nice if you just want to farm Hellbites with it, but for like any high tier competitive pit pushing or something, Flurry is just not the thing to use as a damage skill. It has great utility from granting attack speed, which is basically the primary use for Flurry at the moment. We just slot it in a build that needs attack speed, essentially, and can afford to build combo points. And that's really about it, honestly, because Flurry just has conceptual issues that hopefully get fixed in the future.
Yeah, for Flurry specifically, it's also something I've discussed at length with my stream. So my idea would be to make it a bit like Jab from Diablo 2, the Amazon skill, where you just attack a few times around you, like, and it splits up the attacks between enemies in your range, basically. So this would like kind of like give it like natural single target, but also give it like some AoE capacity, basically, where, you know, let's say you do like 20 attacks all around you, and it's just split between all the targets. And I think that would be a really cool skill to have in Diablo 4 as well. You know, I really liked Jab actually back in Diablo 2 times. And Flurry could kind of fill that niche, I think.
similar to Bushwhack from Seneschal Season 3. It had ability like that.
Yeah, something like that, exactly.
So they have this already in code, so no Flurry unique, Adam.
Get the Bushwhack aspect, basically.
No, not the aspect. Unique.
Oh, unique, yeah.
I mean, they just put a Flurry unique for the grenades. So yeah, maybe. No Flurry. Maybe Season 6. Okay, Season 6.
I mean, one advantage of such a change would also be that you have extremely consistent like hit triggers, right? If you're talking about like triggering something like Andariel's or like any other like, you know, proc that you care about triggering, you know, a certain amount, right? So this would be kind of cool about it as well. It's not like, okay, you have like 10 targets, you trigger a lot, and then you have single target, you trigger nothing. But you not only have like consistent single target damage, but you also have consistent triggers, which would be kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, there's many things they could do with Flurry. It is not the only solution. There's, you know, other ways to, like, you know, maybe buff it single target or whatever, right? So they could do that. Maybe they give it like a bonus for hitting only at one target or only 3 targets, or there's like effects like this in the game as well. Who knows, right? But it doesn't have to be like a real rework of the entire skill. But yeah, right now it's just not really a thing.
Yeah, like right now I think it still sits well as a utility skill. Maybe we'll see more in the future.
Good. How big would you guys see? I mean, this is probably like a hardcore POV problem that I have when I look at Rogue, and I saw not really a problem, but like a thing that I spotted with the Umbrus aspect now basically losing the restriction for having a marksman skill. How many doors does this open for the Rogue builds in general, especially the melee builds, right? Like, you don't need the puncture anymore. How big of an impact will this have on the builds in general, or twisting blades in that regard?
I can start on this, I guess. So my impression is, especially after like reworking the Twisting Blades guide, it doesn't necessarily change all too much, but it is really nice to have because you just have like more ways to trigger it. So for example, in the past I used to have it always on the neck to have a higher chance because you only had puncture to trigger it on a Twisting Blades build. Now Twisting Blades itself does it, so I put it on a normal slot instead. You still get like, you know, similar amount of shrouds, so that helps already. Many builds in general just kind of like don't really have a way to get these shrouds otherwise. And of course it opens up pure melee builds. So I talked about the inner sight Twisting Blades earlier with Star Disguise. And, you know, the only reason why this works at all is because of that change. Because now you can get the shrouds, and previously that was not possible. You just couldn't play a no generator, or like maybe, you know, maybe here and there user generator kind of skill gameplay as a melee rogue, because you needed the puncture to get the shrouds, and now you don't. And this is kind of cool. And potentially would even get to the point in the future where maybe we have other sources of shrouds, you know, not just on critting and not just on standing still from the enshrouding aspect. But there might be like another 1 or 2 shroud aspects in the future, and it's just kind of like a rogue thing, and there's like many ways to do it, and you just have to choose one of them, right? So this is kind of like where I hope we're going in the future. And yeah, then we would maybe have real melee builds, you know, to actually use like Invigorating Strike or Blade Shift. Like imagine that. So who knows?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it definitely opens up some design space for the future as well, I think.
Yeah, and exactly. That's exactly the point where I would want to add on to this, because I am very glad that I didn't nerf Puncture, but instead are trying to find other ways to make the other basic skills useful, or maybe not make Puncture as mandatory by, well, removing the main part why we use Puncture, because Puncture is so good at triggering Umbras. It still is. Don't worry about that. But now other basic skills could potentially take that spot too. So in that regard, I'm very glad that this limitation is lifted, and I think, as Woody said, it opens up design space. And I also think, well, okay, the thing is, in a build that is, it means like in a flurry build with grenades, for example, right? Each of the grenades can also proc lucky hits. We with these what's it called? It's not Scoundrel's Kiss. It's the other one, Saboteur's Signet.
Saboteur's, yeah.
Saboteur's Signet, exactly. That allows your grenades also to proc lucky hits. So potentially your grenades could also give you Umbra stacks now, which would make a good case for not using Puncture if you have other means of generating combo points. Unfortunately, Puncture is still like the best thing to use if you play combo points, because there's the Puncture Resource Generation tempo. Puncture attacks is extremely fast, and you can reach a low frame per attack breakpoint. And it conveniently hits multiple targets and also makes it vulnerable. So yeah, but hey, in the future we might see cool upgrades for it.
So while you rogues are basically using 2 out of 3 of your class specializations, I think the what was the last name that reduces the cooldown? I forgot that one. Preparation, exactly. Well, that one is currently flying under the radar. It's actually impressive how big the buffs are to all of the other rogue class specializations equivalents. For example, like Druid. I am not super keen on I'm not super into Druid. I played Shred last season, so I'm not very experienced when it comes to that. But Boiler, could you give us an insight or more explain how big these changes are going to be for the Druid when it comes to the class specializations?
Well, I mean, they buffed him pretty much across the board, right? I think there are some implications in the first set of boons with Advantageous Beast, giving additional movement speed. I think that'll primarily see use in leveling builds and maybe not more toward endgame builds. But it's kind of just buffs across the board. You've got increased critical strike chance from Scythe Talons. Probably still doesn't outweigh Avian Wrath, the crit multi on the same line. The buffs to Iron Feather are nice, but, you know, pretty generically good, and a lot of people were already running that boon generally. I think you have a little bit more choice on the third line now between Energize, Bolster, and Pack Leader, depending on the build you're running. And then the Obsidian Slam nerf was just great for, you know, builds that want to overpower in general. So, they're good. They're not game changers, given how far Druids are behind, but, you know, every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps. You talked about overpower now actually being a thing, and I'm a pulverize fantasy enjoyer. I like a bear that puts his heads above his arms above his head and slams the ground, and everything flops over. How able am I going to be to do that with the new patch changes?
Oh, you're going to be able to do that. I'm doing it right now, actually. But
that's same, yeah.
Oh wait, Woody, you too, or what?
Yeah, I'm playing Pulver right now. I'm leveling my glyphs.
Oh, that's great.
No, the pulverized buffs are great. It was in a pretty bad spot relative to other builds right now. Now, I mentioned kind of alluded to, Druids as a whole are a little bit lacking behind other classes right now. But the pulv nerfs are great, and I expect it to probably start performing at a similar level to this cluster of builds we have in low A tier. So Tornado, Nature's Fury, Landslide, and Hurricane, for example. I don't think it'll make it all the way to the top of Druid builds competing with Windshear, but the changes feel really good, and it's solid. Definitely passable to play. Good to speed farm on, for sure.
So I need to make a Druid basically now, or what's the verdict?
Oh, I encourage everybody to make a Druid. all the time.
Log in, man. That's really fun. Actually, like I love Polarizer myself. I played it in season 2 and now again, and feels great, man. Like I have like a super potato druid here, and like earlier I saw like a 67 million shockwaves just spam. Like, yeah, it's a really like gear that I've gathered in like I don't know a few hours gambling items. So
I have heard rumors of a 1 billion shockwave since the patch.
1 billion. That's good.
And I know that Pulverize is cleared up to 123 so far. There's really only been like one guy pushing it because of the state it's been in. He was up to 109 pre-patch. He's at 123 now. I'm looking like I'm probably going to clear this 120. So, you know, it's there. It's doing stuff.
Oh man, that sounds really enticing. I gotta log in right after the podcast and make a druid, I guess. Because Pulverize is definitely one of the builds that I really want to play. I don't know. It's just I think it's just cool. If you have a bear that slams the ground and literally everything dies, that is super cool. Can I level with that?
It's one of my favorites. Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. That's great. And in the patch notes, I have another fantasy that I really love for druids. The rabies, poison, everything on the screen. I know it's a little bit copium to think that 25% is enough, but is there ever going to be a ability of a rabies druid literally at the top or like near the top or viable? Or what would be the changes that you would like to see to make that happen? Or is there something on your mind when it comes to trying to make rabies a thing, right?
I'm afraid you might have to add a 0 or 2 for that. Look, it did okay last season, the Vault season. It was clearing 200 volts decently well. It is not now, and 25% is not saving it. It's clearing T100s, but at a slower rate than almost any other even Druid build. So we're quite a ways off on rabies right now.
Oh man, it's definitely something that I would love to see, because having the werewolves running around everywhere, poisoning everything, sounds like a great experience to me. I don't know. Feels like a good fantasy to have in the game to be able to play. But fortunately not right now, as it seems. Is there any other build, Boiler, that I don't have on the map right now that we need to take a closer look at with the patch notes?
You know, generally speaking, there was a lot of buffs to the spirit boons that you alluded to, but also a lot of our passives. And with the exception of Pulverize, which got its own particular set of buffs, druids across the board probably got 2, 3, maybe 4 tiers worth of damage. Based on the old tierings, of course, we're kind of still figuring out how the new scaling works. Honestly, intra-class, the order really hasn't changed too much, in my opinion. I think things will settle in about the same areas, with the notable exception of Pulverize getting a big bump.
Okay. So, I guess one build resurrected from the dead is a good thing, I guess, per class. That makes definitely something that Rogue has. Now, with the Druid Pulverize buffs, we also have that coming up, basically. I wanted to also talk a little bit more about Sorc, because there's not really what we have seen with Twisting Blades being resurrected. We don't really have Pulverized stuff that is seen on the Sorc. But, well, apart from the Andariel's Visage Chain Lightning Sorc that we might actually see as soon as Andariel's Visage gets fixed, there's not...
I wouldn't get my hopes too far up, but, you know, it's like, it's still a Sorc, you know? So
yeah. Since those buffs are not really present, I wanted to take a look a little bit at Sorc and actually talk about the buffs that we have here. So my first reaction when I saw chatter in the patch notes at all was that it's going to like get a very small buff at the very least, because we've seen what other people have been doing with especially with the 2-man stuff, clearing crazy high pit levels, and now it's actually buffed from 25% to 30%. Actually gearing the Shatter Sorc right now, and I am really looking forward to what I will be able to do in the future when it comes to clearing those 2-man pits on hardcore. So I'm really looking forward to how much of a buff that is going to be. Unfortunately, I wasn't really playing it before, but those buffs seem to be substantial. Is there any way in, Woody, from your side, for example, on the buffs in general for Sorc, or especially the Shatter key passive?
Well, the Shatter buff is kind of an interesting one because of how strong it is currently thanks to various bugs. I'm not 100% sure how the bugs will work, but there's like some pretty heavy double dipping going on, which is the reason why Firebolt Sorc has actually cleared anywhere in like the 140s or something. Other than that, before that, like the clears were like 20 tiers lower or so before people started using the Shatter tag. And you would not really expect Shatter to be like the thing to use without such bugs, I guess, for like a push. Maybe for some builds, but yeah, in general, probably not really, because you need to like somehow get your boss damage as much as possible. So there's like something going on where Shatter can hit for like dozens of billions, and this is the only reason why it's actually so good. Then buffing it in that moment is kind of strange without a bug fix. So I'm very surprised that it did that, and I was like, okay, like why is that getting buffed right now? But maybe they already have it on the radar, and they just decided, okay, we're doing the buff now for whatever reason. And Season 5, we're gonna fix the bug with Shatter, and this is basically it. So this is kind of like my expectation currently. And then I guess Shatter could have needed a buff. It's just like one of those key passes that is like so inconsistent, and one thing I really don't like in my builds most of the time is inconsistency. Because, you know, sometimes it works like great, right? You make like a big pull, you have 10 elites, all frozen, and then boom, you know, everything explodes. And, well, what happens is when you play with that is, well, the elites that live with like 5% HP left, you cannot kill them. You know, you can stand there for like 2 minutes and try to finish off the last 5%, or you go find the next pack. And something like that is a bit of too extreme of a shift, I guess, in how good it can be depending on the circumstances, where it just won't help you at all against a single target, but then it makes your AoE damage explode, literally. I think that's maybe just kind of like a design issue of the whole thing. It is a cool effect because when it happens, it feels amazing, but it also feels equally terrible when it doesn't happen, and then it's like awful. So I don't really generally like that too much, and I hope this is not necessarily the all-defining meta on the Sorc for the future.
It's definitely ranked in S tier right now for a reason, because we actually see it clearing the highest stuff. I'm very excited what we can actually see in terms of numbers when it comes to pit clears for, well, Sorcs in general, but also in the 2-man, 3-man groups. I've actually seen Boiler also get in there and do some 3-man support Druid stuff, actually helping out and pushing that number higher. That's really interesting. I love when the community gets together and tries to throw their bodies at that really, really high challenge that the game gives us.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly cool that you can do that, but I think also just like this Shatter thing, like, as I mentioned, this inconsistency is just very high on this, right? Like, there is just one single boss that you have any chance of even fighting, you know, on a high tier. And, I mean, other classes have a similar problem, I guess. So I'm not 100% sure how the fishing is, like, with the boss fights for, like, the, you know, all classes. But it gets worse with something like Shatter, I guess, where, like, not only the boss, but also, like, the elite packs. You know, if there's not enough, like, trash monsters around, then you can't shatter those, and then you can't kill the elites. If the elites don't die in one pop, then you have to skip them. You know, it just kind of like feels bad and for something like that to be played. And you need like the perfect storm. Like if you get the perfect run, then it's really good. And if you don't, then it's just awful. So this is kind of like where it's at, I think, with Shatter. And I don't like that too much, to be honest, to be like at least the meta.
Basically kind of get the band of possibilities a little bit closer together to make it feel
exactly. Like,
better,
you know,
right?
I think it's fine that certain effects have like a high end and a low end of like of a range, you know, like it can be really good in this circumstance and it's kind of bad in another. But Shatter is probably the example in the game that is like by far the biggest range when it comes to the minimum and the maximum performance. So maybe it should be, you know, maybe tweaked a little bit at least to make this a bit more consistent on both ends.
Yeah, especially like farming, like it's already bad enough when you can do 2 bosses with Heartseeker and then Shatter can only do a single one. That's pretty crazy. But I honestly think from what I've seen, I've watched Mikuna a little bit play the build, at least he can farm more mob variants than Heartseeker can. So it kind of evens out and the fishing is just still pretty crazy on Shadow and on Heartseeker. So yeah.
Well, I guess at some point, with Pit or the Greater Rift in D3, it's always going to come down to fishing and who has the larger rod to actually be able to do the longer breath, to be able to actually farm out those high clears by assembling the best layout together with the best mob type and together with the best boss, right? So we kind of move towards that.
I mean, currently we don't really have like any reason to push high, right? There's no official leaderboard. Okay, we had the Maxwell leaderboard, and we will actually most likely have a second round of that later this season. So that's kind of cool. But
excuse me.
Get ready.
Announcement right here, perfect.
The thing is just that it's also like not just okay for pushing, right? It's also like if you want to play that Firebolt build and you use Shatter, you're gonna have a terrible time against almost every single boss because Shatter will do nothing, and then other bosses you're gonna kill it 10 times faster, right? You just have this insane range, and you know you don't even have to necessarily push to like 140 for that to matter. Like you're just gonna have this insane gap between like a farming tier where maybe Firebolt can comfortably farm, okay, like pre-patch, let's say, you know, because we have the benchmark. I don't know, let's say you can farm 90s on a really good Firebolt Sorc, right? And you can push 150, you know, that's like a gap of 60 tiers. And for other builds, the gap is maybe more like 20 or something like that, right? You have like this insane large gap between farming and pushing on the build like this because of this insane inconsistency and this high roll potential that you have. So I think this is just a bit too much. That's kind of the point I want to get at.
100% agree. I think that's really important. Probably also not that fun to play when you think like, well, normally I'm doing 150s, but now I'm stuck here farming 61s, or in that case like 90s. That also doesn't really feel that well, right? Like you have that hammer, but you can't really use it. You can only use it when everything when the stars align, basically. It's kind of like a hit or miss sometimes. I definitely understand that. Last but not least, Necromancer. I actually do have to kind of like go into the Book of the Dead here a little bit more. We have seen basically +5 to everything that we had in the Book of the Dead, and it's actually really interesting because not only did we get the +5 to crit resistance all, which is going to come in very handy during leveling. It's going to solve quite a lot of problems, make solving the problems even easier. But what's really interesting about that is actually that the sacrificial aspect now basically a thing that you can consider, because before it was buffing the sacrifice bonuses by, let's just go with the max roll here, 25%, and it's now actually 50%. So it basically went from an aspect that you were not really taking because there were definitely better options in terms of raw damage multiplier to something that you can actually consider on quite a lot of builds. So I will definitely have to take a look here, but there's not really going to be a dethroning of the current S tier builds. They are basically Blight with the huge Ebon Piercer, where we also have some funky things going on, and of course the Shadow Minion or Minion Necromancer guide, although the Shadow Minion Necromancer pulled ahead a little bit during the start of the season or up until the mid-season patch. It can make use of that additional blighted multiplier that, if you put that on the two-hander, gives you up to 240% damage multiplier, which obviously makes the build a little bit stronger than the Minion Necro in general. So Shadow Minion worked out ahead there, and funnily enough, all these buffs have not really any impact on the minion builds. So I'm really happy that they are kind of like lining up something to make the non-minion builds a little bit stronger, but I currently don't really see or anything else really profiting off of the changes as much as the Blight Necromancer. If you look at the numbers, it's basically a 17% damage increase, and Blight was actually pulling very, very good numbers. I was preparing the podcast, so I couldn't really have my eyes on Twitch and YouTube to see what someone with a completely decked out Blight build was already able to do, but I would definitely you guys haven't checked out the minion necromancer, the necromancer this season in general, and you're not really a fan of the minion playstyle, Blight is definitely a build that you can keep your eye on or should definitely try out, especially because the Eben Piercer Amulet makes it extremely interesting because you're shooting out quite a lot of projectiles, and if you're a fan of dot damage, then, well, that's your build, your go-to build for sure this season when it comes to necromancers in general. Then next up, as a next topic, when we go through the patch notes, and we've already kind of like talked about it a little bit here, the endgame changes in general. Health and damage reduction in Pit, primarily below level 60, have been reduced. So, guys, what are the first impressions here? Let me know.
Too easy.
It's like, well, tier 120 now is basically tier 105 pre-patch. So on the top end, we also see like a reduction. I personally would not be surprised if we see a tier 150 row clear in this patch with Heartseeker. So
that's pretty wild,
yeah, it's
actually.
Cool that, it's kind of cool that you can get the title though, but well, we'll see how that plays out. But I'll personally definitely try to push it a little bit higher now that there's more possibilities. But I think it's crazy that we're probably like speed farming 120s now instead of 100s. Will mean more Netherian. I think 121 is 80 Netherian instead of 60 and 59 for
it's not WoW we're playing.
Huh?
It's Neath Iron, maybe. This is not Nefarian from Blackwing Lair.
Oh, Neath Iron. Excuse me. Excuse my pronunciation here, but thank you for correcting me. But yeah, so less time spent farming that to reset Masterworks and praying for the right proc. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, I would say that it's just basically an arbitrary number anyway, right? It's like the same thing that we had in Diablo 3 with Greater Rifts. Like there were like, you know, patches and like certain builds got buffed or like everyone got buffed and you know certain patches made Greater Rifts easier, and in the end it's just an arbitrary number that you see on the right side of the screen, and it doesn't really have any meaning by itself, you know. It's just like, okay, can all the builds in the game kind of end up somewhere in the same ballpark, and is that like a good number to reach, you know? I mean, there's like, for example, some considerations involved here with, for example, how long does it take to even unlock a proper tier that you want to be farming, right? Like if you start like a fresh season, when, you know, you have to go to like pit 150 and you have to go pit by pit by pit and you only unlock 3 at a time, like do we actually want everyone to like go through it and like unlock 50 runs, you know, in a row or something like that instead of only 20, for example, right? So this is where that actually has any kind of gameplay impact. And then of course, you know, the Neath Iron farm, I guess no one is going to be sad about getting more Neath Iron, I guess, so that's kind of cool. So in the end, you know, how high we go as a push doesn't really matter, I'd say. It does matter, like, okay, how long is the grind to get your stuff done? And that is just getting a bit faster now, and I think that's okay, because the Neath Iron grind can be quite long, especially if you try to really go all in with, like, masterworking the right items to perfection and stuff like that. That is quite a grind, you know, because you have to reset potentially dozens of times on a single item. And that's is usually, like, you know, an hour or 2 of grinding per reset, right? Maybe if you're really fast, like sub 1 hour, but yeah, it's still quite a lot either way, and that just helps, you know, to people like have a bit of a more reasonable expectation to actually get what they want, and that's good.
Yeah, to add to that, I think it should be like 30 minutes per reset now if you're like very efficient about it, and like.
I mean, you're talking about a reset at 12, right? So this is you don't always go to 12 anyway, right? So. Yeah,
if you don't go to 12, then it's actually probably more like 15 minutes per reset, maybe. Yeah, like 5 pit runs, maybe 6. That's fine, honestly.
For me, for the resets, actually the Neath Iron is not the problem anymore. I'm at a point where I need to farm Rawhide.
Legion event, brother.
Because
Legion event drops like 1,000.
I run out of Rawhide now after resetting Masterwork Tempers like crazy for the Sorc. I'm done now. I have basically everywhere 2 GA crits, 2 crits on the GA CDR, but yeah, it's like I'm not really on the Neath Iron grind at the moment. I need to gather the Rawhide. But yeah, it certainly helps quite a lot. I've done quite a quite some runs now, and it looks like I just make 300 neath iron more per hour basically, which is definitely very welcome when I need to farm up 5k to max out the Sorc in the next future basically.
Now, how do you enjoy farming whispers to actually use that neath iron?
I do have 1 billion gold, so I'm good.
Oh, look at this guy.
On hardcore?
Yes.
I think you're cheating.
What do you mean cheating?
How do you get 1 billion gold on hardcore, man? I can't even believe that it's 1 billion gold in all of hardcore combined.
I have half a billion.
Have you seen Oogie? Oogie at some point had 2.5 billion. That's crazy. He introduced me to the dark arts, and he showed me that I need to sell items, and I had quite a lot of very high treasure stuff in my stash. I just needed to sell those. There were some very, very good amulets that I was able to sell.
And how do you like replying that you are playing on HC, not Ace, not softcore?
Oh no, it's a meme. It's a meme on my stream already. It's like I control C this every time. Hello, I'm playing hardcore, comma you too. It's the same thing. It was awful. But what I did is I forced myself through it because I needed all of gold to be able to get the Sorc to where it is now. And it was hard. But I mean, if you're just control Ving the sentence that you're playing hardcore to literally 60 messages, it's not that bad.
I need to make a macro.
I closed off the site after 10 times.
Yeah, no, I did the same, but I forced myself again to do all this stuff, and it's actually insane, like how much gold you can actually get. But there is some, I don't know, there's for sure some shady stuff going on, because there is people that buy stuff for 100, 200 million, and I'm like, I don't know, I've been playing like for 10 hours straight since the season started, and I was barely above 100 million without doing like trading. But obviously, if you trade quite a lot and you find quite a lot of good items, it looks like you can actually amass quite a good fortune, which I was able to do myself. So maybe other people are just as lucky as I am when it comes to finding GA skill amulets.
Yeah, it's the same softcore. If you want to buy items in softcore, like you have gold and buy items in softcore, you need to sell items. That's the only way to get there.
I unfortunately I ignored the fact that trading is going to make quite a lot of gold for way too long, to be honest.
Yeah, it's also crazy. Like in softcore right now, the gold inflation is just crazy. You can't buy a single item below, like a single GA item goes for like 300 to 500 million.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I literally just, on my row, I had 2 mules full of 1 GA, 2 GA like rogue weapons. And I was just like, I can get like 2% more here on that temper. So I just literally bricked 50 of them just for fun.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's the hardcore economy, my friend. Yeah, you can't sell the stuff.
God,
I have like 30 weapons with GA crit or vuln.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe more than 30.
I just needed to clean up my stash space, man. I can't sell this stuff on hardcore to anyone, so...
No, it actually works, Woody, but I had to I skipped a day of streaming for that.
Yeah,
because I'm not gonna stream selling items. That is awful.
Maybe you'll find buyers when you stream it.
Yeah, I'm trying, man.
It's actually very interesting because people actually gave me a discount or wanted to give me a discount or like give me stuff for free. I'm like, no, this is not okay. This is completely new for me and it's kind of weird. I don't know if I like it or not. It's
I mean, with mutuals, whenever someone needs a weapon, like, oh, Condis, do you have like GA crit on your sword? Of course, you can take like 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like here, make sure you don't break all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, like I dropped GA bash earlier. I just gave it away.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just like also just vending 1 GA like weapons and stuff like that because I don't know what to do with them. So.
But didn't you have 1 billion as well at some point, Woody?
Yeah, I'm not poor. I have 600 mil, but 600 mil can disappear in like 10 minutes if you want, right? So it doesn't make me comfortable, let's say. Especially when I have like plans, I want to play the polarized Druid now. I want to play the Flay Barb. I want to play the whirlwind Barb. I want to go back to make the TB rogue, and so on. There's a lot of stuff I still have planned here. So.
I have 6 barbs on season, and I want to make next. I have no character slots.
And I'm just sitting here in softcore wondering how you guys are all so broke.
How much do you have right now, Boiler?
Oh, I've been spending lately, so I only got 2.7 bill.
I mean, I can feel that. I was at 10B before I started buying Andariel's items, so...
Yeah.
10 billion?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I do trade a lot. Like,
I almost don't trade at all, actually. The route I went for softcore especially is just doing carries. Whichever kind you'd prefer. You can do Nightmare Dungeon carries or pit carries, or you... What I did was Tormented Duriel carries, particularly early, are very profitable.
Yeah, that's true.
They give you gold for you to kill Uber Duriel? What the hell?
And they bring the mods, man. Can you believe that? That's crazy.
What? What is
I get free runs and plus gold. What do you think about that?
No way.
That is like unthinkable, man, for hardcore.
We have like one Uber Duriel every 2 days.
No way, you get 3 Duriels and gold? Oh my god.
It's insane,
we usually
man.
do sets of 5 or 10, so I don't know.
How much gold do you get per Duriel run that you do with 3 people carrying? Or being carried?
So like
at the start of the season, let's say at the start of it.
I usually do, like, if I'm doing a set of 5, and I'll buy the mats, right? I'll go out of my way to buy the mats and provide the mats, so they don't have to bring them, usually. But then I charge, more for the mats and the carry. So, low end, $250,000 for 5 runs. Or, sorry, $250 million. High end, $500 million. Depending on the time in the market for mats.
XDD Corper.
Yeah, now you know what you're missing out on, Connect.
Oh no. Why
I'm
are
never
we
playing
trying?
SC.
I'm not playing soccer as well, but like that is insane.
That's of course just an entirely different economy.
Yeah, it's a whole different game, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like the things I hear there. Like my viewers also telling me, like, they find like a 3J item, they're selling it for 11 billion gold, man. Like not too long ago, you couldn't even hold 11 billion gold. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man,
that is insane. That is insane to me. I tried selling carries at the start of the season with
thanks so much.
Especially easy with Holy Bolt Necromancer, but I was just like, yeah, whatever. I'll just participate. Like it's fine. Like I can't take gold for that. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Hardcore is very different when it comes to sure.
I'm happy to find 4 people for Uber runs.
There's a question in my chat that maybe you can talk about real quick, which is why is the economy that way in hardcore? And I think the main reason for that is simply like number 1, smaller player base, and probably maybe number 2, kind of related to that, is like more SSF kind of player base, right? Like people just farm their own stuff and use it. And I guess number 3 is just like no RMT, or like maybe a little bit, but way less at least than like people that want to pay real money probably want to not do it on hardcore because they can just lose potentially hundreds or thousands of dollars when something happens, right? So they obviously don't want to do that. So this is why there's like less boarding, less gold inflation, less people to sell to, less people to buy from, and so on, right? So this is kind of like why that is.
Yeah, if you can lose an item, then it's less valuable.
I mean, we can see it with the Stygian stones. Yeah, it was crazy to me. On softcore, I've heard prices of 40 million. On hardcore, that's 11. And it's kind of like the other way around when it comes to. There is definitely way less available on hardcore when it comes to Stygian stones because less people definitely push to the higher top ends, right? And definitely you farm just way less Stygian stones in general. So naturally, you would think it's worth more, but it's not worth more because people associate, or probably also a high chance that you are going to lose your character whenever you are going to do your tormented stuff on hardcore, right? If you can't find a carry, if you do it with your 3 friends, there's going to be a chance you are going to lose the character. So it's actually funny that we get to profit off of the very low Stygian stones cost. I'm very looking forward to that project that coming up, where we are going to get together with 4 people and just annihilate a full patch worth of tormented bosses at some point.
Yeah,
that's going to be interesting. Okay, speaking of tormented bosses, minus 30% HP. I haven't done one since the patch, but who has done one? You said
People
Condis,
need to
you
get
did
good.
it.
People need to get good because a game with nerfs like that will not live that long. It's tremendous. I hate this nerf. Like it's like season 2 Duriel. It's no. We are doing Uber Duriel level 200 faster than in season 2 we were doing a level 100. They have too low life. They need to have more life. It's like it's very bad.
Yeah, like the thing of that is that there's 0 lockout from anything if you can't accomplish the tormented Duriel or the tormented boss fights, right? You don't miss out on anything. It's only more efficient, you get your loot a bit faster, and you know, whatever, right? So I'm really surprised that they did that change, because there's not really a reason to do it in the first place, right? It's literally just to like make the boss fight a bit more engaging, use your mats faster, you know, and if you have a character strong enough to do that, then fine, right? But it's not really anything you earn from it that you can't otherwise earn already. So that's very strange to me that they did that change as well. I'm also kind of on Condis' side there.
Yeah, I was very sad that the tormented bosses got nerfed. And I mean, if the season is this far advanced, you are going to kill them very, very easily. But in the first week, in the first 2 weeks, they were a challenge. And I had quite a lot of fun actually thinking about doing that. But the problem is, being pointed out in chat as well, you need them for the season journey. And it looks like people were not able, even with the availability of carries, weren't even able to defeat the tormented boss. Which, yeah, I guess Condis worded it a little bit drastically. Yeah, there you go.
No, I wouldn't say that, but I mean, there's an easy solution to that. You can just remove them from the season journey. How about that? Like,
yeah, that's
they don't need to be on the season journey in the first place, and then you don't have to nerf them.
100%. Yes, I fully agree. That would have been my solution. Yeah, 100%. Is there like, how crazy is it over on softcore? Do you literally one bonk them now?
100%. 100%.
Well, as soon as he's staggered with Heartseeker, he's dead. So it's like, and if you go like for a super fast stagger build where you stagger him in like 3 rogues in like 2 to 3 seconds, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Even on a druid now, I'll be mad if he burrows.
Okay, that's tremendous. Yeah, I was definitely shocked when I saw this, and I'm not really happy. I'm looking forward to the session that we do. It's going to be a little bit faster, but I like them how they were, to be quite fair. Really, I don't know. Removing them from
we need a ruthless Diablo 4 mode, man. That would be something.
That's just a question for developers. How much content should be like the pinnacle content that's not achievable by all people? Should Uber bosses be able to be done by all people or not?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
that was kind of the idea. I thought that, you know, tormented bosses are the challenge. That eventually we're gonna trivialize with really good characters, but at least they are, you know, not like you just walk in and you push them over on like, you know, the first week of the season or something. But now we're kind of getting there again, especially with power creep. Like, we had like an insane power creep patch, and on top of them, they made the bosses easier. And then next season comes even more power creep, right? So it's kind of like why are they doing the nerf in the first place? Like, it goes into 2 opposite directions, and we're gonna be in season 2 all over again, just with more loot per boss.
Like, that's a cool challenge. We start our softcore characters because they are fresh, and we have 10 hours to kill Uber boss level 200.
Yeah, it's probably doable. Solo, yeah.
With all the knowledge about builds, if I go like Barb, I can do it, I believe, yeah. I mean, I need a rogue to make a Barb, so that's the problem. But yeah.
You have like 2 hours to level the rogue, get some temper recipes, it's fine.
Yeah. It's a rough change for sure. I mean, the more beautiful solution would have probably been that we would have had it removed from the season journey and then kept that difficulty of the tormented bosses or uber bosses, and actually have challenge maybe for the first week or two, and then as soon as not only power creep but also as soon as the season progresses, it is going to get more and more easy to defeat the bosses in general. I'm kind of happy we all agree on that one, that we don't like it, but maybe it's also a little bit hard for us to assess where the casual player base is and how they are going to feel about it.
Yeah, Boiler's business model is crumbling, man. Unlucky.
Yeah. That would be good.
It's okay.
I mean, the thing is, like, do people actually feel bad about not being able to take down the tormented bosses? Like, that's what I'm wondering right now, because there is no reason to do them. Okay, let's ignore the season journey for a second, right? But technically, there's not really a reason to farm any of those tormented bosses. They don't give you anything that you can't get anywhere else, because you can just farm the normal version, which is already, like, you know, the easy mode way to get the uniques that you want. You can get your Shaco, you can get whatever you want, right? So, does anyone feel bad that they couldn't solo a tormented boss or something like that, for example? Like, it seems kind of strange to me. So,
maybe. I mean, it's like, if you're thinking about the very casual player who maybe doesn't have all the gear and is still maybe even still leveling up, you know, like level 80 or something, and doesn't have that much time to play and doesn't play with efficient groups to get to level 100 in 5 hours, then yeah, maybe they see their favorite streamer kill the Uber boss in like no without much effort, and they're like, I want to do this too, but I can't. And maybe they're sad about it. Yeah, definitely imagine that.
I mean, I believe it's more of like a Blizzard idea. Like they have the data, and okay, only 10% of people does the Uber tormented bosses. We want the number to be 20%, so they nerf it. I haven't heard a single complaint that Uber bosses are too hard and should be weaker. I haven't heard that complaint in all the season.
I actually mean me neither. A very good solution that, or I don't know if it's a very good solution, but a solution that, for example, other or like MMOs have, where they have the absolute pinnacle of content be extremely hard for the first week or the first 2, 3, 4 weeks maybe, and then they get nerfed patch after patch and become more accessible to the casual player. I don't know if this is something that is maybe that is that, but that would also have to be reverted at some point for the next boss that is coming up or for the next season. But I doubt we will actually see a revert here. But I was hoping that maybe something like this would actually happen, where it just gets more accessible after half of the season, which I think would be totally fine for all of us. I think what we are basically complaining about right now, or having a little bit scared of, that they are going to be too easy at the start of season 5 and even become more easier because there is additional power, right?
Yeah, it's kind of strange to me. Also, like, just the fact that, you know, we get player buffs, right? Everyone got a buff in this patch, and we're gonna get more buffs in the next season, and they're gonna fix more builds that are currently trash in the next season, you know, and so on, right? So, yeah, okay, if you make a Flurry Rogue, or if you play, like, I don't know, like an Incinerate Sorc, yeah, you're not gonna have the best time against the Tormented boss, but those builds eventually will also start shining, right? And yeah, it's kind of strange, I think. Maybe eventually you can buff the bosses again, right? When, like, at the point where, like, every build has, like, I don't know, let's say an arbitrary number, like 50 million DPS or something on a good setup or whatever, then you could say, okay, at that point, time to kill for a tormented boss is like 20 seconds on a bad build, right? And basically insta on a good build, and then you would say, okay, maybe you should buff the tormented bosses again, or something like that. Yeah, thanks to power creep. So as long as they keep it like somewhat in line with like the power creep that we experience with the players, the pit kind of does it naturally because pit has a scaling mechanism. The bosses don't, and so they have to like manually adjust the bosses, I guess. You know, season through season.
I mean, maybe they also want to bring builds a little bit down in terms of power. Like after the builds are mostly bug fixed, like Victimize, for example, or I don't know how much of strength increasing bugs we have in other classes. But let's take away Heartseeker. Which build would be like the next go-to build to go bonk Duriel, like Uber Duriel? Rapid Fire maybe, if you spec into the one-shot build, yeah, but if you don't do that, do you really kill him that fast?
Nah, even without doing the one-shot combo, you stagger him, you kill him, I'm pretty sure, on Rapid Fire, so...
Okay, yeah. Fair enough.
So there's definitely builds that can do insane damage that I don't really see getting nerfed anytime soon, so Rapid Fire is definitely one of them. Rapid Fire literally just got a buff this patch. Oh, I mean...
That's actually one of the builds that is still on my list. I wanted to wrap this up with the rapid fire questions from chat. So if you guys, even the Polish listeners, Connis is going to be our translator here. If you guys have any questions when it comes to the mid-season patch or also some generic stuff like, I don't know, in terms of bosses, feedback on the discussion for the Tormented Uber bosses, maybe there is a point that we didn't really, weren't able to think about, please point them out. So everyone keep an eye on the chat, and maybe you can pick a question that sounds good and could maybe be answered very briefly, but you guys have to pick. Let's see. Scaling mechanic for tormented bosses. Is that something that we could, like a pit system, but for tormented bosses? How does that look like?
Sounds like a bad idea to me, honestly, if you ask me. Like, I would like to have, like, okay, this is the boss, you take it down, you have completed the challenge. I kind of like the idea of that. They don't have to scale, and after, like, killing each boss, like, 100 times, they're also not necessarily, like, you know, that exciting or something, right? It's like, okay, you do it, and that's it. So, they're exciting for a while, and they're, like, a nice challenge, but I don't want to have, like, a scaling system necessarily. But there should definitely be, like, some challenge involved, and I feel like they're just slowly taking out that challenge. Or not even slowly, actually, so...
Pretty fast, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like loses the flavor, right? Like, you are killing the boss. Well, I killed the boss now, but there is 10 harder versions of it, and you're doing the same thing over and over again, just with increased numbers. It kind of loses the flavor a little bit of killing it, right?
Exactly. We already have two versions. Like, we have an easy mode and a hard mode, and the hard mode should actually be hard. How about that, you know? So, that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, and it would be even better if the hard mode has like more attacks or does something more than just the stacks of debuff. But yeah, that's a lot of development too.
Yeah, that's also pretty hard. Like, you know, they probably won't put a lot of effort into a game mode or a harder version that, in this case, maybe only like 5% of the player base even sees, right? Like, we would love to see that, but, you know, like, the effort for the reward ratio is not really correct for, unfortunately, not correct for the absolute pinnacle of content, right? That's what other games also struggle with.
I have a topic from chat, which is tempo durability. Favorite topic of everyone this season, I guess. So, maybe we want to talk about that?
We need to break items. Breaking items equals good.
Oh,
and now explain that.
Way of... Yeah, exactly.
That's a rough take.
Well, it's the part of the grind, right? Whenever you... If all items are deterministic to be good, then there is no point in grinding. If I can just sit in town and click the item 100 times for it to be better, then it's bad gameplay. If I have 5 tries, then I say fuck and go and fight monsters again.
I mean, I can definitely see that being a thing in solo self-found, where you like, where you're like, you know, you're not trying to. Obviously, you're trying to get the good gear, right? But you're not always going to get it. But in a trade economy where you potentially want to buy like really good items and then you brick them, feels kind of bad. And also,
then you can buy more. It's trade.
Yeah, but sure. But the thing is,
trade is easier. In trade it's easier.
When you get a good item, you're missing that kind of thing that excites you, because you're like, oh my god, I dropped the.
It is exciting. Item. It's Gamba. If I break the item or not, it's more exciting that I can break the item. if I can't break the item, then it's not exciting.
I feel most.
I'm like quite the opposite. I'm quite the opposite.
That's an interesting take because I'm personally more like, well, let's temper excitement until I temper the item. You know.
Yeah, like you just will be frustrated that I have to temper item 100 times to get the best roll possible. But if you have only 5 tempers, then you will be like, I break it. Let's go again. But for like infinite, I'm not saying that, okay, let's bump from 5 to 20 and players can temper more. If you have like infinite, then you will just click spam until you have the perfect roll. And that's the worst gameplay possible.
Yeah, I agree with that. And to add on that as well, I really like bricking items as well, because it's kind of like you flush them out of your stash, you know, regularly. It's like you farm for a few hours, you collect your, you know, 5 1GA items or something, and then you go to the blacksmith, and then you start bricking them, and then they go straight to salvage, right? And this is what I really like about this. You don't hold on to like 1,000 items in your stash, because, well, you just try at some point, you know, go to the blacksmith, and, well, they will be deleted or they will not be deleted after that. So this is like what I really like about the bricking of items, honestly, myself. And the thing is also that, yeah, like another thing about this is also that no one needs greater affixes for anything, right? There's no real reason to have them, you know? Okay, they make you stronger, but why do you need that power, you know, to go like 2 tiers up in the pit when you have like... Yeah, there's a ladder, yeah, of course. And the ladder should reward people that, you know, grind out perfect gear and play the best, right? So you want to have like a mix of both these factors. And one of the factors is, of course, the grind. If you make the grind too short and you can't break your items, then it's just not really an exciting grind, and then it's just, you know, it's kind of like nothing to go for, nothing to farm. At least with breaking items, there's always a reason to keep playing and try to get better loot. And again, I like that. And, you know, most of my gear ends up being like, you know, right now I have like mostly 0 GA items equipped and maybe 1 GA here and there on my pulverized Druid, because I just made it, you know, and okay, now I'm gonna grind. Eventually I'm gonna upgrade it to like, you know, everything has like 1 GA. Maybe I get lucky and have like 2 GA on 1 or 2 pieces, and this is how I make my characters. This is actually how every of my character has been this season. Speaking as someone who just found a triple, by the way. And yeah, it's just, why do you want those greater affixes, right? It doesn't really make a difference to have like 500 more life on your item, or have like 40 more dex or something like that. I think it's kind of like people are overvaluing how much impact a greater affix has. And they just kind of want to have perfect gear because that's what they're used to from, I don't know, Diablo 3 or something, where, you know, you just get a primal item and that's it or something. But personally, I really enjoy that every single one of my characters is completely scuffed on all accounts, you know. I love that, actually, because there's always a better item to find. And it just keeps it exciting.
I mean, we can agree to disagree here, because I personally feel like, especially on Heartseeker Rogue, there's a few items where a greater affix makes you hit a new breakpoint, and that is actually really, really important to have then to reach a lower frame per attack breakpoint, for example, or a lucky hit breakpoint or something.
Or you just roll like, one more item with one attack speed roll, right? You can just put another attack speed roll.
There's none! There is just none! You have all the slots covered.
What do you mean? You have access to the softcore community with your 10 billion.
You can trade and buy it.
Just buy 7 more. What are you talking about, maybe?
Yeah, but if each of those items costs 20 billion, you can't buy 7 of them.
Yeah, so farm more and buy them.
Farm more.
But either way, we're talking about a very high level of optimization here, right?
Yeah, if maybe my view would be different if the pit ladder that we had wouldn't have been restricted to like 1.5 weeks, where breaking one of the items that you farmed the whole day for basically means, okay, I lost 1 full day of progress because I can't use the item now potentially. And maybe it would be different if that would not have been my experience. But in general, I think obviously it's okay to have full bricked items, but there should be ways to sway RNG or to like have some sort of making it feel less bad. It's just full on RNG, and it feels insanely bad if you're like at the low end of RNG. I mean, and this is something that I personally don't like.
I see Mippy position now, because the way you said that you lost 1 day of farming. When we die on hardcore, we lose like 1 week, and that's nothing for us.
Yeah, okay.
If you lose 1 day, then you are traumatized. We lose 1 week, and that's okay. Just go again.
Go again.
Just go again.
I mean, of course, this is obviously like kind of like speaking from a very like, you know, luxurious position, right? Where okay, we are grinding this game every day. You know, not everyone plays nearly as much as us and all that. And I get it, right? You lose the item that you have grinded for, and you know, like you're waiting for like 5 hours. You know, for some people this might be like 3 different days, right? Where they grind 5 hours and get one drop that is actually potentially an upgrade, and then they break it at the blacksmith. Yeah, I get it. But if you have to grind 5 hours to even get such an item, then you're already at a pretty good point anyway, because you find plenty of items that can be upgrades. You know, in the first, let's say, I don't know, 50 hours of playing a character or something like that, right? There's plenty of 1GA upgrades that you can go with and temper. And, you know, if you have like 1GA on every slot with like good tempers, then that's a good build, you know? There's nothing to feel bad about. And then maybe you get lucky and maybe you get your 2. And maybe you get super lucky and even have an item that has 3, right? Like, from my perspective, it's like, okay, you have like this expected, let's say, 50-hour grind where you have to level your character, you have to do your health height stuff, you have to get your angel breath, you have to get whatever, and then you have to go farm the Neve Iron, like let's say 10,000 Neve Iron, that will take you like 20 hours. And at that point, once you have actually done like this minimum grind of even making that character, you know, to get to the point where you can even masterwork it to 12, then you will have good items. And everything else is just a bonus from there. That's kind of like how I see it, right? If I don't say, okay, I'm grinding out 2GA items now. I just say I'm grinding out, you know, the character. I want to have the gear online with the stuff that I need and masterwork it up, and then we'll see what we got until that point. And everything else is just a bonus. So that's how I see it. I don't want to have perfect gear in every slot.
I have to fully agree. I never really liked having a character that looked like it was imported from a build planner. I think that's a little bit too crazy. And maybe that, since that was possible in the past, people have gotten used to being able to do that. And now they are chasing that feeling. And in my opinion, it's a way better feeling to keep finding upgrades, even after 4 or 5 weeks of playtime, just like Woody mentioned, instead of being geared to the teeth on week 2 and never ever finding anything again. I'm picking up way more items than before. I'm having a blast looking at them now because there might actually be an upgrade there, right? And if I look back in season 3, week 2, I just salvaged everything. I didn't even need to look at everything.
Wait, you mean to say that you don't have Korean gear yet, man?
I'm working on it on the Immortal Sorc.
Who coined that term? Was that maybe actually in the maximum meeting?
Yeah,
I said Korean gear.
Korean level gear.
Yeah, it's not. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, what's being done over there. It's kind of crazy. We need to step it up, guys.
My gear looks like shit when you compare it to some Korean players. It's crazy.
I haven't even ideally masterworked one item to 12.
No way. Really?
I don't have yet one perfect item yet. So that's my point too.
I don't have to go have a perfect item to masterwork to 12, right? Like, you get masterworking mats back when you salvage it. You are aware of that, right? This is like, whoa.
Whoa, full blown new world view now. Okay, guys, we need to actually wrap it up right here. Thank you guys so much for participating, for your time. Thank you guys so much in the chat for asking questions and being here listening to us. Everything heard is going to go direct to the Maxroll YouTube channel. All the links, all the creators participating are going to be linked down in the description below. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks so for having
guys.
us.
Have a good one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Alright, well, that was fun, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's close this here. Fun podcast. So that's gonna go on the Maxroll YouTube channel, by the way. And there you can find like more stuff in the future that when I build up the Maxroll GG YouTube channel a bit more. So keep an eye on that, guys. There's a lot of stuff coming. Also, we have to finally go to the pit, man, on this character, man. I've been upgrading some random glyphs here because I didn't want to like step into the pit now, you know, being like half distracted and all that stuff. So let's take it into the pit, guys. What do you guys say? Log in. Do you plan to test Poison Barrage build? I've played a lot of it already this season. I think I'm gonna go on the Andariel's rogue and just kind of see where we benchmark that. Apparently like 120 plus speed farm, quite doable, so that's kind of big. And I wanted to try Poison Rapid Fire, but I think before I do that I will do Poison Barrage just to benchmark that a bit. And then Poison Rapid Fire, which is effectively the same build. But yeah, I'll also have to redo some planar stuff there, actually. Because there's a new technology that we discovered, which is Deadly Ambush, that says you get 23% extra critical strike damage against trapped enemies. Actually increases all of your damage, including dots, against trapped enemies. So that's like a new technology that I have to use, and I have to redo some planners for that, the Paragon boards at least. The planner for the Pulp Tour is in the YouTube description. You can find all the bits there, or in Discord. Yeah, TB as well. I have a lot of plans for this week, so there's TB, there's Barrage, there's Rapid Fire, Poison Rapid Fire. The Pulp I want to try more. I can't really do much with the Sorc now, with the Andariel Sorc, because Andariel is currently bugged. Yeah, don't worry guys, I'll go on the Rogue as well. So... I need to get a drink though. So I'll BRB guys. One sec. Alright, be back, guys. So I can finally do a bit more chat interaction and stuff, because during the podcast it wasn't really possible. Alright, give us a shout out. Okay, we had a bunch of subs as well. So Killskill, Filmic, Valentine, Chainsaw Demon. Thank you guys. Doing something on YouTube. Okay, let's go. Anyway, we want to do Pit. Let's try Pit, guys, on this character. 42 elixir. We are ready, alright. Armor is up. Okay. Should get a few more 42 elixirs. What buffed Heartsinger build after the patch? Absolutely nothing, actually. It's just still a really powerful build. Okay, so we just start, I don't know. Let's start with an 80 and see what happens, I guess. Why not Banished Lords? Yeah, Banished Lords is not really a thing in 2024. They nerfed it in the season, and we have very powerful amulets with potentially multiple passives. I mean, my amulet right now is actually shit enough for me to actually run Banished Lords potentially, but on the other hand, we have only 3 offensive aspects on this build. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we kind of need those. Okay, we're one-tapping elites here in 80. That's a pretty good sign, I guess. At least on all power. Let's update this a bit. Nice. Feels kind of good. It's like 1 overpower crit. Kapow, man. We actually have, like, in the final setup, we actually have 100% crit chance. So, a Banished Talisman would be some pretty natural synergy. But it's not good enough. Because it only gives you critical strikes that overpower extra damage. And not the critical strikes that don't overpower. And the extra damage is not even that much. I think it's 60%, right? Like, I can get 60% from another aspect. And have better stats on another amulet as well. So it's just like not enough. Don't need the resource on that thing. I actually have so much resources, man. I feel like I don't even need like spirit per second on this build. It might be overkill. I need to test like a longer boss fight and see how that feels. This actually works pretty well here. I wonder how the boss is. Why viability when you do so much damage? Without diminish. Diminish gives you 15% DR against physical damage from vulnerable enemies. And the thing is that a lot of the dangerous things that enemies throw at you is not necessarily physical, actually. And you can't even, you know, get the DR against shadow bosses. So, yeah, diminish is okay if you don't really have anything else to put there, and you can kind of buff some nice rare node, but Viability also buffs the magic nodes, which is pretty close to the equivalent of a diminished glyph anyway, for the primary effect. And it also gets 10% damage and 15% energy, which, I mean, for some builds is relevant, for some builds not, but Viability is kind of a nice glyph now. For any build that needs resources in any way, the Viability is very good now. And even for builds that don't, you can run this. It's just like pretty consistent 10% damage upgrade. It procs some Caltrops, it procs from Dash, it procs from Shadow Step. Okay. Yeah, bosses are not that comfy, man. That's for sure. Those sharpshooter is also kind of a shitty one, to be honest. Okay. That's also an 80. Boss damage still too low. Yeah, it's hard to really fix the boss damage for this build. I mean, you have to see this is like a really potato character outside of the uber uniques, but I mean the masterworking is really low on all of them. The items are really shit. I have a really bad amulet. Actually, we found the other amulet earlier. Where's that? I should try to use that. It has a venom ranks actually. This one. It has 2 tempers left. Let's see if we can hit that armor. Okay, 30% armor. So maybe I can use that one. I'm gonna roll the res. Let's see what we hit. 1 to resonance. 7% willpower. 2 to wild impulses. That's actually kind of nice. That's 5% per point, and I don't really need the resources. Maybe I'll take that. Okay. What's a bit more spirit? I can probably get away with that. So this is a changeling stat here. So that's a pretty big upgrade here. Maybe we can try to masterwork this up. Let's put a skull. That's a reset. That's another reset. That's another reset. That's another reset. That's a reset. I want to at least hit 2 passes. This is not a max. Well, I'm not sure. I didn't compare mine to Maxwell Liner yet. I think Boiler actually, who was on the podcast with us, made the Maxwell version. I didn't compare it to that yet, actually. But we can.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Yeah, this amulet is decent enough. It has life, which is kind of useless. But it has 2 good passives, so let's just roll with it. You know, it did 2 and 5 2 times. Hopefully on Envenom. But you keep hitting Wild Impulses. Oops. Okay, it's Envenom. Here's Wild Impulses, let's go. And Earth Crit. It's a minimum Earth Crit. It's a bit sad. But yeah, this is a pretty big upgrade. So let's run an 80 again and see how it feels, actually. It's gonna be interesting. So we lost, what did we lose? Crit, movement, for Wild Impulses and Venom. So yeah, the crit chance is really low, unfortunately, and we should have still crit if you could. But it's gonna be kind of big. Banish Lord's Talisman becomes another way to guarantee overpower. I just had to drop status, guys. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of bad though. Like, you need like 8 polarizers or so to get a guaranteed overpower. Like, according to my calculations, roughly like 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 or so is already guaranteed overpower anyway for me. Just based on the time spent that I'm waiting. Yeah, I mean, getting guaranteed overpowers is nice and all, but I don't think it's that worth it to go for Banish Lords. I mean, if you really go all in on those overpower crits, I mean, this is kind of what they do, but I can kill some small stuff with just critting without overpowers. Even elite packs, if I crit them like 3-4 times, they're dead. So it's not the end of the world. Oh. That was a strange lag here, or like this Metamorphosis bug, I guess, right? Where you can't attack. Oh, those are some big pumps though, man. Like it. Need more move speed though now. Have less move speed. Let's see if we can hit like 100 million. I saw like a 60 or something there. On a good hit, we can probably do it. Oh, Fantagor, thanks for Prime, man. Just put 100 million on a neck, yeah. Talking about that gold discussion here, right? That we had earlier. I mean, for a neck, it's definitely worth to go like 100 million plus, you know, to try to get something like this. And I didn't even go for the triple. I mean, there's a 2 out of 5 chance to hit one of the passives. So if I say, okay, I want to have at least 1 hit on each of the passives, and then like, you know, 1 hit on one of the 2, then you will just reset it now again, and then try again. But right now, this is still a pretty potato druid. It's got like a little better now, this neck. But I still have like a 0GA weapon. 0GA Tibalts. Not even Master to the close DR. This is basically 0GA, insatiable, not even good rolls. So there's a lot of stuff still missing here. Can't see the boss. That's okay, honestly. Yeah, you most of these mobs on overpowers. So on the overpowers are like, if I had to guess, something like 10 times stronger, I guess, on average. Maybe a bit less than 10 times. Maybe 5 to 10 times, depending on how I hit. So there's a huge gap between overpower and non-overpower, and roughly 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 of my hits is gonna be overpower, so this is where it's at. Let's go with 85. And this build doesn't actually have really any synergy for staggers. It's just nice because he's like standing in place and I can just nuke him and not worry about anything. And I can like perfectly position myself to be distant. The thing is, you wanna try to be distant, but still hit with your original polarize. Like here, there's like a certain range like this, where you are distant, but you still hit him with the polarize and the shockwave together. This is where you have to stand. So staggering the boss makes it easier because I don't have to dodge around and stuff like that. If you stun step too much, then you actually might be in close range sometimes and you lose out on Nature's Reach. Nature's Reach is 15% DPS, that's quite a lot. Greetings. I have to do greetings Druid again now. Hello Druid. I forgot about this actually. Wanna spam hello, so you transform back from bear form and then you can go into bear form again and get a quick shift buff.
Hello.
Hello. Chunkle Duts. Thanks for the sub, by the way. What old pit tier 85 is that equivalent to? I have no idea actually. So I heard people are going something like 10, 15 tiers higher or so. If they weren't using holy bolts. Oh. Well, the missing crit chance is noticeable, though. No crit chance on the neck, and I have a 6.8 only, so up to 10.2. Kind of sad. Feels good to play both again, though. Both is just so fun. I like that build. Also love the sounds, man. Every time I get this all power. Can have exclamation mark patch for the info. Wait a minute, do I actually get quick shift when I do metamorphosis? No.
Greetings.
Yeah, because weird little delay when I press greetings. I wonder if there's like a better emote that transforms me back that doesn't slow me down while running. Ugh. Ah, the wolves are tanking the Elias projectiles, that's interesting. Tough though, tough. Skyrim got a bit of resource problems on a boss. Maybe not using Tibbot's Will enough. Use Tibbot's Will like every 3 seconds you can do a Tibbot's Will proc. And also on another ring you can like maybe roll resource cost reduction and temper resource generation or resource cost reduction. And that should solve the problem really. Or maybe try to masterwork up your spirit per second a little bit or something. It was an 85, so it was a bit tanky though. Thanks, emote is faster than greetings. You can see. I think halt doesn't work, right?
Halt.
Yeah.
Greetings. I greet you.
I'm gonna change those though.
I greet you. Greetings. Greetings. Hello.
Yeah, there's like this weird, like you see how it's like stopping
Greetings.
for like a split second.
Thanks.
Oh, we don't transform back, so it doesn't help.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It seems to be the same.
I apologize.
This doesn't transform us.
Aid would be welcome.
This also doesn't. Oops.
Come with me.
No. I wonder why some emotes transform you and others don't. It's kind of strange. I guess because he does like a you know, wave or something like that.
The beast lives within you. Well done.
Seems they all have this weird short delay.
Impressive.
So there's not really much you can do about it.
Hello. Greetings.
Okay, anyway, let's go. It sounds, man, if you do like 3 overpowers in a row. Kinda funny. Be nice if we can customize the default wheel. Yeah, I agree with that. If we can just make a certain setup. For some reason it's character bound, I'm not sure why. On the other hand, I don't really like change it too much, I guess. Oh, I saw 108 million there. And I think this guy wasn't even that far. It's kind of crazy how big of a range that is. I feel. I'm a bit surprised about that, but I guess it's Ancestral Guidance that's up sometimes. Then Heightened Malice. I guess one big problem that Druids have in general with like single target is Heightened Malice gives you just so much damage when there's 3 enemies. And you don't have that on boss, so you have like so much AoE damage and like very little single target damage by default on basically any Druid build. Because you always have poison in some way, I guess. So maybe it's just like redesign Heightened Malice to just work against poisoned targets or something like that. That would already greatly help a build like this, yeah. To feel more consistent on both sides. Eight stacks, man, with quick shift. Yeah, too bad. We've done like a nice burst there, but then Lilith appeared. Not sure how fast this run was now, because I spent like 2 minutes at the start just running around doing hello. It was a full. Insatiable Fury. Is that an upgrade? Patch didn't fuck up establishing Ubers. I haven't heard of that. So it's 8.9 damage reduction. And 126 all-power. It's actually an upgrade. Right? 10.2. It's actually the same DR and a tiny bit more all-power. But we have another chance to hit the DR without Masterwork reset. So that's an advantage here.
There's a good one.
F. Now if I reset it, which one do I want? It has perfect all power, I guess. Should I try to reset it and go for the 8? So I hit the DR at least once. It's 1 in 4. Dude, hitting the physical damage on that thing. 4 times, man. 5 times.
Solid Vex here.
Now the armor. Now the fist damage. Now the fist damage again. And now the fist damage again. Now the armor.
There's a good one.
Here's the R. Oh my god. Let's just equip it, I guess. Fuck it.
Steel you need.
You must visualize the desired result. I shouldn't have done that, man.
Beware the envious, my friend.
I will really have to get some gold, man. Because if I want to actually like maximize these characters a little bit, that's gonna be a disaster. So let's just start vendoring, I guess, instead of salvaging again. Should have some I'll start farming.
Follow the stars.
Andy is still bugged, yeah. I guess it will need a few days to get a patch out. There's also other stuff like the Holy Bolt's not working.
Shame that. Hello. Well. Hello. Not a bad pull that.
And you can still play the old Andy build, nothing changed about that. You just can't really do any kind of ranged Andy stuff right now. That was the goal.
Better than starting from nothing.
Come, traveler. The stars of sanctuary await. Hello. Shame that. Not a bad. Hello, shine. Well, there's something special.
Has a nice life roll. Would I like to use something like that, but then I would have to roll Polarize on it. That sounds like it's not happening. If that glove had like a high roll Polarize instead of low roll, I would have actually been kind of happy with it. Also could get a glove with a greater armor roll and both. Then I wouldn't have to roll armor here. We have 2 tempers left. Could change it.
What's left, you ask?
We go again. Let's hope we get a better staff as well. Maybe we should gamble staffs a little bit, so get like a 1GA or so. It's gonna be way easier to get a few staffs that can beat this. Has a nice pull size. But the Earth crit is also minimum. Earth crit is minimum. This is almost minimum. Ah man. Just be luckier. Made a Twisting Blades rogue endgame build guy, but it doesn't need to have the Paragon tree on the build. It does. Just have to press on the arrow. In fact, I spent like 2 hours this morning fixing the guide and updating it. We're doing the Paragon one more time because of some new learnings that happened during the night. I made like a really nice Paragon board. They roll back the stone drop, right? I've not done enough pits to really tell that so far, but I don't think so. I mean, it can happen. Sometimes it happens that they update the game and then some old data makes it into the new patch. But, I don't know. I would expect the stone rates to be unchanged. So maybe something bugged out. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of like chilling almost 2 minutes to the boss. On a good run, we can definitely do 2 minutes to the boss and then like half minute boss fight on an 85. Seems okay-ish. Or how crappy this character is right now. Kind of nice having the metamorphosis though. It's becoming immune to the slow there.
Hello.
Hello. Kind of hard to stand exactly at the distance where I can hit them from distance. I mean, if I masterwork this up, maybe I hit like 1 masterwork crit on the pulverize or so. Once I have this at 12, it's gonna be something like 75 or 80% pulverized size instead of just 50. So that will definitely help with like extending the range at which I can stand. Right now I only have 51%, that's not very much. It starts at 45. And even without a masterwork crit, I will go to 65. And with 1 masterwork crit, it's gonna be 76. So that would be kind of nice. So 70-ish% instead of 50. That should help a bit here. Have a pot. Your range procs on Andy are popping. It only looks like it. They're actually still around you. And also the damage is not actually buffed either. So the Andy Sorc is currently on ice until that gets fixed. Then we'll try that more. What's bugged on Sorc of Andy? The Andariel, the patch to Andariel just did not happen, basically. That's what happened. There's no damage buff, and it does not proc on enemies. It only does visually. But the damage is still around the character, so that's not really great for Andy Sorc currently. Oh man, it just feels so fun to play this build. Like, you can say whatever you want about this, but it's just fun. You switch against the spiders because like every overpower, like every hit is like an overpower. You need 10 kills to get an overpower. Like you kill these spiders, kapow, kapow, like overpower, overpower. Oh man. Look, 2 minutes to the boss, here we go. We did it. Last few guys were missing. Oh, I think I missed him with my... Ah shit, he has multiple targets. I can get hide malice here. That was actually a pretty strong hit here by Elias. 75 mil on the boss. Without stagger, without hide malice. Pretty good actually. I forgot, we'd also do more damage when they are high HP, right? I forgot about that mechanic. Or when I'm high HP and they are low. Up to 50% actually, okay. So damage goes more when they are low, okay. I forgot about that completely. Tier 100 on the Incinerate Sorc, no power flame shield. Nice. Needs increased all-power chance on hitting a single target. That could be a cool feature for Pulverize, I agree. A little bit something like the upheaval aspect perhaps that Barbs have. Which is kind of weird to be honest, because it reduces the cooldown for the guaranteed all power by overpowering the enemy. But if there was like something like that upheaval aspect where you can just kind of maybe, you know, guaranteed all power every 15 seconds and it reduces by 1 every time you attack. So you just like spam your Pulverize and then like after a few attacks you get a guaranteed all power and then the other guaranteed all power kicks in and the other guaranteed all power kicks in. And that would feel pretty good, I think. It'd be kind of hard to fit such an aspect still because there's so few slots. It's kind of wild to just be unstoppable with Metamorphosis. Like, these snakes here, they don't stun me. It's crazy. The Necro blood. Yeah, true, there is something like that, right? The Necro blood key passive that gives you like a shorter and shorter cooldown when you... I'm not sure how exactly. What's the trigger for that again? It's been a while. But yeah. +3 deadly venom, +2 minus emerald. Roll +2 exploit, nice. I'll probably go for the exploit instead of lucky hit. If you have lucky hit well rolled on the other pieces, like the glove and the rings, and you have the pot, you're probably gonna be okay without lucky hit on the neck. +2 the exploit will go to 3 once you masterwork it, and that's pretty good. Oh, that was a 102. That was a one shot. So I was full HP, this guy was full HP, I didn't get any bonus from, what was it again? Survival instincts. Can I hit through the water? Oh. It's kind of funny, like you click on a portal, you transform back, and then I come out of the portal and I'm bare again. It's kind of strange. Because it can't be Insatiable Fury. Insatiable Fury transforms you after, I think, 3 seconds now of idling.
Greetings. Hello. Hello.
Hello. You can actually do it between your attacks if you time it. And sometimes I have like really nice hits at the end, and sometimes I just don't get the overpowers. It's kinda eh. Grizzly bear versus lion versus gorilla, which one wins in a cage match? Good question. Maybe the gorilla actually. They're pretty beefy boys. Hey Wayne, thanks for the prime. Do you ever encounter finish bugs? I've heard about them, but no, not me. I wasn't running the build that causes orbs to overpower. I mean the blood boiling aspect. Yeah, I mean it's like another source of guaranteed overpower, but it's only once every 20 seconds. Not sure if it's worth it over like another power. And what do we drop? We can't drop this. Oh. Wait a minute. Upgrade acquired, guys. I have no imprint on my I think that should be Stampede. I was running without Stampede, guys. Easy. We're going to 200 million now. So that's that. Not quite. I think it's like 60% damage buff. Shepherds, actually. We're missing Shepherds. That's cool. Never imprinted that thing. Yeah, I could run Blood Boiling, but I mean the Blood Orbs don't really do much anymore at this point, I think. I mean, maybe like they do like, you know, a few 100k, maybe even like 1 million or so, sure, but 1 overpower every 20 seconds doesn't really cut it, I think. I get 2 guaranteed overpowers every 12 seconds. And then we'll get like 1 every 20. That's like almost half as frequent. So in like 20 seconds I would get 3.5 for my existing aspects, and I would go to 4.5. So I get roughly 1/3 more overpowers. And currently my overpowers do roughly half of my total damage. And the other half comes from my normal hits. So this would mean I would increase half of my damage by 1/3. So roughly a 16% damage boost. Plus whatever I gain from the blood boils themselves. I mean, it definitely feels good to do more overpowers, but the overpowers would be a bit smaller because I give up probably shepherds or changelings. Yeah, I don't think this is really a thing. I did this for leveling, for Winship Wolf. That was nice. For leveling it's a really good aspect. But here, nah. And I really hate this Metamorphosis bug. I thought this would only happen with channel skills, but it also just happens here. I'm not sure why. So I wonder if I quickshift now. No, I don't. Okay. So you click the portal, you transform back into human form, you come out as a bear, and it does not actually trigger quickshift. That's crazy. My quickshift just ran out. I checked it. Interesting. Why is that, man? You have to say hello when you press the portal. Boom. Love it. Again. Ugh. It's just so cool, man. You walk out to the pack and bam, one shot the entire pack, man. It's so nice. What can I say? Got a GA poison resist Andariels, man. Enjoy your 200% poison resist over cap. Oh, here was a 92 million already. And this was at the start of the fight. Oh, I didn't see the number. Okay, seems much better though when you have 60% free damage now. That's cool. Rapid fire is really fixed this time. Should play some. But I'm enjoying this too much right now. Gonna test the bleed twisters. Yeah, I mean bleed twisters are kind of far away currently. You know, there's like a lot of stuff I need to test on the barb still. I made a flay barb, it's not even fully done and so on. So, but yeah, the bleed twister, double swing stuff's gonna be really cool. Let's do it 90. It'd be cooler if Annie's gave plus max poison cap. Yeah, that would be pretty cool too. And more useful, I guess. Like some classes don't even need the rest at all, right? Depending on the setup. I mean, the thing is, Andariel is basically just a poison, is a rogue item anyway, right? Okay, there might be other builds where maybe you want to use it for the lifesteal. But in most cases, it will just be like a rogue item, and rogues already have a bunch of poison rests on their paragons, and they don't really need poison rests. You don't want to roll poison rests. Usually do it with like one sim or something on the rogue. Doesn't Petrify help with boss damage? Yeah, I could do Petrify. That would be pretty nice if I timed that well when I get my 2 guaranteed overpowers. Petrify would be an option. I don't really press the building raw, to be honest. I don't think I've used the building raw a single time. The main problem I have with Petrify is I need 3 points. Not sure where I get 3 points. You're already really tight on points. I wonder if I could change my boots to not run with spirit per second. I should try a different pair of boots that don't have spirit per second. Just for science. You might not actually need it. And I have currently 7 ranks to wild impulses, so my pull actually costs 21% more. It seems like Tibble's Will just kind of does the trick. With Starless at least. I mean, what can we remove? Technically, I don't really need Bloodhowl much. I could remove that, but it's kind of nice to not say hello all the time and do Bloodhowl instead and get the attack speed buff. But yeah, Petrify could be nice for like boss nukes in higher tiers. I could even like do double Petrify. It has a pretty short cooldown. It's only 45 and this is minus 10 I think also, so it's 35 seconds. So I could actually get to the point where I can do like 1 Petrify every stagger. That could be pretty good. It's 50% extra damage I think, right? %. Yeah. Maybe some of the debilitating roar. The debilitating roar right now is only a 1.1 for me, and I get it from the Shaco. Oh, that was 140 million. I think that was a one shot without. Yeah, we can get to 200 million at some point with survival instincts up. Hey, Sepke, how's it going?
Hello.
Oh, the doggies tanked the explosions, that's nice. Ooh, deleted, man. Okay. I was like getting ready for the stagger there and to dodge. Let's go. Oh, dear Watson, thanks for 1000 bits, man. Appreciate that. Your Afrog is so weird after patch, there's not enough rapid fire shots coming out. I heard that if you don't have the ring, you don't get all the arrows or something like that. Is that true? 164 mil? Nice. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, this could be like another 50% extra from Petrify. Yeah, but where would I get 3 points? It's kind of hard to get 3 points here. There's one I could take out from Circle of Life, but I don't want to. And there's also Natural Disaster that I actually kind of want to spec as well. Yeah. I mean, honestly, having the Buildtiny Raw available is not terrible. I should use it more often. I barely use it. I barely use it, man. I could remove points on heightened sensors, because I don't actually have to double that often. This is 3 points you can put here for 12% damage instead of this DR. Sometimes 12. Yeah, it's just like very thin on points, man. In melee, RF only shoots 1 arrow. When you do something be? Yeah, don't worry. You see Smash Druid, yeah, we're playing Pulve right now. It's very fun. Good old Pulve, dude. It's actually Giga Chat build again. Kinda interesting. Isn't he immobilized? Yeah. This guy was immobilized, but he still walked up to me. Not because of his barrier or something? Kinda weird that they are still moving sometimes. Man, this build would be like fully complete if I had like easy quick shift procs from Metamorphosis, but Metamorphosis actually keeps you in bear form. But okay. Shaco Helm with +7 poison imbue. Shaco is still better, I think. Like originally I actually didn't put Shaco into the TB guide at the start of the season, because back on the PTI I could get 10 ranks, and also getting the right master working outcome was pretty consistent. So getting like 10 ranks to your poison imbue was, you know, kind of almost expected. But now with like, you know, how to change master working to make it way costlier, way harder to hit the right stuff, and you can only get 8 instead of 10, like, yeah, at that point I guess you're just gonna go for Shaco and be done with it basically. If you have one, so. Also because, for example, the Helm aspect would be concussive strikes, because strikes doesn't help against the boss until he's staggered. So there's that as well. BGA gloves, won't backs like a hit, not bad. That's actually really good, man. You're ignoring boss and character fire probability 85, the R is very high. Yeah, if you're following my planner, I actually did make it kind of tanky by default. Because you have full mending for the extra life, and you have full defensive posture for the 9%. I mean, defensive posture is something you could drop. Maybe on softcore you could drop this and put the free natural disaster, or pick up Petrify for the burst instead of the building roar. So there's like that option, I guess. You could also abandon Nature's Reach and just play close range and not go actually polarized size. But I think there's like nothing else I really want to temper for weapon slot if you don't go polarized size.
How shall I guide my hammer?
I guess I could still do it, I guess, because why not, but... There's Petrified Duration. Actually, wait a minute. Petrified Duration is kinda big, no? So if that applies to the Petrify damage buff, that would be kinda big. 50%. How's that? The question is, does it? It doesn't... Wait, okay, I need to look at something. Actually, it seems like this could work. That's a lot of Petrified Duration. Maybe I'll do this instead of the polarized size. 18 seconds, man, that's kind of big. 50% extra damage. Yeah, that's probably worth it. So maybe I will just go Nature's Reach and play this like more close range. And then do this instead. That's a long Petrify, man. Like, you're gonna have like 50% uptime on this. And you don't have to do like the shenanigans of like dancing around. And this is 50%, wait a minute, 50%. So this is 100% on a normal. And let's say your Masterwork just like Masterwork crit once, like 170% extra. Baseline is 6, right? $16 seconds. And the cooldown is like 33, yeah, it's like almost 50% uptime, and I have just a bit of cooldown there, and that's it. It's not bad, maybe worth it. Instead of Nature's Reach, you just play like more close range. You just dropped up this here. And it's still nice to have Nature's Reach, but since you care about boss nuke, you would just like stand close range and pump them. And at close range, you could even do Fang and Claw, which is 12% extra damage and buffs magic nodes. So we could replace Earth and Sky with Fang and Claw. Same distribution here. This is 10% damage to crowd or vulnerable, and this is 12% to close. That could be an option. Yeah, I mean, we could do this here, right? 10% chance to reach the cooldown by 2 seconds. So what's my lucky hit? Let's say I do 1.5 pulls per second. I hit 2 times, so it's like around 75% lucky hit per second. Yeah, this is not very good. Every 14 seconds or so I get -2. So that's kind of trash if you compare it to 1 guaranteed overpower every 10 kills. And then we have Calamity for the 25% duration, which is also kind of trash when I compare to Pack Leader. So I think you want to give up none of this here. And you just ignore Calamity and Calm. Like, you don't want to give up this or this anyway. Or this, so... I wouldn't really change anything there. But this could be nice. Let's try this. I don't have the extra duration, but let's just see how it feels. Inner Beast is better. Inner Beast is for resources. Ah, it also resets your cooldown, right? After shapeshifting, his build costs are reduced. Reach 10 stacks, this bonus resets and reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 5. Yeah, the thing is that you don't really proc this though, like you don't really shapeshift that much. You have quick shift, but you try to shift as little as possible, really. So... the right weapon and stuff. Yo, Worm. Thank you so much for the sub. It's a game too easy. Yeah, I mean, they kind of like did a massive hiccup with the balance for the last few patches where they just like kept power creeping everything, and you know, I can come through whatever and nothing threatens you and these kind of things. But on the other hand, there is like stuff that is actually threatening these days, you know. Hit bosses are kind of tough. I mean, the bosses can be tough for people. Even like Helltide, you know, Hellborn and stuff. There is like some of those moments at least where, you know, people even die on hardcore and stuff, so. As long as there's occasionally some of those moments where stuff is like getting dangerous, I think that's okay. Pulverize is pumping. Interesting. Wait a minute. So I clicked. Wait a minute. Okay, that's really, really strange. So I clicked the portal as a wolf, and I came out as a bear, and it did not activate quickshift. Does not happen automatically when I transform from Insatiable? Oh, Insatiable doesn't work. Interesting. Insatiable Fury doesn't actually count for quickshift. Wow. Well, that sucks. Also, I have stun on my... Dude, I have stun tempers on both of my items, by the way. I have like 0 stagger. That's crazy. I could retemper this, actually, yeah. Should not remain stun, I guess. I'm gonna try to hit a freeze or something, or at least an immobilize. We already have immobilize, though. I would like to hit freeze instead of stun. Because they're already stunning all the time anyway on all powers. Get a bit more stagger in here. Okay, so far it feels way worse without Nature's Reach, I gotta say. Let's see the boss. How's Druid? Feels amazing, man. This build is not S+++. I think I have it in B or so right now. There's another Insatiable Fury, but it's crappy. There's another Envenom. It's also crappy though. Okay, one thing I wanted to try is like, can we get rid of the Spirit per second? Let's see what I have for boots. I wonder if we could play this with Wild Heart Hunger. But that's pretty optimistic, I guess. We also kind of want to Metamorphosis there. So here's other boots. They have full power life. I'm gonna try this. Just to see what happens without Spirit per second. To imprint a Metamorphosis. Because maybe we don't need a Spirit per second. We want that thing for anything. We don't really want a totem for any build, right? Both Windshear and this just won't go totem, so... What else did I want to try? Oh, we'll figure it out next run. Can benefit more from quickshift by activating pets and pulve again. Yeah, you can also say hello with Zilla. Yeah, transforms you back and then greetings. 125 million there on a, I think, full HP target. 176. Let's go. This guy wasn't even poisoned, I believe. Man, what? How did they do that much? See much move speed now. We have different boots now, right? Dude, my reasons are more than fine, actually. Let's see the boss. Because we actually have Spirit on kill currently. Yeah, so far it seems like we don't need a Spirit per second at all on this build. Once you have Tybalts, you just do it with Tybalts. Kind of solves all of your resources. We get an extra roll there. Like perma full channeling. Heh. Maybe before you get started, guys, you get the Spirit roll, and then later you just remove it. Seems unnecessary. Problem is I don't have enough boots, and they're also greater Apex move speed. They're also double masterwork on move speed, man. They're kind of big boots. I don't need a Spirit. Okay, it is getting more close now. The resources. So our Spirit definitely makes it more convenient. Do not have to do it that much. But you also have to see I have currently 7 ranks in Wild Impulses. Which you're not really supposed to have. But it's not a bad passive to get. So this makes it harder to sustain the resources. And we don't have the innate Bloodhowl either. So it's kind of looking fine, actually. Ooh. Shit, it's a mace. Do you want to master this thing higher, by the way? Maybe, actually. Maybe we should go to 8 on this. I'm glad you love it. That's a lot. I've tried chain lighting Andariel a little bit. It's not like super crazy, but it seems to at least function. Problem is that Andariel is neither buffed nor does it work at range right now. So it's a bit of a problem.
Well, hello, shiny. Not a bad pull.
We're waiting for a fix there. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to save this item here. Would I like to use this on a Barb? Like no overpowered Barb builds as well right now, right? It's kind of like a wasted item here. What about this offhand? I guess we don't use that either. This would be useful for like a Lightning Storm Druid or so, but I already played it. I don't want to go back to it now, so... It's fine. Andy does work, but the buff that they wanted to give to Andy did not come into effect. stuff. No great affix, man.
Return soon.
Let's do another run, just to like see how it feels with the spirit. And the thing is, you're definitely forced to use your metamorphosis quite often. And sometimes you don't want to. Sometimes you just want to like stand there and pump. Because you actually have 4 seconds after metamorphosis, actually 5 seconds after metamorphosis expires to use it again. And like now, without the spirit per second on the boots, I am kind of forced to use it much more often to get the resources. So having the spirit per second roll is still kind of nice. Makes it feel smooth. Do you know why it's broken? They're gonna fix it on this. Yeah, okay. I mean, people told them immediately after the patch, I guess, so we're gonna hear that soon, I guess. Maybe it's gonna be like hotfix tomorrow, or who knows. I prefer Druid or Rogue? Druid is my second favorite, I would say, overall. I really like Druid in general. Yeah, I think this pulverize, this petrify stuff is a pretty good idea. On softcore, you could even go as far as just like not running heightened senses at all. Or not running defensive posture at all. So give up a bit of the R. Like I feel relatively safe here with the metamorphosis giving me unsolvable, and I'm pretty tanky because I'm an all power build, I have a lot of life. Like it generally feels pretty good. We're already farming 90s here. Kinda nice with the channeling, man. Just like one pulve, and then metamorph, one pulve meta, one pulve meta. Could use that a bit more.
Hello.
Yeah, we're pumping this guy, man. I think this petrify might actually be the way. Like, it's so much damage. And if you have like 15 seconds duration on this petrify, that's actually good, man. You just walk in, you press petrify, and you start blasting. You get a stagger. So, let's take those boots again. Let's put a freeze on them if you can. Get a stagger. Yes. Okay. So you stun and freeze now. And, well, they have 0 tempers left. So they could, like, I need to get another glove anyway at some point. So I could also have slow or something there, so for faster staggers. Great affix. Willpower dive. So should I try it on this thing? Put Petrified Duration? I think I'll do it.
Some steel you need.
This is 1 in 4. 100% Petrified Duration, man. That's a lot. Okay, I've got 88. Easy clap. And I do Earth. 10 Earth crit. Okay. 5 timbers left. I'll take it.
Magic is neither good nor evil.
Let's do a Shockwave.
May I help you? May your road be filled with wonders.
And use some Rapid Fire fix. And Rapid Fire works and it's very strong. So this has 5 timbers left, so you can still redo the item if you want. Let's get a bit of crit damage, I guess.
How may I help you?
Hello? Okay, 98 crit. Very nice. I'm taking that. Not sure what I want to hit. I hit life. Unfortunately, life is a kind of a mediocre roll here. I guess life is good to hit, willpower is good to hit. It's also greater willpower, which is nice. Have crits. We actually have a really crappy roll here, so this is better without a crit. That's good. Petrified Duration, 100% Petrified Duration, so this makes it... Against the boss, it's 14 seconds now. And it can still be more. How's my life changing? 500 more, willpower, 90 more. Okay, so this is 4 and this is 4. Both 4. Let's try this. So we're no longer playing Nature's Reach. I just take the 3 points here. Well, it's still not bad to have. Also, it says double the bonus if they're slowed, stunned, normalized, knocked. It's pretty strong, man. Like if you stagger the boss and you stand exactly at the right place, so you have the distance, you get a 30% bonus. But only for the shockwave, I guess. Actually, not only for the shockwave, for both. That's a big neck. Attack speed cooldown. Now it just needs to roll glass cannon. What robots are worth playing right now? Heartseeker, Andariel's, Barrage, Poison Barrage, Rapid Fire, maybe Poison Rapid Fire, Twisting Blades, Penshot, Penshot Victimize. Not so good stuff there. Aerostorm's looking like it's becoming a thing. Good luck with the cooking. If enemy has shadow imbuement on them, does anything you attack them with counter shadow damage? No, the shadow imbued attack is shadow damage. And the shadow imbuement explosion itself is also shadow damage, yes. But anything else you do to the target is whatever else you do. So if you do shadow imbuement first and then you switch to poison, then you will do poison damage. I'm trying to victimize Penshot, but this build needs some gear to feel good. Probably, yeah. I mean, like all this double dipping stuff with the caltrops and so on. You need a lot of resources as well, and lucky hit and attack speed and everything, so there's a lot of stuff to really make that pop off, I guess, but yeah, it's a strong build. I'm kind of excited to try some more Penshot victimize. It was really good while leveling. And then I switched away from it when I hit max level and I did a Poison Barrage build. But Penshot Victimize is actually a really powerful build. Okay, I'm excited to try this Petrified Duration now against the boss. I really don't like this metamorphosis bug though. Oh, I need to try the rapid fire bug. I'm gonna try this in a moment. So apparently when you don't have Scoundrel's Kiss, you only shoot like a few arrows or something like that. Dude, how many times are they gonna fix rapid fire this season? We had like number 4. Next patch incoming. Andariel Rogue, the build has not changed at all, basically, since the patch. So you still play call points for the flurry attack speed buff. I mean, this feels kind of fine. Get a stagger, kapow. Maybe I should time it a little bit later. I mean, I kind of like just pressing Petrify at the start. But you do get a slight benefit for attacking a CC target, right? You get 5% extra damage here. And we get, I guess, consistent 10 there. We could also change this to Fang and Claw now if you wanted. And play this actual close range. 12%. And then not really worry that much about the Wound. I didn't actually check how often do I proc Wound. And I need to check this a little bit, guys. Let's check this out here. How often do we proc the Wound? Does Uber Giwa drop more shards? No. The tormented versions don't drop more boss mounts, it's kind of stupid. So here was a Wound. Let's see how often I progress. Here's one. Here's a Wound. So it's actually not terrible. But here's a Wound. Wait a minute, can I do something with the Vampiric Curse? No, the Vampiric Curse does not make them vulnerable, right? It's just the ghosts. I need a Curse touch to make them vulnerable, so this doesn't help us. Okay, what about the previous run? Let's see the boss there. Here's the vulner. I mean, the uptime is actually not terrible. It does proc. Maybe like half uptime or so right now. How much was that? That was a big chunk. Ah, that was too fast. This looks like 158. And this was a 55, and this was without a shockwave. Okay. Okay, so my wound out time is maybe like around 50% currently. Do we have any other slows or something? I mean, we have this here. I guess Fang and Claw versus, what is that called? Nature's. Earth and Sky here. Earth and Sky and Fang and Claw, they're kind of like similar. I think softcore would absolutely go for Nature's Reach. An interesting part is if I play Nature's Reach and I only hit the Shockwave at a distance and not with my original hit at all, I only do 13.3% less damage when the target is stunned. Nature's Reach is pretty powerful. Horizon is a nature magic skill with a Yosan Horror aspect. It makes it an earth skill. Okay, I think I want to masterwork this thing to 8. This thing is okay. We hit the vulnerable ones already. Unfortunately, minimum roll. Let me hit the crowd control. It's actually nice because I think I need that. Now we have 36. Okay. So we mastered this to 12, even rather than a crit. I think we should get pretty close to 40 here. 40 is the cap for Earth and Devastation. Let's see. Started at 61. Wait, did I do the right calc? Yeah. It's gonna be 103. So it's like basically 10% more. Let me get 20% of that, so we get like 2% more. It's gonna be 38. So close to the cap. Do we redo the Tybalts? The Tybalts are really good. Let's see if we can hit a close DR. We're hitting maximum resource, of course. 3 times. 4 times. Ah, here we go. Ugh. We have 21 DR at least. I think I'm gonna go to 8 on this one. Willpower. Okay, so this is looking like a bit better now. Should go to 8 on this. We might actually use this glove for a little while. Chance is done. Great. So when do we get to the next rank here? We have currently 1 crit and 30. We need 1 more rank. So it's a 4. Okay. We have 64k life. I think I'm gonna salvage this.
What's left, you ask?
I'm gonna try a bit more with the Pedify. Pedify duration now is 15 seconds. Wait a minute. It goes from 8.5 to 15. Isn't it usually exactly double on the boss? Goes from 3 to 6. Where's that coming from? Ah, wait. No. Its effect duration are increased by 1 second. Ah, this is why. So this is 4 and 7. And then we have 4 times 2.1. 1.4. Okay, and then 7 times 1.1. Okay, so that kind of checks out. Do we heal up when you enter a pit, by the way? Can you explain the 90 to 60 thing from the patch? Previously, every time you added an extra Paragon board, you would increase the stat requirements for the doubled bonus from Reynolds by 90 per board. So there was a counter, basically, a hidden counter, that counted which number board it is in your Paragon board. And then the higher the counter, the more requirements on the stats. So it's easy to hit the rare double nodes on the first, usually 4 boards. And then after that you can forget about the double. And now it's like maybe 6, maybe even 7 boards that you can hit. So basically everyone has double rare nodes on basically every build by default. On every board, kind of. Or maybe like you miss out on it on like board 7, maybe 8 or so if you have that. But usually at that point you don't even pick up rare nodes most of the time. Because you already have all the good rare nodes that you care about on previous boards. And you just kind of like go and pick up like a legendary node, or you pick up a glyph, and that's it. When you go for like a 7 or 8 board setup, you don't really have the points to even pick up any rare nodes, so... Volleyballs is currently disabled. It's buggy and they turn it off. Okay, let's try this rapid fire stuff after this, since the potion's about to run out. I wanna see what's going on with rapid fire again. So I tried the ring already, it seems really nice. But people are reporting that something is going on with rapid fire. One-tapped him from 50%, man, what? Let's go. Okay, how much was that? He wasn't even staggered. I was getting ready for a stagger kill, but I guess not. Kinda nice. 182, okay. Yeah, my setup is slowly getting a bit better, but we're still missing quite some upgrades. Okay, that was kind of cool. Cocaine bear intensifies. So what's going on with rapid fire? You can try, finish, pet 120. I mean, pit. Yeah, this can definitely do 120 now, I think. I sure petrified duration is 15 seconds, or it's just like a late. I mean, there's no unstoppable mechanic for bosses. I have not specifically tested it, but considering that I just did like 182 million at the end, that kind of sounds like we had petrify up. I guess someone can like verify this. Maybe Border knows that, or maybe he's tested it. But it seems like it's working, because the damage seems high. So I'm shooting 5 arrows. I'm still shooting 5 arrows. So what exactly is broken with Rapid Fire, guys? Someone told me that if you don't have a Scoundrel's Kiss, it's broken or something, but it seems okay. Even with call points. Me smash. Let's do that again. Dude, 336 million! And this guy wasn't even like really low life. Look at that. And not staggered. That's pretty juicy, dude. Look at that. Bam. Like, the lower life he is, the more damage I do. Like, at 1% life, if I hit him, I get a 50% bonus. At this point, I get like a 26% bonus. So I'm still missing like 20% damage here from him having so much life. Kapow, man. That's $500 million together. And it's also a pretty high roll, I guess. I've not even seen a 300 before, but maybe I didn't notice it sometimes. But yeah, kind of big stuff, man. I had 8 quick shifts. I had my 5 starters. Petrify was, I guess, barely still up. 8x was about to drop, I guess. I'm not sure. I have like, what's the cooldown? I think I have 45 seconds base cooldown and it lasts 15. Actually, it might have been down. It's pretty close. So I had Petrify pressed like 15 seconds earlier. Maybe Petrify was down. So that's kind of insane actually if that's true. Because I'm at 27 seconds left. Wait, let me look on the Druid again. I think it's 45. It's when the repeating aspect is broken. And the repeating aspect. Okay, I mean, you're not really supposed to run repeating aspect in 2024, I guess. I'm gonna try this though in a second. So, let's see this, yeah. Petrify 45, yeah, it's 45 seconds cooldown. 15 seconds duration. Petrify was down in that moment. This was without Petrify. Look at that. To be honest, it's a surprising high number. I'm not sure why it's so high. There was no ads as well. I didn't have Hide and Malice. I didn't have Petrify. So those two things are also like double damage roughly. Hide and Malice is 45. Petrify is 50. We're getting kind of close to $1 billion here. Now, if this guy was lower HP, let's say we had a 26% buff, I mean, we could go to a 50% buff. So it would be 19. So if it was really low life as well, it would be another 19. And I didn't have this. Was he vulnerable? He must have been vulnerable. Yeah, he was vulnerable. But I did not have Natural Disaster, so if you want, you can spec Natural Disaster for another 12%. And you could just give up 9% DR, so... Or you can give up Heightened Senses, one of the two. On softcore, definitely doable. Even on hardcore, I could consider it. So we do this. And that's just a shockwave, by the way. There's still a normal hit that does like half of this. And on a stagger... Wait, do we have Fang and Claw now? We have Fang and Claw. Okay, so this doesn't matter for the stagger. But there's also 5% extra from this, if it was staggered. But let's ignore that, it's 5%, whatever. You don't really want to go for the stagger that much. So that's fine. And if you're an actual pro gamer, you could do Nature's Reach. And you go with Polarized Size. And then you can stand just in distant range to get Nature's Reach. And then it would actually quite matter if it's staggered. That it would be 30% extra. But you have to probably give up Heightened Senses and Defensive Posture. Do Natural Disaster. Do Nature's Reach. And then you have 12 there, you have 30 there on a stagger, 15 without, if you're standing in the right spot. I suppose I had it as well up. Yeah, I mean, the evade just came back, so we should have had the buff. It's kind of big. Anything else I could change here? Like offensively? I don't think there's really that much anymore. Now, it's a good question. Did I overpower 5 seconds earlier because of Dominate? We got 15% damage buff. I mean, okay, this clip is too short. I want to see the rest here. Wait, this is the previous boss. I want to see this real quick. Here we go. Doesn't look like there was an overpower before. Let's see, where's the last overpower? Nothing, nothing, nothing. This was just winnable. We didn't even have Dominate, man. Like, we were even missing Dominate. It's only 5 seconds. They didn't even have this. So you can do another times 1.15 if you want. We had over 1 billion already. Anything else here? Now, I probably had Ancestral Guidance up. It's not that hard to keep up, so I'm not sure what it looks like, actually. What is the icon for Ancestral Guidance? How much are triple GA Beastful Boots worth? That depends on the affix. If it's not perfect affix, not really anything. And even with a good affix, not much. Petrify was not up. You can see the cooldown. The cooldown here is 27 seconds left. So 18 seconds have expired. It only lasts 15. Petrify was down. Yeah. 45. Ah, no, wait a minute. You get minus 10, right? Okay, Petrify was up, you're right. I forgot, we get minus 10. So, okay, let's remove the 50% multiplier for Petrify. You get minus 10 when you hit a boss. You're correct, actually. Okay, I wanted to see this Ancestral Guidance. Here. Gain bonus damage out of spending spirit, so it's like just like a Druid icon there. Which I suppose we have. We can't see it though. Okay, there I saw it, it just expired. Yeah, you can see it here at the end. This is the buff here, this is like the stacking thing. So, here it triggered, 54, 72, it triggered, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, pretty close actually. Maybe it was up. It probably was up since the number is so high. But pretty close. Like if we go back 5 seconds. Here's a 72. Does it only stack up while we don't have the buff? Gain bonus damage? Okay, it seems like it just like perpetuates itself, right? You can actually refresh it. Okay, so this is how it works. So we should be kind of fine. Yeah, so we probably had it, let's say. Interesting though. I mean, of course, there's like other stuff you can optimize on your gear as well, right? I'm still missing, I don't know, a lot of willpower, I guess. You know, it's gonna be greater willpower. Here we have an armor roll on the glove is kind of weird champ. So armor roll could be on the boots instead. And this could be something. Yeah, but realistically, actually, not all too much damage that comes from the gear anymore. It's just like overall utility, more crit chance, etc. Here is missing, like, knife is a thing. That should be like a crit, but again, this wouldn't help us for like a one-shot. But yeah, looking at this here, we can like roughly double our damage under better circumstances from poisoning enemies. From having different passives. Going a bit more YOLO. And that's just a shockwave. So now if you add the same with the original hit, that was 144. So it'll be like another 319. So together you definitely get over 1 billion. And you can definitely get to the point where you hit for 1 billion. On a good hit you can get 1 billion, I think. And there's like, you know, more YOLO setups you can do, I suppose, as well. If you like not make a pit setup or like a hardcore setup, but you actually just make like the biggest hit possible, there would be like more ways to cheese the damage a bit. Why do I have 17k armor, by the way? Because you're a bear. Yeah. Okay, interesting stuff. And you have smoke grenade. Smoke grenade is pretty good skill. Ring of Stardust Sky is mandatory. And it's not mandatory to play the build, but it fits in relatively well. It just helps with the resources. You can just make a normal ring that has like resource cost reduction and or resource generation. And you have an extra aspect there. You can put something there like a stampede aspect, for example, or retaliation aspect or something like that. So that kind of makes up for the damage loss as well. But it's nice to have the Stardust. On the other hand, you have to stack out the Stardust, so very often when you walk into the boss fight, you have 2 overpowers ready, and they will both not be buffed. So there's a bit of a downside there as well. If you farm it here, where you kind of like want to just kill the boss in 5 seconds or something, Stardust Guys is actually a disadvantage. Because you walk in, you have no stacks, and you get your 2 guaranteed overpowers, and then 12 seconds later you get the next overpowers. So by then you will have the Stardust Guys stacked, but if you go for like a very short boss fight, it's actually a downside. Okay, so what do? We want a... just give it like 1 ring or something.
It seems your prayers have been answered.
Let's see what happens. I didn't try Blessing Blades yet, but soon. That was a good test on a Druid though, so far. Two arrows. Okay, it's true, man. It's this aspect, the repeating aspect. So this is normal. And here, 5 shots, all fine, with comm points as well. All good. That's 8 arrows. And then you do this. Oh. Wait a minute. So this was 4, this was 2. This was like 5. I think what happens is that it just gives you like a 45% chance to shoot an arrow or something like that. Because it's actually not always 2. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 5 even. Here's 1. Oh, I love it. Nice. Okay, this seems fine. So if we combine the two, it's all good. But yeah, apparently there are people in 2024 that play only repeating aspect and not Scoundrel's Kiss. They get this. I mean, first of all, you should never do this. And then you have no problem, guys. So, just remember that. It's kind of funny though. Good bug. Yeah, I think they're aware already, they're gonna fix that, but it's pretty hilarious. I wonder what happened, like, how does this bug begin to exist, you know? What happened? Like, I can't understand. Like, it was fine, you know, for the last year or whatever, like 1.5 years since beta, it was fine. And now this. Like a hit to shoot arrows, yes. Oh well. Do we do the TB now? Maybe. I think I'm gonna go on Andi Rogue a little bit. Benchmark. And I will try to get some obols so I can potentially do like some last minute changes for TB. Which one is the one that has Andi? I think this one. Not even Blizzard knows. Oh, my Andi is already in the stash. Let me have it here, okay. How come people still think Dark Shadow Giants is better than sub-ranks on chest and they're running Concealment and Smoke Grenade? I mean, for the Smoke Grenade, it's completely irrelevant to have extra ranks. And then there's Concealment, and yeah, it's kind of cool to have like a shorter cooldown on Concealment, but when I use Concealment, it's usually just as a backup for Hardcore. Most people don't even run Concealment on Softcore. And even if you do, you don't really press it that often. So, like, I press Concealment like once every half hour when I play Concealment, like, on the bar. Right now I don't even have it. And for Smoke Grenade, it does literally nothing, because it just extends the duration from 4 to whatever seconds. And you can only crowd control elites for 5 seconds anyway. So what's the point exactly? Yeah, it's like slightly longer, I guess, instead of 4. But if you have a Shaco equipped, for example, not on the Andariels, but on most other builds, then you will already go beyond that 5 seconds. And it's completely pointless. Okay, let me check if I have everything. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Bang, county, control. I did not actually redo my Paragon board yet. So there's a new technology that we found out lately, which is Deadly Ambush. What Deadly Ambush does these days, guys, is this. We learned yesterday. So that's kind of funny. And apparently that was like this like forever. So we have to make new Paragon boards for stuff like Andariels. But I guess for now I was gonna try this. Yeah, Rapid Fire is definitely... I mean, the thing is, if you have Scoundrel's Kiss, you do not play Repeating Aspect on Rapid Fire. Like, those do not match, basically. So... the Scoundrel's Kiss with Repeating Aspect only fires normal arrows. There's no extra explosions. So it's not really worth to combine those two. Getting 12.5 million Ice Shards casts. 12.5 mil on an Ice Shards cast. That's pretty decent. I guess all Ice Shards together, right? Is that with the key passive plus the aspect? Gets to this. Noxious Eyes, Inner Calm, Rapid, Pestilence, Bursting Venoms. Okay, we have everything, right? Okay, let's try it out. Let's see how good this is. We also got a boss here in 30 minutes. More Druid gameplay, please. Polarized hype. Yeah, don't worry. I will play a lot of the Polarized Druid. I kind of like it. But right now, it's, you know, I want to try stuff. So, before the patch, I was farming 94. So, let's start with 94 and see what happens. Andariel has not been fixed. New exposure buff, ideal damage to proc exposure. Does that mean poison trap can now proc off poison dot for death trap resets? You can, yes. This is basically the change that, you know, poison imbuement and a poison trap can now proc exposure. But I mean, this is not really impactful because both these abilities have a very low lucky hit. So even though they can do that, they won't really. I wonder if I even get to stagger the boss. Seems like a single Andariel procs is like insta kills in an elite pack here. Using Andy Visage, Pepela, yes. Yeah, 94 was like pre-patch farmed here for me, so let's see what happens. Maybe it's gonna go out like 20 or something. The thing is we're pretty close to maximum monster level already, so it's not gonna get really more dangerous, which is nice. Alright. I still have to stagger. Okay, he's like easily melting in the stagger. Ah, stone, first try. Easy. Teleport and Sorc has over 100% lucky chance. Only if you have a lot of lucky chance bonuses. I think their baseline is 50 actually on teleport. Problem is like teleport is kind of like a long animation. And also it's kind of hard to like perma teleport all the time. Okay, let's do like, I don't know, 100. So that seemed very easy here. Repeating aspect causes issues, you have to know all your weapons. Repeating is an aspect, not a temper. That causes the rapid fire to break. We're not talking about the double cast stuff. Okay, it still seems like very low for this. Why didn't nerf Lilith? That's a good question. Saboteur Signal now usable for Flurry? Yeah, it depends on what kind of build you want to make. I mean, Saboteur Signet, yeah, you use it with Flurry, but it's, you know, a grenade thing, so you want to make a grenade build out of it. I guess the bigger problem is just that it's just not really good. I think Saboteurs is just not really doing that much. Like, it only procs 30% of the time, and does some pretty mediocre damage for grenades. The biggest grenades are the opportunist grenades, followed by the surprise grenades. So one is the stealth trigger, the other one is triggered by evading and shadow stepping. They do a lot more damage and a lot more consistently than what you can do with the Saboteur Signet. And then you have the lucky hit effect from Saboteurs, which is relatively irrelevant, to be honest. Especially now that the Archshrouds can come from melee skills as well, if you want to do anything like that. Can I see a tier 100 boss? What? My Shadow Step just didn't work twice. What happened? Okay, the system's like very low. Even on this tier I can like one stagger this boss. That's insane. And this was a really scuffed nuke. I guess you're gonna roll plus 10 from here or so and see what happens. Like what? With potion I have 61 lucky hits. Let's do 110, guys. This is not buffed Andariel, right? Use every few puncture hits? No, around every 3 seconds. So we are 16 tiers up from my last farming tier pre-patch, which feels like more acceptable now. With my damage down right now. Hello. One sec. Getting back, guys. Let's go.
Anything?
I don't have any water. I'm trying out a new patch. Still. I'm trying out a new patch on the rope right now. Thank you. Trying not to die. What? This guy just like exploded from 60% HP in one tick. That's kind of strange. I think this was like this tick reset thing. And then it got like some 200 million or something. But yeah, this 110 seems pretty chill. I wonder what the boss is gonna be. Like. Visual bug of poison. Dude, what? That's a lot of damage. My clip fucks out. Kinda crappy stagger nuke here. If I had a better second nuke in the first round, would have been fine, I guess. Oh, so 3.5 minutes, that's too long. Decision's down though. Oh wait, we're gonna go like pretty high stone drop right now as well, right? Because we go higher. Let's see what happened there. Was it the explosion? No. Was it this explosion? Dude, what? Oh, was it an arsonist? I had 4 dark shrouds. That's a lot of damage though. With 4 dark shrouds? I think it was an arsonist explosion. You see on the ground? Yeah, we have an arsonist targeted, yeah. These do a lot of damage. I didn't see it. Yeah, you have to pay attention to these. Crazy how fast the HP goes up again though. No life still. Was way too long though. You go again. So 110. Try this again. A bit better. I tried Andy Sorc real quick. It's like not in the same ballpark as like Andy Rogue, which is expected. It seems to kind of work. I was like cruising through T100 dungeons with like a really potato Sorc, so this can be a way stronger character, and I think I can actually get to a point where it feels like a relatively good Sorc build, but we'll see. Right now, Andariel is neither buffed nor does it proc on enemies, so I'm waiting for these 2 things to be fixed. Then we'll try the Sorc again more. I wonder if there were like multiple overlapping arsonist explosions. That could actually be if they like fired at the same time in the same spot. I wanna see like if this animation looks the same. Did I find one? Here's one. Oh. That was a bit nasty. I want to try to clean this up a little bit here. I want to try to just get like an arsonist or 2. Here's one. Nah, I can't really tell if this is like a bigger explosion or not. Yeah, I do have to be a bit more careful because we are going to 199 monsters and not 193. I was farming 193s earlier, before the patch. This stuff is like more dangerous now. The rebuild I'm going. Yeah, I'll do the Maxwell guide. I updated it. A lot of new stuff. So I'm just trying to get some obos right now. See kind of like what you can do with like a really good build, like Andy Sorc. And then we're gonna probably respec to DB and see what's going on. TB is certainly gonna be a bit weaker than this, but you know, maybe you can just still farm hunters or something, and hunters pretty good. We have arsonists again. 2 times in a row in this run here. Yeah, 110 feels a bit like too optimistic actually. Maybe we should do like 105 or so and see how it goes. So like plus 10 tiers from what I was doing. And then once the Andariel's fix happens, maybe do the 110s. The stuff doesn't really die fast enough. And that's the most comfy. Yeah, I'm gonna try on a 5 with this. And I scuffed Stagger Nuke again on the start. So it's like almost 5 minutes run, that's pretty terrible. So let's try to do lower. I can play a bit more aggressive. We have 1400 obels, can work with that. Let's do 105. The damage increase did happen. Yeah, on the tooltip it did. Oh, that calls bow, man. Before I have Might or Dark Shard. I wonder if he could probably nearly one-tap me. Maybe he could even one-tap me, I'm not sure. Before I get any buff. And 5 feels a lot more comfy. So this is like plus 11 tiers of what I was doing pre-patch. Not sure, it seems kind of similar. Let's see the boss. If we can do like a consistent 2-stagger kill, that's where I wanna farm basically. build faster than Heartseeker. Have you tried Whirlwind with Terriers and Gushing Wounds and Berserk Ripping? That is currently the winner, I think. At least in speed clear. I'm not sure if it goes higher than Heartseeker, probably not. But it might still be the fastest to farm Leaf Iron actually, even if it's a few tiers lower, because it actually clears really quick. It's kinda hard to beat that time with Heartseeker. Unless you got a pretty low tier. But I think you can't really compete with that build on the same tier. Okay, this is Bramble, and it's just easy killing in 2 staggers. Like what? And earlier I had a Sea Hack, which is also pretty tanky. I needed 3, but one of them was a Scuffed Nuke. I played it better this time. Chainsaw would kill this boss real fast for sure. Let's do another one. And ours is not better than Heartseeker, no? Supper builds cannot defeat Lilith. Won't be able to complete Season Journey unless you have a meta class. I mean, Lilith is mostly a good check. It's not really a build check or a gear check or something. I mean, of course, having a good build makes it easier to win the fight because you just have less chances of failing. But realistically, it's more of a you problem than a build problem. So you can try to make like a good build. Every class has builds that trivialize Lilith fight anyway. You don't have to play a certain class for that. There's very strong builds on all classes. But yeah, if you go in with like a Flurry Rogue, then of course you have to play pretty well to do Lilith. If you go in with an Andy Rogue, well, you stagger her and that's the end of the fight. So you can do the same on like Necro, you can do the same on Sorc, whatever. So. Bramble on Thorns might be the most miserable we've ever been. So the ground dot does not actually trigger Thorns a lot when he does the poison pool. It's kind of interesting because you have the ground dot on Grigor that actually does trigger Thorns, right? But I guess it's more of like a hit thing. And the poison pool is actually a dot. I think that's like an actual difference. So 105 feels like a pretty comfy farming tier currently. Maybe we're gonna go like +1 or 2 or so from here. But I wanna get to like some 2-minute runs first. See some boss fights. How often I double stagger kill them. Just a 2-minute run. It's still pretty comfy 2-stagger kill. There's some dodging. Need a Harlequin Twisting Blade build, please. I have good news for you, man. Have you heard of maxroll.gg?
Hello. How's it going?
World boss and 6. Okay, we should do the world boss, and then I think I'm gonna try to put together TB. I don't know where my Harlequin quest is. I think I have it on a Druid right now, right? Yeah. Actually, need to go over the Druid planner as well. Maybe before we start working on RTB, I should fix that real quick. I think I also have not made a non-Uber setup for the Druids. Only made the Harlequin setup. So there's like some slight tweaks I should do. Some guys is good now, yes. We have a spare 25% nameless cow. Dude, no one has a spare any percent nameless cow. It's an instant vendor item. What are you trying to do with that thing? Let's go there. New Andy Heartseeker non-victimized belt. Yeah, that is just a scuffed version of the real Andariel's build. Which you can also find here if you want. Just open the planner from the description. And if you want to play a scuffed Andariel's build at range, you can click on this one, which says Heartseeker for the memes. Unfortunately, currently that's actually not playable because they didn't actually change Andariel's to be ranged. It's still a melee explosion. But once they fix that, you can play this. Let's talk about the pulverize real quick.
Hello.
You have made a grave mistake this day. This will be your last stupid mistake.
Here we go. So I think I'm gonna change this to a Federation.
Stupid mistake.
Thank you.
Let's do that. And we remove... What did we remove? This, I believe. 1, 2, 3. Now for softcore, as I mentioned, we could also remove stuff like this. It is 6% movement speed for 6 seconds. 12% when we have both. So it's 12% DR, 12% movement speed. It kind of feels nice to have this, to be honest. Then remove Earth and Sky. We put Fang and Claw. And remove this. And we put this. Be safe. Now we make a normal setup.
You have made a grave
Reverse
mistake
setup.
today. This will be your
So we have to make a normal helm here.
mistake.
Actually, we don't have to make a normal helm. We just put a Growth Slayer. Easy clap. Growth Slayer is amazing. So we do something like this. And we have to remove the ring though. So I think I make a copy of this. I wonder if I have enough res. 56. This is at 70. Oh, I'm missing so much res. Wait a minute. That's 10 and 10. How can I go to 56 then? That's a kind of weird. It's fire on fire, okay. It's fixable though. Try something with this crossbow.
That was not bad.
Impressive. Farewell.
Fastest way to level is to Hell Tide to World Tier 3 and then Nightmare Dungeons. Okay, maybe we're gonna do something with this crossbow. Let's put it here. Now, on this thing, you have resource generation. I guess I can do resource cost reduction as well to make this feel a bit better. You can also put an extra aspect. So, how is Stampede versus Retaliation? I guess those are the two options here. Well, we still don't have anything else, so we do... we also need damage versus crowd control, so we can do more crit. A lot more crit. With crit chance. It might actually get to the point where we like crit too much. We have 54. And then 9, 28, 20, 37. I'm missing 46. Anything else for crit chance here? There's 8 here, so it's 54, 44. So I guess we do something like that. Or even a resource cost, or even double resource if you want. Just to make it smooth. That's 10% RCR. But it might be just fine actually. But maybe to like smooth it out, maybe earlier on I want to do the resource stuff. To make sure you don't starve so much. Now we have to get a point there. Could I got this for the wolf? Also here we can change this to the attack speeds. Now we still need to find what are we doing here. Stampede as +1 companion. So our shepherds right now is a normal slot. So that is 10 times 6. So we have a 60% bonus. We go to 90% bonus. Oops. That's an 18.7% increase. That's actually nothing. Now what if you put shepherds on the neck and we put this on the normal slot? So in this case it will be... oops. So 2.35. Then we have changing stat, which is 55. So it's 3.64. Whereas this is 3.47. So it would actually be slightly better to put shepherds on the neck before it gets Southern Skies. It's kind of interesting. It actually makes me kind of wonder if I really want to go for the resource for the starter skies here. Maybe not. But also, it's also our aura so nicely, which is kind of cool. Do you have the planner updated? Do we have like the new values here? Doesn't look like, right? 240. That seems like too high. But what's in the game? The planner is not updated yet. 230, 220, 290. We have actually like everything activated now. Here, this is missing 26. But this is board 6, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even this is activated. Kinda wild. Hey, Hetty. Thanks for 32 months. Night off, dumb. Okay, so... So Shepherds on the Neck wins if we have Stampede. Now what if we go Retaliation? Retaliation is 30% bonus. So that's 1.3. That's 1.6. That's 1.83. This wins. Okay, so it's just Retaliation. That's it. And that's all of it, actually. Now, what are the advantages here of not playing Starter Skies? So the core damage is irrelevant. Crit chance is kind of the same. Resources, I may not need them. Get willpower, which is an upgrade. Just like having some willpower like this, for example, is already... It's like a... yeah, around 10% upgrade, I guess. Exactly, almost. So it's a 43% damage buff. Maybe it's better to just have a normal ring, honestly. Compared to starters. The problem is the res. So what happened to the res? I still don't understand why my res went down by 14. Like, how did that happen? This has 20 auras? And this has 10 auras and 10 fire. How did it lose 14? It has a diamond. This has a diamond too. What the fuck? And the Harlequin as well, I suppose. How much does that do? That's around the 4%. Really? 41 to all stats? This thing is not masterwork, by the way. I guess we do this. So we have to find 3 points and put them here, I suppose. Or can we move something around for like big res? So there's res, there's res. This is a lot of res. Here's res. So how much can we get? We need 14.6. We need 13.6. So like this we need 10. This means like 7 more nodes. 1, 2, 3. Nope. So I could probably try to do this. What? We are hitting some rare nodes somewhere. This is why. This one. Okay, so wait a minute. This is why. Okay, this is activated in the current patch. It's just not on the planner. So we're actually only missing like 10-ish. Alright. So the question is, can we get any points anywhere on the tree? The answer to that is most likely no. Because I've made it really tight. So it's probably easier to fix it through the skill tree. And you take those two things. And you put it here, and that's basically it. And then you have your res. You would need like 1 int node or something. If I could get that. Or one res node. Do that. Now the question is, where can I get a res node? I can get a 1 point basically. Do I have like too much somewhere? You could remove this. Sharukai, thanks for the prime by the way. 1 second guess. I guess realistically I just have to remove all onto the life nodes, yeah? No more. Okay, second again. So I guess you don't really have much of an option, just like remove this. A 2% life node is not the end of the world. But it is kind of convenient to have the rest on the starters. So we're calculating how much of a damage upgrade do we have, right? Starters guys gives us 1.5. And the normal rank gives us roughly 1.43. And this does not count the extra vulnerable here. Is there anything else we could put here? Nah, it would just be an extra vulnerable, I guess. So you have double vuln. Potentially we don't need to masterwork it, so you can like put it on like, I don't know, willpower or something like that. I should try this and not run starters. But I really don't want to give up these skill points, because skill points are basically getting to the point where I lose like 3% DPS per point or something. Or here the R. So that does have some downsides there. I guess both works. Okay, safe. So this is done. Why fluidity instead of diminish? Resource gen is not useful, it's for the 10% damage from the fluidity glyph. It has a damage buff now. Druid is so strong now, KW, got it. Yeah, they nerfed the pit. Yeah, everyone goes like 10 plus tiers higher now. Hunter Zenith and Quick Shift. Yeah, Hunter Zenith doesn't compete with a normal ring, but I can do that calculation real quick. I mean, Hunter Zenith gives us, let's say, automatically 5 ranks to Quick Shift, and crit when we have normally anyway, and then no willpower, no vuln proc, and no aspect, and no temper. So that's a lot. I also just realized I didn't. Okay, you have to resource there. Okay, never mind. So 5 ranks of quick shift. How much is that? If you want to have 8 anyway, that's 48% buff. Actually, it's more now, right? You can stack it more. They buffed it. So it's 8 per point. Right now it's 6 per point, so it's 8 per point. So it goes from 64 to... Let's say we have 5 extra. 104. So it's a 24% increase. It's almost worth the retaliation aspect. But then you have nothing else. You don't have the willpower, we don't have anything else. So this is it, basically. And then we get slightly more defense from heightened senses. But that doesn't make up. We can just put like a life roll. Life roll also improving our damage, for example, through extra willpower. So Hunter's Level is not worth it. And there's also nothing you gain for Hunter's Level if the effect is completely pointless. If you play Bear and you get Bear kills, it does literally nothing. For this build you can't even trigger the effect. Because you need to hit something with damage. And the only werewolf skill we have is Roar. Bloodhowl, rather. So this is... Hunter's Level ain't it. Okay, Twisting Blades time, let's go. I guess it's time to forget what he learned. Do I have space here? I think I should have the gear, kind of, for this. I'm probably gonna keep this chest. That's especially a lot of... Okay, we need Starless. Which is not here, I think it's on a Druid. We need Harlequin, which is also on a Druid. We need a Twisting Blades glove. Do we have one? I think I bricked and salvaged it actually. Which is kind of hilarious. Okay. Unlucky. So let's see if we can get one. I guess I'm good. Flurry Gate is missing Andariel. Good luck. Scout from neck, change the diamond for res. Ah, maybe actually. On like a good gear, you might have too much on the pulf. I saw the 10k armor, but I forgot about the skull. You can remove that, you're right. On this build it doesn't matter because I have too much armor and too much res. You kind of get the res by default, there's no res on the gear. But here we can do that. Alright. Okay, let me fix this real quick. We have enough armor. At least once the master work this up. And our res is 65. And we get 3 here, right? So we'll be at 69. So you need initially 1 point. 1 more point basically than this. We already have one. Well, we take this out again, so we don't have to adjust the paragons. Where did I come from? It is the life node there, right? So we're at 67. So it's 2 paragons versus 1 skill point. Take this out. So you have 1 there from heightened senses. I think that's probably okay. Easy to adjust as well. Because the only option you have is like removing live nodes, and that's also not really great. So I'd rather remove heightened senses. Easy, okay. Thanks for mentioning that. Okay, so here we want Dark Shroud energy per second. Maybe I can have energy per second boots. We actually do have energy per second boots. They have no movement speed though. They have armor. Okay. I also want armor, res, pants. Not sure about those pants. Here's armor. We can try this. So this might work out. It's also nice life. Okay, we need to try to hit a Twisting Blades glove, or just any glove that I can use for now.
The winds, the winds truly favor you, friend.
That fire.
You need steel work? That got most of it. Precious stone. This I can sell.
We should get Neve Iron at 61. It's gonna be quite easy to hit that now.
The winds truly favor. The next will be better.
Okay. Not sure if I really want to have the attack speed on the gloves, but it's also not bad. I mean, Stardust and this is it. Artsy Iteration. This is actually the wrong thing right now. We want this one. Okay, so I have to probably hit a all-res roll here, which is gonna be tough. Let's get all our items. Pull was really good now, yeah. Yeah, we're doing to be now.
Dark days upon us. You need a proper weapon. Anything else? Be wary on the road.
Okay. With more patch, you can go with full mastery and 95 pit. Now you die in a 100 nightmare dungeon. Do you like change something on your setup maybe? Because that should not happen. Unless you Pepega walk into like some big explosions or whatever. Okay, Poison Imbue plus 5 casts. It's actually only 10 out of 12 masterworks, so we can try to hit the... It's a 1 in 5 chance to hit the Poison Imbue again. I kinda want that. And we have the Puncture Resource Generation, which is not a perfect roll, but workable. Here's actually really good Puncture Resource Generation, 82.5. But you kind of need to hit a perfect roll when I get the exact value for 3 compounds in one go. So you have to temper a lot of amulets probably. Not easy to do. Alright. Let's make this. So much yarn now, man. 18% from 30. Crazy. I Like, why did they buff this? You know, every rogue build was already taking it. It's kind of strange that they're buffing stuff that we're already having on every build anyway. Okay. Starting with this versatility clip. It's 15, that's good. Exploit weakness. Buffing Flay Lamau. I could not agree more with that comment. But I mean, Gushing Wounds nerf is coming, so... After that happens, I guess it's fine to have that buff in place. Okay, tracker online. Go here. Wait a minute. Did not update this actually. Whoops. Remember, I did some change here. We did this. And what was that other point? I removed one here. What? Okay. I am pretty sure that I updated this. Very strange. Didn't save, I think. This is control here. Did it fix the 1 emerald drop from Hellpie chest? I don't think there was anything about it in the patch notes. Maybe it's intended. Maybe you're supposed to get not many emeralds. Because they're the most valuable item type. I don't know. Can we get this one online? No, I made it for 125 cinders. Yeah, it's kind of weird that they only get one. Maybe it's a bug. To be honest, I can't really say that I'm trying to target farm much in Helltide. It's like the opposite of what it was in the past. In the past, it was like, okay, you need living steel as much as possible, so you never open any of those chests. You just go for living steel chest, and that's it. And now it's like the opposite. It's just like, okay, I have so much cinders, I don't care, man. Just give me everything. So that's kind of how it feels to me, man. Okay, Fluidity Glyph is not leveled. And we can't activate it either currently. And here comes a deadly ambush. Okay. Okay. So Fluidity needs to be leveled, everything else is at least 15. I have to do a bit of Nightmare Dungeons here. Now, how's the res? So we're supposed to have 1 ruby, 1 topaz, and 1 amethyst.
Would you like something appraised?
Ruby being a bit of a problem. Maybe not.
Good fortune.
So with this plan, okay, is this not activated, first of all? This is not actually active. So we can do plan B. This has potion healing and more potion healing, and then the 10% non-fizz. We can unspec this board, put this one first, and then this. We lose 8% potion healing. And we can also go for 4 more strength nodes, that's just plan B. So we can just go for some strength nodes, which you might want to do anyway. How much strength do we have currently? 440. This should match the planner. Here's 1 more for some reason. So let's do some calculations. You want to get 3 column points in 1 single puncture with this setup. So we need 165% bonus. Yeah, so we're not getting there quite yet. But now we have 2.3. Now if I add just 20 strength, that would help me a little bit. There's 5 here. There's another. There's another. And there's another. So we got this. And now my resource generator is 13.8. So this helps us. This also helps us slightly. I think we want 5 more strength. So we get 3 core points every 3rd puncture. And 2 otherwise, currently. Can I get 5 more? Yes. I promise this is still kind of off here. So this is fine. That's also fine. And this is fine. So I think we're supposed to have a poison rest ring, is that correct? I think so. And this is something I do not have. I have a lightning ring. I mean, I have other rings, I guess. But I like this masterwork. Okay, let's see what you can roll in this thing. Actually, I could run... I could run the anti-venom elixir. It's very costly, but at least for testing for the start, this will work. Technically, I could even take any rest if I want to do that. Actually, no, anti-venom, how much does it give?
The stars do not lie.
TB looks awful. Have you been playing it already? It's 35 Angel Breath, man, holy shit. We might have some leftovers though. This is 20 res. Okay, so let's try to get it all res roll.
Need something blessed? Cursed, perhaps?
I'm not gonna do strength gems. That's a lot of life. Can I try to get some other boots? Do we want to have energy per second? We don't have energy per second on a chest, because you have Dex, Life, Dark Shroud, that's a very good chest. So I guess you want energy per second boots. I wonder if I kept these. He has 4 energy per second. He made charges, 12 movement speed, tempered, slow. Slow is kinda bad, but okay. He's also life. So I could try to take this and roll the all rest on it. Don't know if the attacks reduce evade cooldown, but it's not the end of the world, because he days stuff all the time. So the extra charges are not bad. Could try this one. He has actually energy per second chest that I saved for this purpose, but I have to redo the masterwork. It has fire rest that actually currently would help me slightly. Why don't I take this? Then we can take any boots we want. Which means we can run our old boots, perhaps. We got the armor. But then we need the rest on the pants. Or maybe not. Maybe it's all with an individual rest roll. So we have this. We take this out. Yeah, probably remains we need like an extra rest. It's already tempered, I'm not gonna redo this. Even with anti-venom, it'll be at 65 poison rest and not 70. Which is kinda sad. This is an 890 item power. Damage I was looking, Iron Maelstrom. I think that goes into the salvage. The normal helm, the same here. Okay. I guess poison rest damage for a time. We want crit, dex. Let's go live. How much life does it have? 63k. It's kind of good. So we'll check some of our rings for poison rest. Let's see if we can get something better somewhere. Oh, interesting. Here's another chest. Similar to the one I have currently. But it still has tempers left. But I think I go with this for now. We have stun chance, we have immobilize, we have freeze. You want a glove to have double freeze, I guess. You want double freeze and then everything else is kind of good actually. Immobilize, freeze, stun. That'll be nice if you get a glove that also has freeze on it. That'll be tough though. So this works. We take this one out, we have too much fire res. We go with this. My lighting is kind of far away, my shadow is kind of close. Can we get away with diamonds? No, we cannot, right? Diamonds will kind of solve this nicely. We can only do diamonds if we have the all res. If I do diamonds, it's 24. And then an all res roll is like another 14. So that is 38. And we are just barely cat on shadow. Not much more on fire. So we can't do that. Alright. So we have to hit either cold or poison on the pants. We have to roll one of them or have to roll all the rest. Let's just do that. Let me go with it. Here. Let me solve the other one with the gem. Here. And let's do this. Okay, let's save this here. This is my good gear. So you still don't have any glove that you like. Let's take this for now, I suppose.
My skill is unmatched.
Temper it up. Nice. Sorry to freeze. Okay. So you get double freeze, you got one stun. One immobilize. We got a slow from the punctures. Should be nice. So let's put this stuff back here. And this as well. We're not gonna do this Heartseeker stuff for now. Let's put this here. Let's put this here for later. Do I want to change the amulet actually? So this one is Masterwork to 4. Let's say we do 2 rank 8s with 1 crit, which would mean 25 and 30, like this. So like this we get 2 comp points and 3 comp points and repeat. It should be kind of nice. Save this for later. Save this for later. Equip this. And we do another amethyst there. It's getting pretty full here. Okay, so this is still fine. We need rubies. The flavor be good at bossing. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted like 2-shot, 4-man tormented bosses, it's pretty good actually, yes. Did we have like a crossbow drop somewhere? With big life. Do you want to try to upgrade this? This is kind of nice tempers though, to be fair. Pretty decent rolls. But I would prefer the life. We have a pretty good rapid fire one here. Could try to make a better penchant one. Has wound. Life kind of low. Let's see if we hit like a really good pen shot. Chasing blades return 50% faster. Made it twice. Minimum pen shot. And goodbye. So we solved that problem. Okay. 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 Add some sockets. Okay, aspects. So I want Umberous, Bursting, Might, Noxious, Blade Dancer, Inner Calm, Elements, Retribution, Corruption.
Ready. Do you feel it?
I'm not 100% sure about Elements or Inner Calm.
Fortune walks with you.
Maybe for the start I'm gonna go with Ravages actually. It's fine. So we have the nice double. Okay. Roll a few things. This is probably fine with the subterfuge. Not sure if I want to roll this at all. It's gonna YOLO a few attempts. He has free to flurry. Close. Okay, I'm not gonna waste more. Let me save this. We roll life higher. It's gonna go to like 1.7k or so. Whew. Okay, so 1% damage or damage over time. Minimum roll, great. same. Okay, that works. Okay. Dude. Okay, 59. So this should be crit. But I'm gonna go with the life for the start. And, oh, should we have Shadow Rest there? Okay, we all kept, it's fine. Here's crit chance. That's not bad to get. I kinda want crit. I have movement, frigid, crit. Maybe there's Emerald actually. More crit. More crit. But less. Okay, let's go with this for now. So I think we have a working setup here. 50k life. Which is a bit low. We're supposed to have 63. But they haven't mastered or anything.
A warrior. How may I serve? Let's see the Barb make
So what are we trying to hit? Made the life. Might just go with it. Need more life. Okay. Got observation. I think it's gonna put us to 12 now. YOLO. Let me hit life. Okay. Frigid, easy clap. Oh, we kinda want him to puncture resource.
one of my better pieces.
Oh my god. That's kinda funny. So, how much is this now? Is that correct? 2.3. Okay, so we get 2 calm points twice and then 3 calm points. Which is probably okay. Oh well. When are we getting upgrade? It's 50.
One of my better pieces.
Yeah. One, two, three, 4. Crowd, that's good. So I think I have to redo this thing for some dark shard ranks. Like I want neither the stun nor the dex really. So reset this.
Let's see the Barbs make that.
We still don't want to fire us.
See? Finest quality.
And we are out of mats. Thanks, guns.
A fine balance there. You need steel work, repairs.
My god, man.
See? Finest quality.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a rank 12 angle. Oh man, okay. So now I have 54k life. Still not crazy. Also to master this up. I think we have no red crystals. Literally 0, by the way. That's crazy. Wow. I didn't expect that. Alright. So, what do we do now? We haven't printed everything, so that's the good news. I am missing around 700 armor, that's the bad news. So how do I fix this? Do that fucking fire res crit at the end. Of course. But okay. Go farm. Yeah, I mean, we'll fix the armor once I masterwork this thing a little bit. I'm not sure if I even need to crit it. I don't think I have to. This here doesn't even have a crit on it. Also, I realized I only have 2 crits distributed here. For some reason. So I'm not sure where to put the last one actually, just like triple life, or you do like a dodge, for example. Can do that. Because you don't need the armor. Although it's pretty tight on the armor. But this does it. Oops. Which means you have to get it all the way to 12. So how many crystals do I need? $50 crystals for the last rank. Why is this so small? 40 for the previous. Okay, so I don't know, it's like 50, 40, let's say 30, it's like 100. So I probably need something like 200 or so rare crystals. And the thing is, if I hit something like the res, or the immobilize, or the armor, like I want to dodge a lot of things. I kind of want to just like put everything into dex, basically. Or dodge. So I have to dodge 3 out of 5 of the effects. So this means I need to find a solution for my armor for a little while. How do I find a solution? Probably not here, honestly. I mean, the solution would be to hit the armor once. That would basically just do the trick. And then master it slightly from there. Well. I guess we log into Helltide for a second. I mean, we do like 15 minutes, we should be fine, I guess. Although we don't have the fastest build right now, I don't have that much movement speed. And to check if I have a movement speed amulet. I'm not sure if I salvaged my old amulet. I completely forgot about that. But for example, for Helltides, I wouldn't need. Let's see, Changeling. Oh. Speech. Okay, we have armor, we have res. We have pulse. Any other speed stuff I can get? Yeah, we can. Actually, I can do this instead of. I mean, you don't really need this here at all. Let's do that. Just a bit of Helltide. You find Amorphosis, which is not really required. But you have 177% speed like this, so I'll let it going. Let's do it. Can use a bit in Helltide with 8.5k armor. I mean, yeah, I could. But I mean, the System Blades build I made there is also not exactly a Helltide farmer. I don't have that much move speed on it right now. It's like a full poison imbue build, you know, for Helltide you kinda wanna go like shadow imbue and stuff. It's gonna go on the bear a little bit. Get some yellow items. Are we moving cap now? 200%? Easy. Okay. Do we need this? 197. We actually need that last point. Wait a minute, we have extra movement speed here now as well, right? Where is that? 15% movement speed and 15% impairment reduction. Kinda nutty. What's the timer on this stuff? 16 minutes. I'm playing Fluidity Glyph on a Heartseeker because it got buffed to have 10% damage. Alright, we want to open his stuff here, turn in this stuff. Got a whole 3 yellow items. Where's the loot? Shed is way more fun in both, but it sucks for damage. Yeah, Shed is really weak. It did get some buffs as well in this patch, and also in like previous patches they buffed some of the aspects and stuff, but it's just like not really great builds. Especially boss damage is kind of just low on it. I haven't really seen anyone like really try hard on Shred though, so I'm not sure what people are doing with it. Let's focus on chest here. I'm not finding a lot of loot here. Where's the loot? Is Pulver Maxwell updated? Yeah, it should be. And people were preparing for this patch. And you know, Pulver being like, you know, the #1 build that got attention on Druid. He surely did that. There's, you know, a lot of hype around Pulver right now. I can turn on damage numbers. I already have a crit for 330 million. That was nice. So legit Poison Rogue now. I mean, Poison Rogue has never really left. Also been playing Andariel's Poison, I guess, if you want to consider that Poison.
Thank you, stranger.
Oh. Loot. Okay, so each item salvages into a 3 Val Crystal or 6 when it's a 2-handed, right? So an entire inventory has 33 slots. That's like around 100 Val Crystals for an entire inventory of salvage. I also want to sell the legendaries. Okay. So let's try to get something like 500 Val Crystals. How many have I found already? 22. Not impressive. complete the thing? Tornado build was kind of meh. Yeah, tornado build didn't really like turn out that strong after all, thanks to a bunch of like nerfs to the items and just the pit just generally being like very difficult. I mean, it has become better now since they reduced the difficulty in the pit and they gave us more defensive options for Druids. You can have like more life now and more damage reduction, certain sources and so on. So that helps a lot. Because Tornado is also just not really feeling very tanky, I feel. Whenever your debilitating roll was down. So maybe you don't even have to go and play Hunter's End anymore. You can maybe just like play something else. People are playing Maul, for example, just to like shift properly on the boss and get resources. Get an extra aspect. Yeah, the reason for percent damage on piercing blades is because it's ×2 for dots. So it helps with the little bit of hit damage you do, and the dot the same as damage over time. We should get a separate totem slot for weapon. If you go one hand offhand, this is what you have. I think you need to throw a lot of slots on every single class now. It's because Barbs and Rogues have extra weapons. I'll find a corpse, man. I actually have too much stuff now. Can I drop items from my inventory and they come to the stash? What if I do this? Will they come to my stash? Where the hell is that fucking corpse, man? I'm going like all around. Such a big circle. What? Let's see that thing on the ground. That's a soul. Let's go for the middle. Dude, I'm fucking bamboozled. I'm at 9 out of 10, man. I want to turn this thing in. It's insane. Wish Pets does more like Torchlight. Ah, I don't like that very much. You're already gonna get a mercenary. Dude, I can't find this fucking corpse. It's just not there. I think it's not in a circle, actually. It might be outside of the circle. Okay, I can't wait any longer. So, unlucky. Get a mist legendary, not the yellow. Yeah, not the yellow, of course. I'm wondering if I get a legendary that I have intentionally dropped on the ground. And the answer to that is no. Okay.
Need something for it?
So that was 80 or so.
I have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
It's kind of sad because we're gonna be at 10 whispers now in a second. I guess I can open some chests. I've not adjusted my Andariel build, but there is something we have to do, which is we have to include Deadly Ambush now on every rogue build, like ever basically, including Andariel's rogue. Because it turns out that it works for all damage and not just for crits. So that's kind of OP. And this includes Andariel's, you have to have someone fit it in. I've reworked the Twisting Blades Paragon to include that already. Look. Yeah, it is. It's outside of the fucking circle, man. Druid's feeling real nice, man. Polarized is back in action.
It is done.
Forty minutes looking for a Doomsayer. What a one Grim Favor, man. Let's go.
It came apart quick.
Skins of leather and steel.
Heartseeker doesn't change. It already had. Actually, I think I've put in a pretty glyph, yeah, so I did that. Outside of that, nothing really changed. It's basically just Andy build I need to take a look at again to include the ambush board now. So next time I spec my Andy rogue, I'll also spec to the ambush setup. Activate Ravens or Bulls? Nah, you don't activate them. Only the Poison Keeper sometimes for the poison debuff, basically. You never press Wolves or Ravens. I mean, there are situations where you might want to press them, is when you have your quick shift about to expire and your Blood Howl is not ready. So Blood Howl is 13 seconds cooldown, for example. So you Blood Howl, and then you pull, and then, you know, if like 8 seconds later you don't have a Blood Howl ready because you didn't kill anything, and you don't have a Creeper ready because it never reset, then this is the time to press one of the others, or say hello, because that transforms you back. You do say hello, like this. But you would think that this heavy bear would just finish this event faster, but he doesn't. Almost failed. But we can also gamble some stuff. We can go back in a rogue and gamble some more gloves. Try and get a Twisting Blades glove. Pulverize is most certainly not an S tier build. It's like just in the middle of the pack of all the other Druid builds. Windshield is slightly ahead, and then there's like Both lightning storm, landslide, tornado, that are all kind of like the same. Slightly behind wind shear, basically. Raise demonic structures. Let's go. No fat shaming 1k TOS. No, it's more like you'd think this would be one of the Druid's strengths, right? Well, harvester spawned. That's kind of funny. I guess we can continue a bit here as well. Grenade flurry is playable now. I'm just like kind of confused, like what grenade flurry is supposed to accomplish compared to just a good grenade build. I mean, they didn't really buff anything about the flurry grenade besides the flurry damage, which, well, is not supposed to do damage in a grenade build, so... New class mechanic finishes through events faster. Yeah, just the Siphon event there, or is that the Obelisk event? Very empty here. Where's the guy? Druid tries to change the skill to something else. Yeah, they don't have to change it to something else. I mean, it's an alternative way of playing a melee rogue, which is nice. There's only 2 core skills for that. It just doesn't have single target damage, and they just need to fix that at some point. Okay. Have to go back one more time here. There's so many clickbait videos on YouTube now. As opposed to the past where there was no clickbait about Diablo 4, you mean? I see. I mean, yeah, you have to see that, you know, Pitch just got freshly nerfed. A lot of people don't really know, like, how much it was nerfed, how easy it is. Like, I don't even know exactly. So it will depend a bit on the build. Did you use Holy Bolt or not? How much was Holy Bolt doing for you or not? You know, it seems like he kind of went up like 10 tiers, maybe 15 tiers or so, with like same build, no Holy Bolts. So that's my expectation, probably a bit more on the lower end. A bit less on the higher end, so I guess it depends on like which tier you were kind of at. I guess towards the higher tiers, the change in pit tiers that you can clear is not as big as on the lower. So yeah, something like that. Just have to take everything with a grain of salt right now, I guess. That's a big chest here. Yo, one tapped. Yeah. Let's go. You went up 16 tiers, slightly faster with no holy bolts. Interesting, because my Andariel actually didn't feel like 16 tiers stronger. Went up like 10 or 11 right now, but maybe I was just a bit trying to be careful.
Arms for the light.
Get more veil crystals. If holy bolt was working, Bear would be doing a lot better in pit. And that is false. Because holy bolts does nothing on the boss, which is the one weakness that this build has. I mean, okay, right now I'm running 42 elixir, which does literally nothing, I suppose, besides slightly more overpower damage and then keeping me alive in hardcore. I don't really need that. So I guess it would help to clear faster. But clear is not the problem of this build, that's what I'm saying. So, if Holy Bolts was working, I mean, number one, this build doesn't have many great ways to buff Holy Bolts in the first place. There's not many, like, generic buffs. I guess you have Quick Shift. You have, like, Envenom, if you crit. But then, I mean, lots of the additive damage is just baked into the all power, which Holy Bolts has no business with. Not really many other great effects to really buff Holy Bolts up. No info anywhere, but what? Some spawn ads. Yeah, some bosses spawn ads, but I mean, if you're talking about like a farming setup, you never really get to the point where ads really appear, besides maybe on Spirit Call or Frost or here and there a Sea Hack ad spawn or something. And even if that happens, then okay, you're gonna hit the ads, you're gonna hit Holy Bolts, you know, like maybe in a 30-second fight you're gonna get like 2 Holy Bolt hits. Then what? I mean, this is not Minion Necro that had the bug that just one-shot the boss with stun or something. So it's actually funny how easy it is to sustain the healing here in this thing, on this build. I didn't even have to do anything. I was just pressing right click. We should go up there. We had 5. So we can get to 10 if we do this one and the next one. And they have to open a bunch of chests. Go do the mystery. Let's do the mystery. Yo, I killed this guy with my metamorphosis. Nutty. Go all the way down there in 2 minutes. Maybe something on the way. There's some chests. There's 2 chests, okay. Does a frozen orb mage at a new patch? I mean, I could. I have a fully built frozen orb, but nothing really happened to frozen orb. Okay, how's my veil crystals? 260. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go back on the rogue and see if we can get our armor fixed, and then we can play TB and farm our stuff there. I have to level Necro soon, man. I need red crystals, so I'm gonna do like a Necro alt-tide leveling session, I guess. I have no crystals, man. 44 seconds, oh shit. I guess we go there and go backwards from there, maybe. Make sure we open the big one first. Okay. Okay, that was not part of the plan. Holy, let me through. Okay, dude. And now we trigger the fucking Hellborn, man. Does it actually trigger? What happens now? Do I get him? Or what? Dude, these guys are just despawning. What? They despawned the monsters. I've not seen that before. Interesting. Like, usually how that monsters were sticking around for a little bit. Let's dribble out the patches eventually. But Polarise has gotten a lot closer. So there's nothing spawning here. So I wonder what happens now when I go to the next hell tide. Do I still have the full meter? Wait, now it says hell... What? Is he outside? No. What the hell? He never spawns, I guess. Okay. Does Nephi drop quantity drop after pit 101? Get 60 at pit level 101 and 62 at 106. Are you sure? I made it and nerfed it because they buffed us, but I would be surprised that there was no mention of that. It's usually like +1 per tier. But 106 you should be getting 65. What happened to the bee? I ran out of air crystals. Yeah, I was farming 90s with this build, just fine. I managed to do a 336 million hit with the shockwave, a total of almost $500 million on a nice burst. That was kind of cool. Here we go, let's turn this in and let's go on the rogue. Should be okay. Trying to see if the Anisoc has potential. Yeah, I tried it a bit, but unfortunately Andy is currently not buffed and not working at range. So this build is just not really functioning until they fix that.
Come back and see us.
Okay, so I put this back. And this. Again. Okay, I also have a bunch of obols that we can use. Wolf has a confirmed 125 pit. Nice. 125 is pretty good. Alright, so I didn't put any gems here yet, but okay. We can fix that. We want that much more time gems, I guess. Okay, let's fix those pants. We hit a dodge. Which is one of the things I would like to hit, actually, currently. But I also would not be too mad about hitting the armor. I don't want to reset it though, because I hit one of the right things. So let's keep going.
Let's see the Barb make that.
And we hit the armor, and that fixes our problem. Okay, perfect. So let's do this. Like, once we go to 12, we don't actually need to hit the armor. Although, this is a 25% boost now. And I will only get 15% more if I'm going to 12. So it will be slightly too low. Because this chest is an 861. I just noticed. Okay. That's kind of funny. Alright.
You need steel work?
Are we happy with the life hit here? How much damage the Crocodile got? It's only 700. That's pretty low. You're supposed to only like masterwork up the crowd and the caltrop stuff. But honestly,
One of my better pieces.
that's caltrops. That's double life.
See? Finest quality.
And double caltrops.
Always await your
Okay. Too bad the double caltrops on it. Okay, how much caltrops duration do I have now? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Caltrops is 25 seconds. That's quite long. So it's basically the entire boss fight on farming tiers. Maybe do like one more in between. Okay. Do we put this at 12? We'll get one more 5-star upgrade, right? So this would be 1.45. Is that correct? Seems correct. So we get actually exactly to a point where I should get 2 call points and then 3 call points in tandem. Let me double check this. I wonder if the rounding actually works out this way. So we have puncture resource generation on our neck. That includes combo points when you use puncture. So we should get 2 call points, 2 call points, 3 call points, repeat currently. And if I masterwork it up one more time, it shall go 2, 3, 2, 3 every time. A lot of players have log off bug. Uh-oh. 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Okay, let's double check this actually. Yeah, Nephi is supposed to go up 1 by tier, but someone in video chat also said that they're not going +1 per tier anymore after 100 apparently. I have not actually checked how much I get, but it seems unintended. 19.6. So this is 2.5, so we got 2.5 call points. That means 2 and 3 and 2 and 3. Let's see. 2, 3. It works. Alright. This one upgrade did it. Alright, okay. Normally you want to hit the puncture resist generation twice, so you get always 3 call points if you have a perfect roll. However, we don't have the luxury right now. We have 2 to Fisher Finesse crits though, which is kind of nice. So at this point I actually want to not hit the puncture resource. And anything else is kind of okay.
Need something forged?
Let's do it. Crit, alright. So we have quite some masterworking here. 8, 8, 8. Only 4 on a glove. We don't have twisting blades ranks on a glove. Also, what happened to my transmog? Where's my transmog? Was it just off? Hello? The fuck? Does it change the appearance here as well if I change from 2 armor to runic? Apparently. What about the boots? I think I was running these already. Okay, I have to make our swords. Ah. What? Pants? Hello? It's kind of interesting. It saves them per item and not on the character. Like each item can actually transmog. It's very strange. Also, it's not pigmented. What? Interesting boots. Okay. Can we play the video game, guys? I think so. I have to have the glyphs though. My glyphs are 21, 21, 15, 21, 15, 1. So I have to get our fluidity up as soon as possible. It's not even activated right now. Rest is fine, armor is fine. Life is 56, which is okay. A bunch of like life hits here. One thing that is not okay, which is my damage to crowd control, which is 740. So we're missing quite some damage there. Roughly like 10-15% DPS from this. 10-12 or so. Plus probably equal amount from additive. So that's kind of noticeable. So that's probably like 30% ish DPS. And also we have 0 ranks extra to Twisting Blades outside of Shaco. I have nothing here, so there should be Twisting Blades ranks like 6 or 7 at least. Currently I do not own those gloves.
Fair bit. It seems very nice. Whole battle. Until next time.
Father bless. That's good salvage. Anything else?
Okay, I think I'm gonna have advantage elixir. Although, maybe for 9 minutes that's fine. Let's just do some fortitudes to get started. And then we'll see. I have to know some glyphs, so... Can do Alderwood. Okay. Yeah, I can probably find some TB gloves as well. I don't really have that much gold to spend either. It's fine. Some plus 3 TB gloves with crit is probably not too hard to get. Opium. 1 second, I'm gonna get a drink and then we go. Streaming, yes, how are ya? Alright. Ready, guys? Can we do it? I still have some glyphs, so let's do this. Hope I didn't miss anything. This looks fine. Okay. So most of this build is optimized around the boss damage, so let's see how this will go. The moment we've been waiting for. I like the swords, man. These are from the anniversary event, by the way. It's like a transfer from the... like a free transfer from the shop from the anniversary event right now. We actually have 2 more days to claim it. Okay, we have 7 imbuement charges, which is okay. It seems like a single hit that's easy one taps these elites here, that's a good sign. The answer is now 80%. Okay. That's a lot, man. 80% of the original. So that means 160 after 2 spins. So the spinning blades are actually doing more now. I tried Death Trap. I haven't done anything with Death Trap, and I'm not planning to, honestly. I mean, definitely, Death Trap has like the changed unique now, but I mean, that's not really solving the problem of Death Trap or something. Okay, I have to get used to this like one cycle. I'm not really used to that at all. Usually do like, 2 or 3, and then... oh well. Okay, resources look fine. Just... oh, I didn't have poison in me actually. Took out my resources. Okay, let's have all this thing. So I think I have more than enough resources with this energy per second and status. That seems good. Maybe I don't even need the energy per second, who knows. Maybe a bit of innovation is fine. We can get extra roll. Let's do carrion fields. Okay, we have to sell every single rare item we find, man. I need those white crystals. Almost all life of people saying they can't log in, don't have valid game license. Oh man. Patch day in all its glory today, man. I think for something like the Sniper Dungeon farm, it would probably be good to have Exploit Glyph as well. So get the guaranteed plus 20% damage and the 60% from corruption. I have corruption on the neck, which is pretty big. Actually, I should double check the math on this and see if corruption on the 200 is actually better. I've actually not done that. Okay, what does the napkin math say? You have 260% damage worth of returning blades and roughly half a returning blade of normal, so it's like 3.1 damage times 1.6. So that means like 4.7 or so maybe. Now if you have 80 corruption and 60 returning blade, that means we have 2.2, 2.7, 1.8. We could actually be pretty close. Maybe Shadow Imbuer for these 9 minutes. You could actually like easily blast your way through this with Shadow Imbuer. With this kind of damage. Wouldn't even need the Poison Imbuer for the boss at all. Can initially like mega speed farm 100 dimension. Oh. Okay, that poison damage was stacking up real hard. I saw a 21 mil tick there, and this was basically right at the start of the stagger. You're probably gonna reach like 100 million plus. Okay, we're missing. That's a very funny text-to-speech as well. Thanks, Mondragon, for the bits. Okay, the exploit Frigid or exploit Madness Weapon Mastery. Probably the triple passive, I'd say. I mean, 8.8 Lucky Hit is nice and all. Exploit is very good, Frigid is very good. Oh, it's tough to say, man. I'd say for farming, maybe the Frigid is better with the Lucky Hit. Because you want the consistent procs, and you use free stuff. And maybe if you do a push, I would probably go for the other amulet with the free passives, because they will always be active on the boss fight when you fight him for like 6 minutes or 7 minutes. Whereas it's only on a stagger for Frigid. Also, how come you have only 334? You want to make sure that you hit your masterworks on all of these passives. Just like, you know, you get 333 by default, right? From just like upgrading. Unless one of them didn't start it too. But you can actually have 444, for example, or something like that. Okay, I successfully missed every single idol, as always. I hate it. Dude, I need to get used to this, man. 1 puncture, 1 TP. So strange. I need to go into the pit very soon just to like test this out here, because I actually have way too much damage for this. Can't even see like the damage on a proper boss fight. Then I get Elemental Surge back from PTR, Sage. We're slowly moving in that direction though. They just freshly buffed Doombringer. That not only is Elemental Surge, but it's also AoE Elemental Surge. Why does guys just do so much damage to me, by the way? That was a surprising hit there. For T100 dungeon. Not even 900. I actually need to pay attention to how many Dark Shards do I generate with this setup here. Don't have the puncture cost twice. The Twisting Blades doesn't have great lucky hit. Pre-stagger, we're already hitting like 12 million there. Once he's staggered, we're gonna hit 100. We can hit 100. I don't even have Noxious Eyes right now, I have Ravagers. They don't wanna go Noxious. Okay, got Fluidity online. I guess we level this up a bit. We get a bit more life there actually. Efficacy is on no weaknesses, right? That's kinda big. We get a bit more there.
Halt.
Halt. Yeah, common points for my setup right now, I get 2 and then get 3 and then 2 and then 3 and so on. So I have 2.5 common points on average. So the loss of not having 3 every time is... It's basically 1.9 plus 1.9. Is this 3 common points plus 3 common points attack. It's 30% damage per common point. So that's my average damage over 2 Twisting Blades with 3 common points each. And we will lose 30% buff, so it'll be 1.6 plus 1.9. If you do 2 and then 3 common points. So it's not a huge difference actually, 3.8 over 3.5. It's 8.5% difference. But for gear the difference is you have to have basically a perfect puncture resource generation roll and master critted twice. And right now I have an almost perfect and I didn't master critted once. So that's the difference, yeah. It's only 8.5% DPS, so it's actually kind of okay, as long as you, you know, don't land somewhere in between. You don't want to land at a point where, you know, I have exactly 2.503 or so common points per attack currently. The thing is, once you get to 3 common points, basically here we get 2 and then 3, but after you hit 3, the decimals are cut off. So what happens is that if you have something like, you know, 2.8 common points per attack, you will lose out on quite a lot here. You want to avoid that. So as long as you don't land somewhere in the middle where you get to like a high decimal amount of common points after you hit 3, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, critting Frigid Finesse twice is more than 8.5%, but only when you actually freeze the targets. And I don't actually freeze everything right now. So yeah, my main target will generally be frozen. A staggered boss is frozen, which is do most of the damage. So yeah, you can actually argue that Frigid Finesse crit twice is better than actually going for the, you know, 3 common points every time instead of 2, 3. Both works, I'd say. Not pit ready yet. We have to do a bit more. Few more dungeons. What are you talking about, Netstalker? The 2 common points per cast is puncture resource generation on a resource temper. That works for the common points. So you can get multiple common points in one go. And also, funny enough, the strength. So this is actually part of the game forever. I never understood why it happened. But you have a resource generation from strength. 14% in my case. So this means that every 8 punctures, if I had nothing else, every 8 punctures I would get 2 common points instead of 1. Because you get a decimal common point. Or every 7. So, kind of funny. Yeah, I finally understood why that happens. It's because of strength. It does not work with other sources of resource generation, at least not generic resource generation. It actually does not work with the Shaco, for example, which actually does have resource generation. This would make it very easy. But apparently it works with basic attack resource generation or something like that. That exists on Necro tempers. So if you want to make a Necro, that would be an option. Starshard chest basically always better than Tyrells. Yeah, pretty much. And since you can't really scale Tyrell's damage either that much, I mean, you can probably try to do some stuff with Tyrells, with Close Quarters set up. Close Quarters is a relatively strong generic multiplier, but it's nowhere near, like, you know, what Barb offers. Let's not even talk about Gushing Moons, but Gushing Moons is like completely crazy, and then that is ever gonna get brought down to like normal values. Even then, that will be really good, or it's just go unconstrained and berserking, and Barb just has like so many options to buff it. Better like what a rogue can do. So yeah, Furious Might is not really gonna be a rogue item, I guess, like ever right now, as long as Dark Shot remains as important as it is. There's a blood here from Vampire Elites, that's very fitting. How much is the movement speed actually? 192.5 just running. Alright. That's my crit chance. $53. With Dark Shots up. Look way more zoomed out. I should go to gameplay settings and zoom out, my friend. Retry. Did it change these champions? It seems like the auras looks like way bigger, or is that just because of the environmental effect here or something? I don't really pay attention to my Burst of Venom's procs, gotta say.
My soul. Please. Take it back from them. Let me
Cleared 128 of Shadow Minion before the patch. Ah, that might still be doable now. Shadow Minion is pretty powerful build anyway, but yeah, without the Holy Bolts. The Necros definitely benefited the most from the Holy Bolts, because he was just able to like randomly one-tap the boss with like an ad spawn and these kind of things. Which is pretty OP. Just killing this with puncture. Just kill with puncture here. How about this guy? Oh. Okay, how long does my poison build last? 6 seconds? This is 8.38. Wait a minute. Why does it say 8.38 seconds? You get 40% extra from tracker. And it should be 6 seconds by default. So it should be 9. Sorry. 40% extra. No, it kind of checks out actually. 6 and 40% extra makes it 8.4. But why is it 8.38? It's kind of strange.
Something in the fort has followed us inside these four.
Rounding, I guess. Okay, it's the mix up advantage, I only that. So he staggers and then just blows up. It's kind of funny. I'm kind of excited to see it in the pit when I'm ready. So let's finish this here. It could be a pet. Wait, what happened to my pet? Where did my pet go? I never unequipped it, I think.
You can't be serious, Tomiris. Morgan's folly is lost in ruins. Going back is...
No, she's here. What do you mean?
This isn't for the fort for Akarat.
Where is she?
Surely you understand that.
What? I guess I can try again. There's a kitty. That was my rare crystal count. 240. Oh man. That goes pretty slowly actually. So rhyme scar 99. Pet hangs out at Blacksmith a lot. It would be funny if, like, you know, when you're in town, she like runs off and maybe you find her somewhere in some funny places. Then it comes back with you when you exit town or something. That'll be cool. They are looking at the Andariel and rapid fire stuff and yeah, everything I suppose. I can double check if there's like any news from the partner Discord about any of this. But yeah, I mean, obviously I'm aware that there's like a bunch of broken stuff right now. Goblin. I'd like to see a Butcher, man. Butcher would actually be nice to try right now. Although it's hard to stagger Butcher. So you might die before I actually ever stagger him. But it seems to see how long I need though without stagger. Anything, I saw like a 1 million crit here, look. 1 million crit just on the knife. And that's like the initial shot, like not the other return. It's a surprising number, to be honest. For, you know, this build just like... I didn't have counters up, didn't have any ambush up. I'm like fully invested in poison. Butcher Inc. 40% less HP. No, Butcher didn't get nerfed. You don't have to mana bosses. You can try to mana boss actually. Maybe he's gonna summon one or something, or go Lilith. You can try Lilith. I guess Lilith is always like a good benchmark to like see a little bit how good a build is. Or he's gonna wreck her when we stagger her. Let's see if Butcher's gonna appear. I'd really like to play the you know, side version of this as well. Actually I should probably in Eminence currently. This would be a kind of a place. But I have no way crystals, man. I need to probably re-imprint one item. Actually, I just have to make another sword, right? And put the curse touch on it. Well, I don't have bursting venom, so he just dies on the previous poison. That's kind of funny. We got this to 21. Now we have 68.5k life. Let's up this one. What kind of nodes do we got there? Versatility has a bunch of int, bunch of damage, bit of armor. Okay. I guess if I really need the armor, because my chest is only 861, I could actually take these two out, put them here for the strength and the armor. This might actually be fine. Best build on Rogue is still Heartseeker. Just they didn't nerf Heartseeker. And currently Andariel is not even buffed, so that is kind of funny. The bubble. The forms are down too. Everything's going down, man. What's going on? Heartseeker got no buffs, that is correct. Most importantly, it didn't get a nerf. So, this is why it's still number 1 on Rogue. Andariel was supposed to get a buff that would bring it pretty close, but probably still not overtake on Heartseeker. But that buff right now is bugged and did not happen. Actually, I proc my bursting iron surprisingly rarely, I gotta say. Holy. So you have to run this advantage elixir, man. This will help a lot for this. And for general, like, running through the map, it's not so bad. Because I actually have a lot of running to do and I don't necessarily spend my charges very fast and stuff. In fact, actually I move so fast, I could go without a dash. I could almost go without the shadow step if I wanted. Even more interestingly, we could go Metamorphosis and Tibalt if you wanted. No Shadow Step and have Smoke Grenade or something like that. But Dash is really nice to have for the pit bosses, and Shadow Step is also kind of nice in general, so... But there's some different ways to do it. Since I currently don't actually want to waste my charges on my dash and Shadow Step here, since I'm running through the maps like this.
That's what I called Finder's Head on it. The goods are mine.
Where's the last thing? I guess in the room. One GA. Good damage. Advantage elixir, let's go. Now this guy just got one tap for a returning blade without any prior attack. No vulnerable, nothing. And he had a barrier as well. Okay. Hey, like a Lulu, how's it going? Good to me. We're goofing off with Whirlwind. Yeah, there's definitely some hype around Whirlwind. I'll try it too at some point, but right now we're going to do some stuff here. I changed the parent. No, I have to do this change on Monday still. I didn't actually change backgrounds yet. But we learned yesterday that you need to include Deadly Ambush on every single rogue board now. Or every single rogue build. So it turns out that Deadly Ambush works for everything, not just crits. I haven't actually redone the Paragon board yet. Hodgepodge Whirlwind Bash Girl. Sounds good. Yeah, Bash is like a relatively easy solution for some single target damage as well, I guess. Go through the small stuff and bash the elites. I guess that works. Yeah, one thing I don't like on this build compared to Andy Rogue is I don't have Shed Misery. I'm kind of tempted to put it in the build, honestly. Just to like, you know, be more protected, have more CCs. I really like Shed Misery in the Andy Rogue. Feels really nice to have. So if I could farming lower tiers like this, could actually do Shed Misery instead of Boots mod, for example. Okay, the numbers there. Option, yeah, I have to remove Noxious Ice, which is a pretty powerful mod. Kind of weird that you have like so many like offensive utility powers basically. Not sure why they did that. Dude, there's like all these knights here, what? 4 corpses at once. What's going on? If iron drops are off, 121, you only get 68, but it should be 80. Interesting. So they're lowered Neva and you get, maybe this is actually a change that they're trying to do. So how much do you get now per tier? It's like 1 more Neva iron per 2 or 3 tiers or something. So maybe they kind of want to have people farm like 100 and then after that it's kind of like whatever, but that seems strange because it's like, okay, you farm 100, it's already pretty high, you already get a lot of Neva iron, and then, you know, adding 1 more Neva iron or 2 or whatever per tier is actually not like crazy anyway. Compared to like, you start at 61, you get 20, and then every single tier is like super valuable because you barely get anything. If you go up 20 tiers from at 61, you get at 81, you get double. If you go to 101, you get triple. But now, from there on, it's a problem that you get like 1 more tier, 1 more per tier, like, I don't know. It seems strange to me. It undocumented change apparently as well, so. Kinda weird, if you ask me. Dude, I hate this dungeon, by the way. It's super long, super dangerous. Like, fuck this, man. What am I doing? I'm Broken Bulwark. If it wasn't 100, I would be fine with this. But these fucking banshees everywhere, man. Look, every single room has like 3 of them. Or 2. You can probably like 2-tap me. It's kind of wild actually, considering I have 68,000 life right now. Almost 69. Just skip it. Yeah, I want to do 100, man. I get another key. I mean, I can craft keys. I have a lot of sigils, but I'm wondering how this will feel in the pit, man. I need like an actual like target here that lives a little bit. Like nothing that lives right now. Wait a minute. We can check this for an event here. You there. You wanna do you there? I'm not in the mood actually. Fuck it. Do we use card drops? Currently not. I mean, card drops is basically exclusively for the boss. I don't really want to use it anywhere else. It's just like the solution for boss damage on this build. You're not really supposed to need it anywhere. Certainly not in a Nightmare Dungeon. Damage definitely feels pretty solid. This could be like pretty much Andariel's tier damage, I guess, on a single target. It's gonna be interesting. +2 every 5 tiers. That seems like a crazy scaling. It's kind of like a lockout angle. +2 Neve Iron per 5 tiers. After 100. Gotta see Rocco Caverns. That's 59, 101 is 60, 102, 103, still 60. Interesting. So not even like, just like, okay, 1 Neve Iron per 2 tiers or something like that. Wild. I didn't actually notice that when I was farming it earlier. That's kind of an important thing. Is there any other like undocumented patch notes and stuff? Something that, you know, is like weird about a patch outside like, you know, like the plain obvious bugs like rapid fire and stuff like that. Yeah. I can actually kill this one here with just like 2-3 twisting blades. With no poison. To the T100 elites. And I'm going to try Sorc. I tried to Sorc briefly, but Andariel isn't bugged currently, so I'm holding off on that. And I also need some more materials, like I have like a pretty potato Sorc and I have no materials now to actually mass Sorc it up. So I have to do something about that, like tomorrow I guess. +7 is 63 Neve Iron. So this 2 per 5 tiers does not check out. Because it shouldn't be an even number. So 101 is 60. 107 is 63. So that sounds like 2 per 3 tiers. Maybe it's like completely bugged, man. I don't know what happened there. I gotta say, I don't really feel too comfortable with my defense on this build. It was kind of surprising. I have Might, I have Umbrus. Dark Shrouds are rank 14. It's not the best right now. But they have +5 here as well. So I mean, it could be 8, but you know, 5 is not terrible. I'm gonna approach pit stuff a little bit carefully here. Yes, Baron grants think at 200% effective on surprise and Trickster. It's only 80%, a little more than 26 from actual values. Wait, what? You say they didn't buff it properly, or what? It might also just be depending on, like, you know, you have switched to weapons or something. Like, these effects are depending on your weapon and, you know, maybe other effects. So they don't have like fixed values anymore, like they used to in the past. Okay, I got this at 21, so I have to do this, probably like 2 more dungeons, and then we're done here. Can try Pit. Actually can try Uberlove. And didn't compare to the Codex. Hey border, this is not a bear. I played a bunch of bear earlier. So I managed to do this here, which is kind of nice. It's also on a tier 90, I just like one clap the boss from 50%. That's kind of cool. What is your highest crit so far? Yeah, Bob, that was nice. So, right now I'm seeing what I can do on the TB. Seems like the damage is pretty nice. I'm almost done leveling my gloves. I need 2 more. There's a combo temple, which I like. But it also has Moon Clan guys, which I don't like, but it has Ancestral Awakening, which I like. So, let's not die. You've seen a bear billion. Yeah, I can believe it. I was doing some napkin math on that. Like a billion definitely seems quite feasible, like, you know, everything up, Petrify, Nature's Reach, Stagger, do some shenanigans, and of course like a more YOLO setup. I mean, the thing is, it's like a billion actually like, you know, dummy, or is that like in the pits, you know? Those are 2 different things. But, yeah. Cool stuff either way. Doing a billion on a bear. Okay, I think I'm gonna like run through this map as much as possible. I don't wanna fight these Moon Clan dudes. Fuck it. Oh, great, man. Can't get this guy. Oh, here, protection, easy. Guess you can. Let's go to the second part. Hell yeah. Easiest glyph XP of my life. Yo, quite the skills. Thanks so much. Okay, I need 1 more, I guess. It's at 18.5. That should be fine. Morgan's works. I like that one. Oh, the world boss coming. Calipolis, that's correct. The Andariel change did not happen. Vinci 133, Bear at 124. Okay, I mean, there's probably a lot more people trying hard on Vinci than there are on Pole. Although Pole is kind of like the new hot thing right now, so there might be some people interested in it. But not everyone has like the good gear for it, I imagine, compared to Vinci that everyone has been gearing up for. So that Pole will definitely rise a little bit more than the Vinci, I imagine. 124 Pole sounds pretty good though. Thanks, Anthony, by the way, for the bits. Appreciate that.
Bless you.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
No, everyone is hurricaning. Yeah, Hurricane should also be somewhere in that pack, right? Of builds. 130. Kind of wild to see, man. 130. Druids. It remembers the last year, man. Insane, I know. It did save me a lot of headache already. Everyone wants a Shaco at some point for some builds. Yeah, a lot of builds on Shaco. If you don't want a specific helm, like, you know, Meteor Sorc, for example. Or an Andy Rogue. Most builds just go for Shaco. But yeah, there's still exceptions. Like in some cases you don't really benefit from the ranks, you know, like Light Necro for example doesn't benefit from the ranks. At least not for the main skill. Neither does, for example, Minion Necro. I still have to get used to this 1-1 cycle here of TB. Okay, Druid feels squishy at higher pit. Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess it's kind of tough to make it like feel really tanky enough so they can like walk in there and like, you know, do a push, right? Where like you actually are in the middle of the pack and stuff. A lot of healing. Got a sage aspect, lots of dodge and whatever also maybe. But he got a lot of extra defense now. Okay, is it enough? Missing half a level on the fluidity. Okay, one more guess. I'll still do it. 35 willpower GA and Druid better than 45 damage GA. I have no idea which build you're doing. That kind of matters. But I guess generally willpower is probably better than percent damage for most builds. Like willpower is generally kind of low on Druid builds because they have a lot of uniques usually. Don't really have a lot of willpower. Hi bars. I'm fine. Does viability damage increase work on bosses? Yeah, of course. It's just like a generic 10% damage buff. And some energy as well. Yeah, I've tried Andariel Sorc, but I'm holding off for further testing until they have fixed Andariels, which right now is buggy. Boulder. Yeah, on Boulder, percent damage, I mean, okay. Percent damage is not the worst stat, but it's not really something you want to stack, I suppose. 1k willpower means willpower is pretty valuable still at that point. I would probably go for great affix willpower. I mean, you can map it out exactly for your setup. There's also a secondary perks to having willpower, which is increased healing received, for example. Lack of sustain on Hurricane. Yeah, I can't really use like the passive for healing. Is there any other way to get like some healing over time? I mean, life per second ain't it, I guess. Like I think I have crowded Sage on my Hurricane Druid, but for this you have to dodge stuff, I guess. Which doesn't happen too much, but a little bit. I guess worst case you can do an Undying. Just like swing at them with Maul and Undying. Not the best. Oh, with a greater affix. Nuts. Free exploit. Okay, finally with those cliffs. Let's go. Now, let's try this. Trying from. There's no window here. Interesting. It's time for a real elixir. Let's see what happens. Where's Joe? Telling we need him back from vacation. Do you want to change my setup a little bit or something? I think it's actually... Wait a minute, before I forget this. Let's do the right aspect here. Farm Angel Breath in Helltide is specifically events. What's our base movement speed? 167, that's pretty good. Should be easy to do phase 2 with that. Might be a bit yikes trying to deal with the boils. Let's see.
Halt.
Okay. Oh, the boils didn't disappear, man. Ugh. F. Okay. Let's see a nice Dagger Nuke here. Oh, no bursting winners. Ah, she's dead anyway, okay. Okay. Didn't get a bursting winners proc there. Possibly not dying. Okay. I think she can't die during the cleave animation, right? What was that? That's a typical rogue boss gameplay, guys. They just take 150 million. So this might actually take more for this might actually take for more than my Andariels. So the boss damage might actually be more than my Andariels. I didn't get a bursting winners proc on this nuke. I was very unlucky actually, because I had 14 poison imbued attacks and did not get a bursting venom, so not a chance of that. It's probably something like a 2 or 3% chance to happen, maybe. Maximum. If my lucky hit values are now. Hey Zara. No items? Yeah, we killed her already on another build. You only get items once on Lilith. I can try a little bit on the target dummy and see what happens. I guess a target dummy is not very representative though, because target dummy is always level 100 and you're actually fighting level 199 monsters in the pit. And level 199 monsters should have a lot more damage reduction. Does it tell us how much that is? I guess it could be testable somehow. Monsters still have 74% visible damage reduction. So I wonder how much that is at 199. So is that down again? Oh. Again, no burst awareness, man, that's insane. What? Something must be really wrong here with my lucky hit, I feel sometimes. Maybe I'm just gonna move elements. Me go Pestilent. Even without the puncture cast twice and stuff. Look, I just did 4 casts of Poison Imbuement with 7 imbued charges each. Is that okay to be a level? Oh yeah, 250. It's very cathartic playing this build, man. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Okay. Holy man. I have to time it. Kinda crazy how often I don't get a proc though. I'm gonna put a Pestilent points, just see the difference. Do I have like red crystals for that? I have 400. So did you remove Inner Calm or Elements? I mean, Inner Calm is kind of juicy for the stagger nukes, I guess. Maybe it's worth to actually go for the for the puncture cast twice anyway. Because we are doing a lot of them anyway. We get more procs, we get more stagger, I get more Pestilent points. So if I go Pestilent points, I think you want to drop the Cult of Restoration and go puncture cast twice. Even though you can produce only a small number. Actually very surprised by how little I could get the bursting runs. We have only 7 instead of 8 charges that we're supposed to have, so this would already help greatly, I guess, if we get the triple. Did I master this thing? We did and hit alive, okay. Yeah, plan B, I wanna try something else. So here's one of +2. I want to remove the starters. Let's see how that feels. And then not run Pestilent. And maybe not even run Bursting Venom. So you could potentially get 2 aspects. I mean, I'm not sure if the Pestilent is really the play here anyway. Can't do this right now. Seems like I don't have another ring. Maybe I have it on my mule. Good check there. I mean, no starters is really sad because it has really good stats. It has lucky hit and crit that we want. And it's obviously pretty busted. And will make our life harder not having this. That's my lucky hit chance in general. So this thing currently does not have lucky hit. And this has a crappy lucky hit. So my lucky hit can get quite a lot better. Like 15%-ish better. And we can get one more charge. And I think that might just kind of solve it. We could even have lucky hit on the neck if you really want. You can get a lot more lucky hits if you really want to. Sort of the movement, for example. Just put lucky hit. Maybe I should put that on the planner. We have a puncture cast twice. Use a 103 puncture cast twice. This is actually... I think this is my Andariel's weapon actually, so I could try this one. Before we change anything else, let's do this. There's no blade dance on it though. I should sign out so I can get on. I don't think this is how it works. Just imprint us. Yeah, it seems so much more consistent now, actually. Actually, I've not run out of poison, besides like for a few seconds at some point. This is me, the difference of the puncture cast twice. That's insane. Now everything is fine so far. Hmm, 350, not bad. Even 50, 60 million, wow, that's kinda big. Okay, this round seems like so much more consistent than last time. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe it's got like a video unlucky streak or something. We're getting pretty consistent to like over 300 million on a stagger, which is nice. Like 40 stack cutoffs at least. But even without cutoffs will be like 150. $391. Okay. I wonder how feasible is this with the resources. I guess you have to put something like energizing aspect or so. Or, I mean, you could probably get away with like double energy per second. Let me try something like that if I do this. I want to see like how far do I have to go. So my energy per second right now is 25, 30, 28. Can I do it? Oof. Kinda scary. What if I do this? Messed up a few times there. So it's still at like 260 or so, and this is with Icy Alchemist, so it's just literally nothing. So this could be elements now, and this could be something else. Actually, what would it be? I'm not sure what other aspect I would put there, actually, that would actually help me. As an offensive one. What do I have in the planner? You have Moonrise. I guess. So you have plus 3 casts, plus 5 casts. You have 5 and 2. I'll probably take this and like put an extra one on the imbuement just to like be safer, probably also. Like this. It's actually missing one there. I mean, plan B could be to just not go any energy per second and not have an extra power and then just go energizing. Also do that. Let's go energizing and we'll never have resource issues. And you don't have to invest into innovation, you can save 2 passive points. So instead of Starless Skies, you just literally go this setup, drop Moonrise, stop the energy per second. Don't worry about anything ever, basically. So it might be actually the better way to do it. It's kind of funny considering the punctual resource generation. It's supposed to give you more resources, but it's actually the opposite. You actually have less resources because of this. Because it only works when you can crowd control the enemy, and when on a boss you can't crowd control them, it only works when they're staggered. So you run out of resources. Because you do faster cycles, you do 1-to-1 instead of 3-to-1. So you have like less punctures. Less innovation procs and more TBs. So it's actually the opposite. It's less resources. Pass 7 points, procs on twice cast. Should at least. Look there, double poison. TB is so sad now compared to good old days. Yeah, man. Only takes for 400 million. It's a really sad story, man. I think plan B for me would be to just like equip this crossbow and run Pestilent right now. Because with the double cast on Puncture, I wonder how often I get the bursting rounds actually. I'm gonna just like left click a little bit and see how often I trigger it. Actually. Just out of curiosity. Just do this. That's one. There's one. Look how fast it is. There's another advantage to this, which is that I can actually apply poison from range, which sometimes will actually help to apply damage reduction. I'll go faster procs with Pestilent points, bursting venoms, and the double cast. So if I don't have a double cast, let's see this. Needing for 400, 500 million for Andy on target dummy. Yeah, but are these like consistent 400, 500 million ticks once you have it stacked up, or is that one big tick and then it goes back to 200 every time? Because there's like some double hit bug that shows like a much bigger number than other times sometimes. First hit. This is with deadly ambush. That's with deadly ambush, yeah. And this is still busted, yeah. I mean, even without the double cast, it seems pretty consistent. So how much damage do I lose for doing a double cast? We have 150 card observation. That's kind of big, man. Goes from 164 maximum bonus to 110. It's probably too much of a loss. I mean, double cast is cool and all. That's a 26% DPS loss on like a fully stacked card toaster base. What pit does this do? Ah, there should be like a 120 plus, 130 plus pit build for sure. Like that kind of damage, like on a stagger burst, I can do like, yeah, nearly like 1 billion DPS. With like a good character. That's a lot of damage. Let's put this back here. We have another sword. Let's just take this for now. Let's see again how this feels without. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put Pestilent points back into the setup, man. There's those 2 activations now, no BB. This was 4, no BB. Kinda crazy. This was 5. Here's 1. Here's another. Raising Habs on a stagger, huh? Here's another. So once you get it once, it's all good sometimes, because you can just, like, you know, keep going, and you have, like, you know, 5 extra attacks, and then you have, like, the bursting venoms itself, and you get a reset, you have, like, 7 more charges. So you go from, like, you know, 7 attempts to something like 15 attempts, or 20 attempts even, to try and get a proc, but here it still ran out afterwards. Beautiful timing. I got nothing. Okay. The thing is also that, you know, in typical boss fights I will not just stand there forever, which is also an advantage. So I will dodge around and stuff like that. So, but I think we're gonna go with Pestilence. Let's do that for a little bit. But to keep the full count observation. If you want to make it more consistent, you can also do double castle puncture. Because most boss fights are not really supposed to last that long anyway, right? So I guess I could just do it. Just take the double cast puncture, and then we're gonna have a very consistent uptime here, without even having like more lucky hit and stuff. It's also a fully masterwork bow, which is nice. So we actually have slightly more stats there. Especially a lot more life, which I kinda like right now. Maybe I'll take this. This is my Andi weapon. Nice swords over dagger. Because swords are barely used, and I had many of them. That's why. We should have daggers. Okay, I'm gonna pop an anti-venom, just to be on the safe side for this for now. I don't feel too tanky currently. But we have this. We have 61k. It should be fine. But I don't really see much. So let's do an anti-venom. We have pestilent points now, no elements. You have enough calm, retribution. So big stagger burst. Also have to get this back here. Okay. I could run concealment, and we actually save 3 points, which I could put into rugged. I could even go second wind. Every 100 energy I spend. So it's like 15, it's like for 5 seconds. I could almost sustain second wind, honestly. Maybe not fully, but let's say 80% uptime or so, like 12% like a hit. It'll be kind of interesting. Run concealment instead of shadow step. But then I've only this one CC break, basically. It's also not great. Okay, let's start at 90, I guess. That should be pretty easy. There's only one way to build. Yeah, I mean, if you want to deal any kind of boss damage, you have to go poison. So I only really optimize around the poison on this build. With no poison, you're not gonna have any boss damage. I need to turn off the numbers, man. Perfect. So I can actually see the targets and see what's going on here. Ground effects can kill you. I think 90 is too low for this, for sure. Can easily farm 100, I think. Like, we're actually one-tapping these guys. One returning blade and a bit of spin. That's it. Yeah, I think we're gonna go back to the puncture cost twice. Actually, they have that right now, right? Puncture cost twice. So the other advantage of this is that we also just get more Dark Shrouds. Like, significantly more. We can need those. And we have the consistent bursting venom stuff, and we have a way easier time just like mastering our gear. I think we do that instead of going all in on the couch observation. This is nice for like the big burst if you wanna do the push, but not even needed for like farming purposes most of the time. Just 2 weapons of card observation and then the puncture cost twice. I think I'll put that back into the guide. Just seems like more useful. Have a consistent, because it's actually not that easy to even get to the boss. Killing the boss is easy. Like, I optimized it so far for boss damage that I don't actually have trouble with the boss anymore. I need to figure out something for the rest. I mean, in the push, the boss would always be the problem. Oh, Rudy. Thanks for the sub, by the way. Nice, man. These lives still, man. I like that. Maybe I'm gonna bring back Shared Misery, actually, just to make it safer. Instead of Noxious Eyes. It's kinda sad to not run Noxious Eyes. Which, for example, an Andariel I do. But I don't feel safe without the CCs. I have like no CCs. Nice little run. Could just way faster if I can play more aggressive. That's the thing. Oh, he just... It didn't look his HP. He just exploded. Okay. Hmm. I'm using the same weapon I use on the Andy right now. Crowd control and puncture. Okay. Let's remove this. It will probably lower my boss DPS by something like 20-ish%, which is kind of noticeable. Also something I might want to try is, what if we do Exploit Glyph instead of Bane? Bane is 15%. Can't give up this one, I can't give up this one. Can't give up this one. Can't give up this one. So we actually might want to replace Bane with Exploit. Do I have Exploit leveled? I have at 15. I wonder how this feels. Just to give me like a more consistent starter burst. But it's like, I have like a lot less damage on the boss now. So we moved like 30% on stacker burst and 15%. Which is kind of big.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
And also the caltrops. Let's do like a 95. How can you remove Bane? It's too good. Well, you want me to remove versatility or tracker? I guess fluidity would be something I could remove. But I mean, fluidity versus Bane. Okay, I mean, on the boss I don't necessarily use the fluidity. Maybe I'm gonna remove fluidity from the setup and try to include Bane. That could be a thing. So I can just stand there, not have to shadow step, and just like blast basically when the boss is staggered. So I think right now, for example, when I killed the boss, I didn't even have fluidity active. Definitely feels way faster currently with the exploit glyph. But having that guaranteed vuln at the start of the fight when you fly in there with your spinny blade, it definitely helps a lot. It's like nearly double damage for the mob clear. Dude, I can't get to this guy, man. What the hell? Ugh. It's kind of a struggle sometimes. These guys are too fat. They're blocking each other off, man. Trying to jump in there so I can get them. Seems way faster and smoother and it's higher. We're still one-tapping elites here on 95, so... About Bane even. Exploit feels nice, just feels good. You don't have to like mega try hard, always puncture exactly the right guy. Even if it doesn't really help me on the boss at all. Since when I go roughly this pace, it does help a lot with the clear. Hello? What the hell is going on? The last pack here. Ah, I ran out of poison there. I might actually die in stealth. It's gonna just die. One stagger still. This is like a pretty like low damage setup now. You can make a lightning storm the inside build of Nature's Fury. Yes, people have been doing this. There's like some weird stuff going on with lightning storm when you trigger it through Nature's Fury. Where's my fluidity glyph? Is it all in cheap shots? So it's quite easy to solve this. I lose a bit on the damage to crowd controlled, but okay, at the end. Is my rest still fine? 0.1 away. So maybe try this. I was kinda hyped for the fluidity glyph, but I don't need the resources. $100. Any resource for comparing razor plates? How much is the static thorns versus unique percent? I think the affix is probably the most important. Well, okay, let's calculate. So it procs 10% of the time and there's 150% damage, right? So it's basically perfect affix is 15% average. And having like, you know, a not perfect affix, if it's a kind of 40, it's 14, then it's 13 and so on. So maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference. I don't see like the big number, I guess, that people go for sometimes. We don't have the 150. I mean, most of the thorns comes from your challenging shout, I guess. So you have like 400k HP, you get 30% of that as flat thorns. So having like, you know, slightly less thorns on your razor plate also doesn't really hurt that much. Because most of this is actually a challenging shout. On the other hand, when you're like passive and not actually challenging shouting, then this might be a problem. Yeah, I feel like exploit glyph helps so much, man. For clear. Should probably keep it in there. Shadow music is also really nice. I mean, you could also just not run in a calm. Keep Noxious Eyes. Which would probably help me more even for the clear. Like, it feels like at this point I have so much boss damage, I can probably get away with like some suboptimal choices for the boss. And rather just make sure I clear stuff fast. And get to the boss easily. That's actually I got deleted from like 2 spinny blade hits. That's crazy. On 100. This run so slow though. Over 3 minutes. I feel like I'm going relatively quick. I think I was not killing everything because it's Moon Clan. Moon Clan has to play very defensively. Let's see this. Still like easy 1-stagger kill actually. So we have the boss damage that we need. Like we got the boss damage that we want. I need to get here faster.
Follow the stars.
Heartsager for meme. What? What Heartsager you mean? Heartsager is very good. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't have any chasing blades ranks on my glove. Oh, that's that. I'm still trying to get gloves.
See some steel you need?
We're gonna go upgrade for now if you want to do that. We have freeze. Let's try to get freeze.
Use it well.
Well, I guess that's an upgrade. 8, 7.5. More life, so something. Why did the transfer not save?
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Better than starting from nothing. Some solid bricks here.
Oh well. I'm not gonna massacre further, so fuck it. No cucumber today, actually. Why does it have like no color applied to anything? It's kind of strange. But you can like unequip your gloves. Really? Wait, can you always unequip everything? Is that new? Okay, let's do like another run. Let's This 100 was kind of chill still. We're 75k life now, it's even higher. Let's do 105. Let's even get to the point where we do a 2-stagger kill. $100 is the old 85. I mean, old 85 is pretty good anyway. It's just that there's almost no point to really go higher right now. But this might just be fixed soon. Great start here with that. Could get the champion. Oh, scuffs. And basically I have to make sure we don't go over the point where I actually one-tap most trash. Because if I don't one-tap the trash, then our stuff gets unfrozen and dangerous and slow. I don't want that. Okay, it actually happens against some of these guys because of Shared Misery now. I have to make sure I can actually kill these packs in like, a few seconds basically. Trying to check the corner if there's like another pack. I wonder. Kind of missing the consistent like AoE clear down. Even the spinning blades. Darius is a bigger AoE than this, which is nice. Shared Misery is so good. I mean, you don't need an AoE build. Andariel, like for these like single target builds though, like Andariel's and this one is kind of similar. Like we don't have much like a hit on Twisting Blades. It wouldn't be necessary if they hadn't nerfed like a hit on Twisting Blades. But this is like Omega nerfs it to the ground. Stealth nerf. At the start of Season 4. Otherwise we could actually still quite reliably trigger a lot of stuff in AoE, including Bursting Realms as well. Which is like kind of deleted lucky hit from Twisting Blades almost. So that's kind of a problem. I mean, it's over a 3-minute run already. It just takes so much time, like going from monster to monster and stuff. Yeah, like a shitty start there with the champions, sometimes they have these shitty champion packs. I guess I need to learn to play a little bit with Twisting Blades. Wait a minute. Where the hell did it go? Where's the monsters? What? We got my left there. Not much. I think also Sun is just hitting the air and not actually any enemies. Still one stagger kill though. He might die in stealth. Ah, not quite. Ah, actually, he's dying. Okay. He didn't die during stealth, but he died from the previous application. I only hit him once. Brazil invasion. Yeah, a lot of Brazilians, yeah. I want Golden View back. Yeah, I tried Golden View and stuff. I mean, you can make it kind of work, but boss damage is gonna be kind of shit. That's the problem. Let's do 100 and try to speedrun it again, like summer pots. How's the simulator? Is it also bugged? Well, it used to be bugged for a long time when the game came out, until they fixed all those bugs and then it went into oblivion. Now it's actually working as it should, for the most part. There's like still some generic rogue bugs, I guess, that would apply here sometimes, but as far as I know, nothing Twisting Blade specific at least. Yeah, farming 100s feels really good. So at this pace, this feels fine. Sometimes these guys still unfreeze, which is a bit annoying. We need to try this with inner sight at some point as well. I gotta do it tomorrow though, it's 5 AM guys. So it's like the last run, I think. The thing is, it doesn't feel too hardcore friendly playing this, I gotta say. I even have an anti-venom going right now, which I usually don't use like pretty much ever. And I feel kinda okay with it. But I'm still scared of like Moonclan Shamans and stuff. I mean, you're always scared of Moonclan Shamans, but still. I almost just one-tapped this guy with a Shadow Step. Interesting. Okay, I think our pots are gonna run out in now. Okay. So we're gonna do the boss without pots, let's see. I mean, if I get my bursting balance procs, it's fine. Just minus 15 attack speed, which may or may not really have an impact. Stagger might be important though. If it's outlaw sharpshooter, I will not stagger him without the pots. Let's see. That's not a one-stagger kill, yeah. Not a good start for this nuke. I could one-stagger kill her. She's almost dying anyway. If I had that still there at the start, it would have been fine. Because she's ticking. So there's like one cool advantage. I think the poison is longer than Andariel's. It's 8.4 seconds. That's pretty long. Plus, after my last attack, I still have the spinning plates. So it kind of like has like a really long like aftermath. Basically, it does a very good boots here. Having out in a call for Shared Misery felt great for the beer. Yeah, I removed Noxious Eyes for Shared Misery. I guess that's kind of one or the other. I might put Shared Misery in there. And I might remove Fluidity for Exploit. I think this just helps with the clear. Both these things. Else I just have to play it so defensively.
There's power in the stone.
I'll think about it some more.
Come have a look.
I think that's it for tonight, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. I actually have got a world boss somewhere, I think. Unlucky. I'm gonna test more. Twisting Blades looks really good though.